Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị erona oyibo
it is a free one be free Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Nyandaba Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna toga book.
Release President Buzum. Release President Buzum. So either he goes to President Bongo in Gabon, or he goes to Morocco or to Algeria. So I'm fully in support that the immediate dialogue between Nigeria and the military leaders in Niger. I'm appealing directly to the conscience of the military leader that he should quickly release the president and his family and let them leave the country. The Americans are very willing to give them passage to any part of the world. So it is really good for this general in Niger to quickly reconsider this action. And I'm hoping nobody will come to war against you. It's not going to work. As long as you release the former president and his children and give them a safe passage out of the country. And my advice will be that you plan quickly a transitional program to civilian rule as soon as possible, so that Niger will restore to civil instead of military rule. I hope we'll be wise to play together. In as much we don't want any military attack, we should also do what is right by releasing the former civilian president to have a right of passage into any of the country, please. Thank you very much.
What are we talking about?
And there it is, ding dong. So there it is, ding dong. And here we are. Here we go again. Here we go again. So here we go again. So we're now in the full throes of the weekend, a Saturday here where I am. Would you believe that it's a Sunday already in some places of this world, probably even a Monday somewhere. But good day to you wherever you are. Good to have you here. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So how are you? I hope you had a wonderful day. I've been eating a little bit of suya, you know, so that always cheers me up. What cheers you up? What's your comfort food? What's your go-to food? I bet you people have been abroad so long, you always go to chocolate. No, I go to traditional Nigerian food. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So here we go again. Another God knows however long in each other's company. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Do this. Put your hands up like I'm doing now, and then surrender yourself to the space for however long the session lasts. So just surrender. But before you put your hands up in surrenderment, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. You know, we've been pushing hard to hit 100 likes over the last couple of days. We've been a hop, skip, and a jump away from it. 90-something thereabout, but we're determined to cross that threshold today. So set us on our way. to that at least a minimum of 100 likes. So set us on the way by clicking on the like button. So do that immediately and right now. So click on like and click on subscribe as well if you haven't done that. So we're really pushing hard on the algorithm just so that we can be presented more to more faces. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then you see that hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. So if you feel inclined to come and share your thoughts, then just do that. Click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and the conversation ensues. There's nothing more to it than that. It's not complicated or complex. It's not hard maths. It's not physics. It's just talking. So if you can formulate thoughts in your head and you can vocalize it in an utterance, then you have all that is needed to be on the screen. We're forever canvassing for new dynamic voices to add different dimensions to what we do. So come add your dimension to the conversation. Because we're always on a talent spot. All of your favorite names, Ajanle Koko, Thomas, etc., Des, you know, all of these names, enigmatic, all of these names that you love or you love to hate, all they did was to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then we discovered their personality, which shone through, even though we've never even seen what they look like. Maybe I should start insisting that people switch on their cameras, but no, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the screen. So come join us on the screen. So there's three things you're doing. You're clicking on the like button. That is compulsory. You categorically must do that. So click on like. Then click on subscribe. So you only have to click on subscribe once. If it's showing red on your screen, then you've not fulfilled all righteousness yet. So fulfill all righteousness by graying out the subscription button on your screen. So click on like and subscribe. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, especially if you've not been on the screen before, we're looking to hear from you. So do all those. But what are we talking about today? The same topic still seizes the top ends of the news cycle. So here we go. But a new inflection on patriotic Nigerians calling on us to overthrow Tinubu. So this is the military now. You know, this is the military now, and all of the heady mix that is usually mixed into that portion of a military coup. They're in play now. So the whole of that sub-region is going through a wave of a coup after coup after coup, and that's always the backdrop to a coup in Nigeria. So in the course of that wave, we often instances have a coup in Nigeria. So that's one. And then there is agitation in the land, especially the disquiet of people who have lost an election and threatening the state of the country. So that's two. But then more potently, what more than anything else can lead to the possibility of what more than anything else can lead to the possibility of a military coup in Nigeria is Tinubu threatening the traditional spaces of corruption. So the round tripping of our hard currency, he's closed that down, and then the free looting in the subsidy, he's closed that down. So those two spaces, more than anything else, brings about a real possibility. I can't speak, you know. Those more than anything else, those two spaces, more than anything else, brings about a real possibility of the prospects of a military coup, to the point that the armed forces are under pressure and they are crying out to the country. Unpatriotic Nigerians calling on us to overthrow Tinubu, and this is the military speaking. So it'll be quite a spectacle if that actually happens, but it'll be a spectacle, but it will not be an unknown thing. That's just the thing. Actually, before I go on to the next talking point, I am a bit conflated if I want to see a military coup in Nigeria or not. You know, the one thing I don't want to see is a bloody military coup. But then the second thing I don't want to see is the truncation of a democratic dispensation. But then what I want to see more than anything else is the jettisoning of that constitution that vests our looting opportunities on no less than 1,000 people to continue to kill and rob us for decades and decades. So if we had a military coup and that constitution is jetted anyway, we'll have all of that in the conversations to come. But I am a bit conflicted. I'm not sure if I'm averse to it or not. I'm not sure if I am averse to it or not. So I'm not sure if I am adverse to it or not. On to the next headline. Ministers, how power play gang up, forced El-Rufai out. So El-Rufai now, it is never over till the fat lady sings, but the prospect of El-Rufai being a participant in this particular administration is looking further and further remote. But what has led to the machinations, because really, when they say that somebody was served up, you know, that metaphor, this is a good example that exemplifies that metaphor. If they say somebody was served up. So now, El-Rufai helped to bring about Tinubu. He at least a good 5 to 7 to 10%, if not 15%, of what has brought about the Tinubu administration. So he's a significant player in the birthing, in the bringing about of the Tinubu administration. So that's one. But then in the course of all of that, he said he was a bit fed up with governance, that he's 63, and it gets to a point where you have to take a step back. And he said he wanted to go back to school, to go and complete his PhD. Even publicly, Tinubu said he wasn't going to allow it because he would need him in his administration. So Tinubu courted this guy publicly, even though this guy was a bit reticent to be yet in another administration. Tinubu courted him publicly. But then having courted him publicly, and the guy has now acquiesced to that courting, presenting himself to be presented at the Senate, only to be stabbed in the back. Ministers, how power play gang up, forced El-Rufai out. So was he, ultimately, you have to say that Tinubu stabbed him in the back because there is no power play that could have overridden whatever it is that Tinubu wanted. So you have to conclude that Tinubu ultimately stabbed the little man from Kaduna in the back. Niger coup. Russia issues strong warning to ECOWAS over military action against junta. So just the audacity and the arrogance of it, I'm not quite sure. I didn't quite read that letter that we sent to Russia, issuing a strong warning against their excursions in the Ukraine. So you have to remind me if we sent that letter. So the audacity of it, these people just telling us what we can or cannot do. But then it's the vulnerable position that we find ourselves, don't we? That we are being loaded over even by the vodka drinkers. So being loaded over even by the vodka drinkers. So now this one now, a deviation somewhat from politics, but it speaks to this one. You have to wait around for this now next headline, because what the headline will immediately trigger in your thoughts is not where it's going to land. So I'm just going to leave it here in that ambiguous space. What this next headline that I'm about to share with you will immediately trigger in your thoughts is not where it ultimately lands. List of Africa's most corrupt countries according to the 2023 Corruption Perceptions Index. So, of course, as soon as you hear that headline, I'm absolutely categorical the thought that has come to your head. But disabuse that thought and wait for the list. List of Africa's most corrupt countries according to the 2023 Corruption Perception Index. So we spend time there to see what's going on there and all of that. So now, this now last headline to do with the El-Rufai space. Uba Sani rejects El-Rufai's ministerial candidate Jafaru Sani, says Tinubu to expect another name. Anyway, we get to that. But that is the federal politics transporting into localized state politics and the conflation between two parties. Let me break it down. El Rufai, of course, an APC man, he was offered this ministerial slot, but they humiliated him at the screening. He has taken umbrage and walked off in a huff. So, but before walking off in a huff, El Rufai submitted Jafaru Sani as the person to substitute him in that ministerial slot that he's rejecting. So that was what El Rufai did. But then, of course, each state of the federation gets to nominate. Anyway, we get into all of that. So we get into that in the reading. So plenty to come. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just as I said, click on the like button. Take us past the 100 in record speed. We have less than 100 people watching, but still take us past the 100. Anyway, I don't quite know how that magic trick works, but we will get past the 100 fairly comfortably, fairly soon. But click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join me on the screen. And I'm not even mentioning the coffee anymore because you guys have absolutely abandoned it. But let me go to the Kai Guides just to catch a micro break.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku niriwa gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amir po, Amir opo, you know, ikuku niriwa gbeshe o, lagbara Ọlọ́run. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Patriotic Nigerians calling on us to overthrow Tinubu. This is the military sounding the alarm. The Nigerian military has described those calling on the armed forces to topple the government of President Bola Tinubu as unpatriotic following the Niger's coup that ousted President Mohamed Bazoum. It condemned such calls and noted that it would fail, saying it was wicked and an attempt to distract military men performing their constitutional responsibilities. The report calling on the military to interfere in our democracy is highly unpatriotic, wicked, and an attempt to distract the armed forces of Nigeria from performing its constitutional responsibilities, said Brigadier General Coup Gassau, Defense Information Director. And usually, when a coup is announced, so it's usually a name like this. So maybe it's prepping our minds. You know, who knows what three-dimensional chess is being played here? But often instances when you hear "I Brigadier General" is usually followed by a name like this to call Gusau. So yes, The report calling on the military to interfere in our democracy is highly unpatriotic, wicked, and an attempt to distract the armed forces of Nigeria from performing its constitutional responsibilities, said Brigadier General Coup Gusau, our Defense Information Director. Mr. Gusau dismissed reports on the poor welfare of the Nigerian military, saying personnel were happy with the democratic government and would not sabotage Nigeria's hard-earned democracy. The defense headquarters frowns at a report being circulated online about welfare issues in the armed forces of Nigeria. We wish to state unequivocally that the military is happy and better under democracy and will not get involved in any act to sabotage the hard-earned democracy in our country. So you have to make the attribution, of course, to the Labour Party space. They just want everything brought down. They want to riot on the streets. They want the military to take over. They want the president to die. They just want things to burn. While the leadership of the AFN, Armed Forces of Nigeria, I'm assuming that acronym, whilst the leadership of the AFN gives priority to the welfare of its personnel, however, we detest any attempt by any individual or group to instigate the law-abiding Armed Forces of Nigeria to embark on any unconstitutional change of government in our country. So I'm not quite sure that Nigeria... Are we too advanced for a military coup now is really where the question is. And by the way, there's plenty of space in the room because, of course, if I finish the readout and there's nobody to have a conversation with, then we have an early night. Mr. Gusau's statement comes a few weeks after coup plotters in the Niger Republic ousted Mr. Bazoum from office, eliciting a pro-military coup amongst Nigerians who are urging the armed forces to step into the country's leadership position due to the perceived failure of the democratic government. Niger coup plotters have detained Mr. Bazoum since his government was toppled on July the 26th, rebuffing all entreaties and ignoring sanctions and condemnation from ECOWAS and the international community. ECOWAS leaders had charged the regional body's standby force to restore constitutional order in Niger at the second extraordinary summit on the socio-political situation in Niger in Abuja on Thursday. This came after Niger's military junta announced a new government, naming Ali Mahaman, something or the other, prime minister, to lead 21 other new ministers forming the new government. So there it is right there. They call for a military coup in Nigeria. So they call for a military. Like I said, I am a bit conflicted on that. I would not, I abhor military administration, but the sort of governance that we have at the moment is just not fit for purpose. The way that constitution was written, it was written to keep the Nigerian person in perpetual servitude to Nigerian governors. It was written to keep the Nigerian person, and it's upside down. Because the government should be in servitude to the people, not the other way around. So long as we have that constitution that we're operating, that country will never make progress. And if they want to change the constitution, it's such a slow and laborious process that it could take 100 years just to make any meaningful movement, just drip by drip by drip. So, but if you had a military incursion, that completely abandons that constitution and a totally new one can be rewritten. But do we want to subsist under a military dispensation? So that is where the conflation is. Jump on board. Come share thoughts about that with me. Jump on board. Come share thoughts about that with me. And it looks as though that military dispensation has certainly settled in in Niger Republic, whether you like it or not. And it looks as though now they have it looks as though rather now they have powerful backers. Niger coup, Russia issues strong warning to ECOWAS over military action against junta. Russia has sent strong warning to West African leaders under the Economic Community of West African States. Recall that the leaders of ECOWAS member states met in Abuja on Thursday, August the 10th, and resolved to activate a military standby force in a bid to restore constitutional democracy to Niger and reinstate ousted President Mohamed Bazoum. ECOWAS chairman and Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had maintained during the meeting that no option is off the table, including the use of force as a last resort. Reacting, President Vladimir, we all know his name, but I don't quite know why I can't pronounce it. Reacting President Vladimir Putin, let me just say Putin. Reacting, President Putin-led government warned that military intervention in Niger could lead to a protracted confrontation after regional bloc ECOWAS said it will assemble a standby force, a BBC News report. Such an intervention would destabilize the Sahel region as a whole, the Russian foreign minister said. Meanwhile, the report further indicated that Russia does not formally back the coup. So, there are two standards to this. This may well be just a general warning of caution because it goes on to land that Russia does not formally back the coup, or this could also be a potent warning to the ECOWAS sub-region that, look, don't go there, otherwise we'll destroy you. And the possibility, it's not so much going in and kicking these boys out that the problem is going in, kicking those boys out, and then getting locked in there in some protracted, never-ending for years and decades sort of occupation. That is what it is. Because if these people are able to radicalize their people against you, and they're not going to radicalize their people against ECOWAS, by the way, they're going to radicalize their people against Nigeria, because Nigeria is the arrowhead of this narrative that is going on now. So if these people are able to radicalize their people against the Nigerian state, they will wipe us out because they don't care for life. They will just throw guns and rifles in the arms of everybody and say, cross the border and wipe them out. So I think that might well be what the Russians are warning about. Niger coup supporters rally, but the United States, which backs efforts to restore the post leader, Mohamed Bazoum, says its Wagner Group is taking advantage of the instability. Thousands of people gathered in Niger's capital on Friday, August the 11th, to demonstrate in favor of last month's coup, as regional leaders were considering military intervention to restore civilian rule. Reuters report. The coup supporters, some waving Russian flags, protested at a French military base near the capital Niamey, chanting "Down with France, down with ECOWAS." Nigerian military, so that's that space. So that's the warning from the Russians. Don't go in, or we may just be forced to wipe you out. So this now next headline is a bit of a cleaning up exercise, really just to debunk fake news. Coup d'etat, Nigerian embassy in Niger Republic set on fire. So this is a fact check. So because there was that video circulating just all over social media, but let's now see just what they have to say. It says, So this is the official statement from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It has been brought to our attention, it has been brought to our notice that fake videos showing the torching of the Chancery building in Niamey by protesters is circulating on various social media platforms. The embassy wishes to inform the general public that even though protesters tried to gain access to the embassy on the 30th of July 2023, the Nigerian military and police authorities promptly curtailed the situation. Let's see. So this is the notice from the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Niamey. It says it has been brought to our notice that fake videos showing the torching of Chancery building in Niamey by protesters is circulating on various social media platforms. The embassy wishes to inform the general public that even though the protesters tried to gain access to the embassy on the 30th of July 2023, the Nigerian military and police authorities promptly curtailed the situation. Is that a Nigerian? So that's why I'm having to reread it. I'm wondering if we had a compliment there already, but the Nigerian. At the moment, the embassy is well guarded by the Nigerian military and other security authorities. We reiterate that the videos are fake, and as such, the general public is enjoined to disregard such videos. So the videos are put out by the Obidients space without any equivocation on that. No equivocation on that, but equivocate this. Ministers, how power play gang up forced El Rufai out. So the little man, Little Finger, as we like to call him, from Kaduna. Do you remember Little Finger from Game of Thrones? This is what this guy puts me in mind of. The Little Finger from Kaduna. A former governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, took many by surprise when he withdrew his ministerial nomination before President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and soon after jetted out of the country. The former governor and one-time minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, was one of the 48 persons nominated by President Tinubu as ministers in July. El-Rufai's name had emerged in the first batch of 28 nominees forwarded to the National Assembly for approval on July the 27th. Many said his track record, both in private and public sector, had made him, unlike many politicians in Nigeria, and he was believed to be a major asset to the Tinubu government. Sources said this was why President Tinubu included his name as the one to drive what was to become a new Ministry of Power and Energy. Despite guzzling billions of naira in many decades, the electricity sector in Nigeria remains comatose, with many saying only the like of El-Rufai could demystify it. During his screening exercise, the former governor has spoken clearly when he said President Tinubu was committed to ensuring that Nigeria had a stable and reliable electricity supply and stressed, "I will do my best." Political pundits said that for anyone who knows Malam Nasir El-Rufai, his best is always enough. However, Sunday Karimi, representing Kogi West Senatorial District, had during the screening presented a petition against him, saying it concerned security, unity, and national cohesion. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio had, however, suggested that petitions should not be addressed during the screening exercise. But in what many saw as a major setback, the Senate on Monday withheld the confirmation of El-Rufai alongside Stella Okotete from Delta State and Senator Abubakar Sani from Taraba, citing security clearance. The news created mixed feelings, with sources telling correspondents that the embarrassment was why El-Rufai had informed the president he was withdrawing his ministerial interest. So yes, of course, yeah, because El-Rufai is a big dog within the Nigerian political firmament. I think we can all agree. We can all, just as a standalone statement, we can all agree with that. El-Rufai is a big dog within the Nigerian political firmament. We can all agree with that. But what sort of a dog? Is it a Labrador or a poodle? Is this the thing? It's not a poodle anyway, because a poodle is not a big dog. But you know the metaphor that I'm laboring. El-Rufai is an entity within the Nigerian political space. So what sort of entity you are attributing him to depends on your own political inflection. But you cannot say that he's not an entity. He is an entity. So that's one. But him not being able to clear security is a political move. There's no... El-Rufai has been in the public glare for, what, is it 30 years? He came in with Obasanjo, and he has not been out of government ever since, more or less. You know, so, I mean, what security clearance could impede somebody like that? Because his quantity is known for the last 30 years. So what security clearance could be an impediment to his confirmation? So that is to tell you that it is really politics that is at play here. But in what many saw as a major setback, the Senate on Monday withheld the confirmation of El-Rufai alongside Stella Okotete from Delta State and Senator Abubakar Sani from Taraba State, citing security clearance. The news created mixed feelings, with sources telling correspondents that the embarrassment was why El-Rufai informed the president he was withdrawing his ministerial interest. The president then asked for 24-hour grace to review the petition and the SSS report to the Senate to enable him reach a decision. So, it's a funny situation because it is my instinct that Tinubu wants El-Rufai in his government. And because of the sort of record of performance, both from the Federal Capital Territory all the way through to Kaduna State, it is also my belief that El-Rufai will be an asset to the Tinubu administration. And if they are going to create that sort of synergized electricity energy portfolio and have him oversight it, it is my belief that that will be a perfect fit. So all of that works. But what triggered this is really where the question is, because they must have seen something significant enough for Tinubu to pause for thought. It cannot just be politics. So what is in that security report is really the question. The president then asked for 24-hour grace to review the petitions and the SSS report to the Senate to enable him reach a decision. As at Friday, correspondents learned that the former governor had left the country for Egypt after making his position clear to President Tinubu. Despite his withdrawal, he had met with stakeholders from the power and energy sector, where he urged them to support whoever will be the next Minister of Power and Energy. Even after he made the decision to withdraw, he held meetings with local meter manufacturers and other stakeholders in the power and energy sector, where he urged them to work with whoever would come in as minister, sources informed. So he's already even attributed the portfolio to himself. However, fresh facts emerged Friday on why El-Rufai, known for his track record of getting the job done, will be shut down by a mere petition. Sources said the power play and gang up against El-Rufai came from various angles, including the presidency. The petition and alleged security concerns, correspondents gathered, were mere ruse cooked up by some powerful persons to frustrate the former governor's chances. Some very powerful Nigerians, it appears, are not comfortable with the kind of reforms El-Rufai was bringing to the power and energy sector. A source who asked for anonymity said, every reform attracts some form of resistance, and so what El-Rufai did as the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory was possibly because he had the tenacity to do it, but also because he had the support of his principal, former President Olusegun Obasanjo. People still tried to stand in the way of the reforms, but because there was political will, it was done. Other sources told correspondents that El-Rufai's decision to withdraw his ministerial appointment was as a result of the president's body language, which the former minister was disappointed with. Yes, you can already say that, and just as early as yesterday's session, we were reflecting, we were reminiscing that maybe the Achilles heel of Tinubu is his indecisiveness. That might well be his Achilles heel. That might well be that one fault line in his character makeup that might ultimately prove to be an undoing. And because if he's made the decision to have El-Rufai, he would just tell Akpabio to clear him, because that was why he fought so hard to put Akpabio in that seat. So he would have just told Akpabio to clear him. He would have told Nuru Dibado to clear him, and he would have celebrated him as his golden boy. And that was the expectation of El-Rufai. But because Tinubu is somewhat dilly-dallying, El-Rufai, who is a man of straightforward, straight shooting, he may well even be starting to lose confidence somewhat, that even if I get on this ministerial thing, if I make a decision, will it be overturned when they go to this guy? So he's just saying, damn you all, and he stormed off to Egypt to go and hang out with his fundamentalist friends there. Other sources told correspondents that El-Rufai's decision to withdraw his ministerial appointment was as a result of the president's body language, which the former minister was disappointed with. Correspondents gathered that the former governor of Kaduna State, who returned to the country from London on Monday, had met with Tinubu on Tuesday. He was said to have led some members of the team he had assembled to the villa on Wednesday, where they made a presentation. However, a source close to the former minister told correspondents that El-Rufai had made his decision to withdraw his ministerial appointment even before meeting with the president. What happened on Monday? What happened on Monday could not have happened except there was some kind of nod and wink from the place where the nomination came from, said a source referring to the body language of President Bola Tinubu. He said for someone who never asked for an appointment, El-Rufai was unfairly treated. He never begged for it. In fact, he was begged to come and work for them. And when he finally agreed, they subjected him to what happened on Monday. Some very powerful people are not comfortable with him, and the president is now part of it. Why will the State Security Service, SSS, clear people with corruption cases, some nationally and even internationally, and then fail to clear El-Rufai? It is political, and it is unfortunate that the president would allow himself to be part of this. Another source said, maybe this Tinubu is not turning out to be who we anticipated he was. Please continue to push up the like button. Push up the like button. Let the like button at all times reflect at least halfway the viewership, if not more. Correspondents gathered that El-Rufai was actually working on his doctoral field work at the time of his nomination. Those close to him said he would carry on with his studies. If you nominate someone and you later change your mind, you decide that kind of things. If you nominate someone and you later change your mind, you decide that the kind of things he is likely to do, you may not be able to support him, then you should invite him and say, look, I think we should find a different way of working together. Maybe he should not take a full-time role, as I said. So this is actually strike two on that ministerial journey by Tinubu. Remember, of course, that Shetima girl that was dressed up to the night with the dark shades and everything, all designered up to land at the Senate, only to be turned back that her name had been withdrawn. So this sort of amateurish sort of thing is not at all the expectation. Attempts to talk to the presidency to comment on the allegations that Tinubu did not protect El-Rufai against unfounded allegations as he did for others did not yield result. His special advisor on media, Aduri Ingelale and Aduri Ingelale, did not respond. They did not say he was going to be running an open media space. And at the first sign of something he runs, his special advisor on media, Aduri Ingelale, did not respond to a phone call and was not yet to reply to the text sent him as at press time. As Tinubu is the biggest loader. Speaking on the development, an associate professor of political sociology from the University of Abuja, Abubakar Kari, said El-Rufai was caught in the labyrinth of intricate power play and machinations by his political adversaries and those afraid of his rising profile, which they feared could be enhanced by another stint as a minister. If El-Rufai had become the Minister of Power and Energy, by the way, then that nails it that it would be your next president. And that was what he planned as well, to be part of this administration, to put up a star performance and then replace Tinubu, because he still falls within that age bracket, doesn't he? Now, El-Rufai is 63. By the time Tinubu serves his 8-year complement, El-Rufai will be 71, which seems to be the roundabout bracket age that the Nigerian presidents come in. So it was all lined up for him. So, and I think that may well be what is more at play than anything else. He is easily one of the most cerebral and capable of ministerial nominees, with a rich pedigree and a track record of achievements as a technocrat and public servant. He more than demonstrated this during his response to questions at the Senate screening, said Professor Kari. The political scientist, however, said El-Rufai had over the years stepped on many toes and had done and said things that incurred the wrath of many. What happened was, therefore, a grand gang up against the former Kaduna State governor by powerful forces, including some within the presidency and the security services, he said, adding that the most surprising of all, however, is Tinubu's response to the whole thing. Yes, of course, and without equivocation, categorically, if El-Rufai had gotten through and gone into that ministerial space that a lot of people anticipated for him, a lot more bigger heads would have rolled, because he would have just been slicing all their heads off. The corruption that is keeping us in darkness, he would have chopped all their heads off. And really, that was the anticipation. The president didn't do as much as lift a finger to support El-Rufai. This is very significant politically, considering who El-Rufai is and the role he played in Tinubu's emergence. Tinubu did not show this implacable inertia and indifference towards Akpabio or even Ganduje, in spite of the very atrocious reputation they have had to contend with. Yes, you know, this professor makes an excellent point. If Tinubu can fight, and we saw him fought tooth and nail to install Akpabio, one of the most corrupt elements known in Nigeria, and Ganduje, who the whole world saw pocketing millions of dollars in his Babariga, if he can force them through into positions that he feels they can be of service, then some security report by some senator from Kogi West, how can that be an impediment to El Rufai being a minister? And if he did not want El Rufai as a minister at all, why set him up in this way? That is really where the mystery is. Kadi stressed that the greatest loser in the end was the Tinubu administration, as well as those who believe that El Rufai has the capacity and competence to make real difference. He said such power play in the Tinubu administration may damage or at least negatively impact on the administration. A lot of energy, time, and resources will be dissipated in infighting by desperate and feuding groups within the government. The notorious phenomenon of Aso Rock cabal that has bogged down administrations in recent past is gradually emerging. So the Tinubu cabal taking shape, in fact, the Tinubu cabal is already in play, and at the head of that cabal, so we can already start to identify, but the only thing that about the Tinubu cabal is that it is not an ethnicized cabal, but the Tinubu cabal is certainly already taking shape. Ganduje is part of that cabal without equivocation. Wale Edun, Dele Alake, they are traditional cabal stakeholders, all the way from Lagos transmitted to the federal space. Akpabio in that inner caucus, and we're starting to see a different, but still of the same inflection as Aso Rock cabal takes shape. The notorious phenomenon of Aso Rock cabal that has bogged down administrations in recent past is gradually emerging. The administration may also be deprived of the quality and competent individuals who would be sacrificed or dispensed with at the altar of intrigue, he said. The special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Aduri Ngeleli, is yet to reply, so he's hiding away inside his phone. So there it is. The text message sent to get reaction to the allegations from sources around Malam Nasir El-Rufai that his ministerial confirmation faced hitches because the presidency did not push enough for it, as some nominees screened and cleared by the Senate had more serious issues than the former governor of Kaduna State. So that was the text that they sent to Ajuri, but he's gone away to hide inside his phone. So he's gone away to hide inside his phone. Let's go on. So those are the intricate intrigues that are, we have to look forward to. I hope it's not going to be all politics with this Tinubu space as well, as we saw with Buhari, because of course we have a sick man replacing a sick man. So are they going to lock him in Aso Rock as they locked Buhari in Aso Rock and infuse his head with paranoia as a different set of people now loot the removed oil subsidy? So, yeah, I mean, everything changes but remains the same. That is really, if we should ever make the decision to jettison Nigeria and give that country a different name, we should call it everything changes but remains the same. That is the narrative of Nigeria. All right. Let me give you a couple more, and then we come into the room. As I said, the room is not especially populated, so we'll see how that goes. If you want to join, hop on. Let me give you this. Protesters hit Kano Street to kick against ECOWAS planned military intervention in Niger. So, yes, this is not really what the read. You already know what's going on there. But let me take you now to this space, which is what the read. So I did tell you to wait in anticipation of this. So now, it is not as you imagine. That's just all I'm saying. List of Africa's most corrupt countries according to the 2023 Corruption Perception Index. So let's see. certainly the person you are expecting at the top is not there. So I can give you that as the first disappointment. And by the way, the dollar sign at the bottom of the comment section, that's your invitation to super chat at the platform. We're not seeing any of that anymore. Apart from Prince Daddy and Ayo, I don't actually see anybody else super chatting. You can still use, everybody is allowed to use it, not just Ayo. In the realm of global economics and political landscapes, the issue of corruption remains a pressing concern. The recently released 2023 Corruption Perception Index sheds light on the state of corruption in African countries. Drawing from this index, we present a list of the most corrupt countries in Africa based on their scores. It is essential to acknowledge that these rankings serve as a reflection of perceived corruption level and may not necessarily represent the full extent of corruption within these countries. So this is a perception list, by the way. This is not condensed statistical table. So let me put it that way. So perception. So Somalia tops that list. Topping the list is Somalia, etc., etc. South Sudan. I'm not quite sure there's even money in South Sudan for anybody to participate in corruption. Plagued with conflict and limited resources, South Sudan's governance struggles have led to high corruption perception. Libya, political turmoil, Equatorial Guinea. So these are all the Coup spaces. Despite its oil wealth, I didn't know they had oil in Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea faces allegations of widespread corruption and lack of transparency. Burundi, Comoros, Chad. So that Chad is number 7. Democratic Republic of Congo. So that should really be the wealthiest country. There's no desired or sought after mineral on this planet that is not available in abundant quantity in the Congo. There's a particular component that is an essential component of all of the phones that you're all carrying. Somebody will remind me the name of it. 90% of it they get from the Congo, but it's still poverty reading. So that's number 8 on the corruption index. Guinea-Bissau, and you may very quickly start to form the conclusion that these are all francophone countries. Actually, let's do a francophone count of it, and then let's do it rather on francophone, anglophone. Somalia, I'm not sure who colonized Somalia. I think that may well be the Italians. So South Sudan, I think that's the French, certainly. Libya, certainly the Italians. Equatorial Guinea, the French. Burundi, I'm not sure. Comoros, I'm not sure. Chad, certainly the French. So that's 3 French now. The Democratic Republic of Congo now, of course, French. Guinea-Bissau, that's number 6. French. Congo-Brazzaville. So that's number 7, French. Sudan, French. Eritrea, that's Italian. Zimbabwe, British. And Nigeria is number 14. So on this now chart of a list of 14, Nigeria at the bottom of the corruption chart. So I suspect that wasn't your expectation, but I noticed the abundance of francophone countries there. So let's go with what we have, and then we see where it lands. So Ajani Koko, of course, the mighty one. DOJ joins us from I think it's in the middle part of England. Kwame is there. Eze goes to school, but that school is in Abuja, and Kulata makes an appearance. So let's kick it off, and let's kick it off with let's kick it off with the corruption list. Let's kick it off with the corruption list, and let's start with Solomon, because he's joining us from Abuja and usually network issues. So Solomon, And then Vin joins us, so the room starting to populate. So so Solomon, you're up next. Yes, I'm here, woman. Can you hear me? Solomon, easy.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I'm here. Can you hear me? Of course, yes. Yeah, we can hear you. So
The way the way you have been making me now is really funny.
yes. Yeah, you went on and did it as well. So, yeah, but let's start it on a light-hearted note. This corruption list, I'm sure when I said, wait, you thought Nigeria would be at least the top 3.
Yeah. I was thinking, good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man. I was thinking Nigeria would be the... See, Nigeria is supposed to be, because to me, I feel Nigeria is the most corrupt country, not just in Africa, in the world. Yeah. So it's
where would you place Saudi Arabia, where all of the sovereign wealth of that country belongs to one family? Is that not corruption?
Well, man, those people own that their own is different. At least people are still providing the basic amenities for the people of that country. Unlike Nigeria, that everybody is just no. You can't compare Saudi Arabia state and Nigeria. You can't. So those ones, and another one, I think that family should be a royal family, right?
Yes, a royal family, but that then does not make the country their personal property.
Yeah, but yeah, there's something linking this, them having access to this properties and whatever in the country. Something's linking them, but our own like this, and they are still doing the needful. But our own nothing. They're just doing anyhow, and so I won't really say they are corrupt, and their people are in good. Their people are okay with what is going on there.
But did it strike you the amount of francophone countries there? Because we're starting now to pay attention to just the chasm between the anglophone countries and the francophone countries, and we're especially seeing that those francophone countries are being severely held back. Not that we are making any real progress ourselves, but they just seems to be held in still that area of slavery.
Yeah, that direct rule that they used in the colonial days, that thing really, that was what even made the foundation of the French people's foundation to be very strong, firm in these francophone territories. Sorry, because of how, that their direct rule. The British were practicing indirect in most of the places that they, if not all the places that they colonized, but the French people were practicing direct. So that was what really is like the bedrock of this thing going on, that has made them to still in this present century. Look at the way they still have authority, and they still have access to these people's treasury. It's not making sense at all. So it's good that
yeah, no, land of thought, yeah.
Yeah, it's good that the people are resisting now. But one thing again I feel now is like we should not. We are like, especially in this Tinubu's involvement in this ECOWAS and the Niger stuff. I think we should be diplomatic, and we should be reasonable in terms of taking decision or making decision, because these people are our fellow black people. This is their own liberation they are fighting for. They are fighting for their own liberation. So let's allow them. And the people are, one thing is the people within that sovereignty.
Well, it's not a fight against the French, what's going on in the Niger Republic, because it seems to have evolved into that narrative, but it's not really it's not a fight against the French. Is it? Is that how you're saying it?
It's not just the French, it's the Western world. Like, see the kind of people that are involved with this Russia and all that, like Iran, those kind of countries, they may use Russia to come up front. Like Russia should just come like some, like one trying to help in Niger, come out of this, as in resist this French thing of it. Yeah, French thing. Yeah, so you don't like the Russia are not coming out like Iran, those Islamic countries. I feel like this thing is a religious thing. It's not just about like taking out Western things out of Western authorities, Western the influence, the Western influence on the people. They are trying to just they want to just get their self back. They want to just go back to their originality, to how they used to be, like in a better way, and they don't need the white man's this thing, but they are going to do it in collaboration of the Islamic world. That's what I feel. And Russia is just like I just feel like they are just frontliners, to be honest with you.
All right, that's a you know a lot of people they are putting their own political wishful thinking into this narrative. I don't think the Russians have been especially altruistic or their support. Why would they? But you know that Russia is involved with the war with the Ukrainians. So why would they, whilst in the throes of that, pay any attention to what is going on in the second poorest country in the world that has no meaning to them and doesn't impact on their lives? Why would they do that unless they have some sort of pecuniary interest? It's not out of the goodness of their heart. They're not doing it because they want to free you, you know. They want to own you. They want to steal you away from the French. Is what they are doing. That's just that.
Well, man, let me tell you something. Yeah, they can't. This is they are playing the politics in the world now. This one is world politics that they're playing. So is of course interest. Their interest must be intact. Like they must have something that they are interested in. As soon as they are done helping Niger to get the liberation they feel they are looking for. So that one is something that you will not take out. I know some other, like some persons has made some analysis here that economic level, like for instance the building of the pipe, this thing that they are constructing to Morocco and Algeria or something like that, the West are trying to make Africa now their people that will their source. They will be buying from Africa and all that kind of thing, and they will stop buying from like they've already stopped buying from Russia. So they saw Africa as a really big alternative. So yeah, Russia now coming to reason with to be with Niger is going to disrupt that project and
yeah, but how is that to the advantage of the Nigerians?
How is that to the advantage? What will be the advantage is that Russia is a world class, as is a world country, like it's a world power. I think it's a big country. The economy is big. I think they have the 5th largest economy in the world now. So they have things to provide. They have things they can collaborate. Russia can help.
You know the Nigerians they are not going to be an independent people are standing on their 2 feet and making their own decisions. They will, if the Russians succeed, the ownership of that country will simply cross over from the French to the Russians, and then the Russians will continue to exploit them in ways not too dissimilar to how the French exploited them. They may give them a little bit more trinkets than the French gave them, but they will certainly not let them have ownership of their own country, no. And they will take possession of their resources just as the French did. So it's just exchanging one Western overlord for another. That's just it now.
Well, man, let me tell you something. That I saw these guys, Nigerian military. These are new government. They are wise. I can say that.
Wise. Have you seen them? A bunch of Tuaregs.
No, one man with the kind of decisions that they're taking. They even tried. There's a headline I saw that because they want to check and balance even the Wagner group if they should do anyhow. Like I've forgotten how the
one man, they're not Tuaregs, they're Hausa.
Oh yes, you know that's a metaphor. Yes, well, you know, I actually want the Hausas to rule a space. You know, we've not had an Hausa person rule a country, so maybe I will support them just for that. But
I don't forget
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I don't think that man is he a full Hausa. He should be Hausa Fulani. Can you?
No, it looks
Is he?
more Hausa actually,
It's full
doesn't it?
Hausa. Full Hausa.
Yeah,
Wow,
because
wow.
you see it's Arabian sort of look with the Fulanis. Let me bring his picture up. Carry on, carry on.
Yeah, so these guys, they already they know what they want. I feel like these Nigerian guys, they really know what they want. They really do. I just hope that they are not deceiving the people. But with what I'm saying, that these people, because they said that they are going to, like, I've forgotten how that headline was written, how that they will check and balance. Like, if these Wagner people do anyhow, they will have to end the deal that they've already had, and
So
they've
they will
already
tell
done.
them they will tell them to leave, and then they will leave.
One
Do
man,
you know that? Do you know that the Wagner group will be giving them protection because they are not able to protect themselves. Once the Wagner group are in, they'll own them now.
but they are coming, like they are still coming, like they have a bargaining, like they have it, they are bargaining things. Everything they are doing now is based on the bargain that has already been done, and they are not, Wagner cannot, I don't think they can come and override that country or override Niger. Yeah, they can't, to be
Who will
honest.
stop them? Who will stop them?
One man, they can't, because they can't. I don't see them overriding Niger. I don't see them
All
at
right.
all.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I have a different view, but let's leave that for a moment. Let me take you to this space. It looks as though that martial music might well be bringing out of Radio Nigeria again. I Brigade or something. A lot of people now calling for military intervention in Nigeria to the point that the military has to come out into the public and rebuke. What are you making of this headline, Solomon?
Yeah, these people, these people talk calling for administration to come in, is, I don't know what to say to them, but with what I did not experience the military rule, but with what I heard and all that, even though they were saying that they were trying to do communal um stuff that people, the community will be at large, will be benefiting from, but there were still this dictatorship in them, and that gave them the authority to even embezzle more than, even though the politicians are embezzling, but they had more, like their own was more rigid, that they don't need to take permission from anywhere, from anybody. They just go ahead and take, just like this, even though the Abacha was trying to save money for Nigeria, but I
Imagine
wonder.
that. He's saving money in his own personal bank account. He's saving your money for you in his own personal bank account. Look at that. Unbelievable.
When you watch the likes of Hamza Mustafa talk, I like that man personally, but the way he talks about Abacha, this, like, it was just, he I don't think he has never spoken bad about this money, this loot of Abacha. He was just trying to justify the
Yeah.
action.
Leave the Abacha load for a moment and let's get back to this headline. If the military take over Nigeria for no more than 18 months, and then we get a fifth republic, but then we are able through that window to get rid of this vexatious constitution. Is this something that you'll be averse to?
Oh my, we can get this constitutional stuff, this constitution right, but not by military taking over. I think, like, we don't need that kind of type of government in Nigeria again. We don't even need it at all. We can see there are still processes, there are still procedures that they can use in achieving this change of constitution and whatever correction they want to make in the constitution. Not allowing the military to come in. The military really, I don't think, what people are enjoying now, I don't think they will really enjoy it. Like the little things they are enjoying.
Yeah, breaking off, Solomon.
The little let's not pray for. Yeah, I say let's not pray for military.
All right, let me
Government.
take you to this last space, and then I'll go from you to Paddy, who joins us. how power play gang up forced El Rufai out. So, so the El Rufai space, I feel for the guy, you know. He said he wasn't interested. Tinubu publicly romanced him in front of all of our eyes that, no, I'm not going to let you go back to school. I need you. Only to stab him in the back in the most brutish public space at the Red Chamber. So what are you making of El Rufai storming off? And then he's come up with the name of his replacement. I didn't actually do that readout, but he's come up with the name of his replacement. But then the governor of Sokoto of Kaduna State, he's saying no to that. So it looks as though they want to humiliate this guy totally categorically.
Yeah, concerning that, the new guy that he nominated, the governor has debunked it. Yeah, he has said that
He has debunked what? He has debunked that he is not against it.
Yes, yeah, he has debunked it.
All right.
And El Rufai is somebody that I personally like him, and I feel him not being part of this administration. Tinubu has really, I don't think the hype that Tinubu has gotten or got during the election was really
He's
worth
not
it.
living up to it. He's not living up to his billing.
It was never. He's not worth it at all. The man just,
It took a fumble.
It's just for real. He's just overhyped. The people that are just, yeah, he's good. He's good, and in terms of how intelligent he is and his exposure. But man, this guy, he doesn't even understand the Nigerian. He just, what he just understand is just this way of getting election done and all that. He doesn't even understand the politics of Nigeria and West Africa. I'm telling you the truth. With this whole things he has done during this Niger thing and all that, he don't really understand. And that national level that he has not been in before, apart from the Senate, is really affecting him. And the kind of people around him, like I said the other day, he's the most experienced among them. He's their father.
But do you think he reached his ceiling as the Lagos State governor? Do you think that is a ceiling in terms of, like you said, he will win an election any day of the week, but is that Nigerian step, the federal space, is it that step too big for him? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, it's too big for him. And yeah, the people around him, they are not experienced. Those people, I don't even think that they've been in they've held this kind of national positions that they are holding now. And this thing is bigger than, see, the most prepared candidate was truly Atiku. Let's forget about sentiment and all that. To be honest, you see the kind of people around him, that people that have experience, that, yeah, even though you say that they are this, they are that, but they have experience. This kind of thing happening now cannot happen where assuming this guy was in. Not people like Tinubu is not really, people around him, they are academically sound, but when it comes to governance, they are not really grinded. Yeah, you just forget Lagos State government.
I have to say that I agree with you. The most prepared out of the 2023 field was Atiku, but that's how it's played out.
Yeah. At this point, if not, I would have joined Obidients in wishful thinking, saying that the courts will just.
No, Peter Obi is the least.
No, Peter Obi is the least. What he wanted to come and do there is experiment. His experiment. He want to come and do practical. But Tinubu own now. If Tinubu that forehand, Obi owns, I understand. But Tinubu own, he's overhyped. Let's just be honest here, for real. He's overhyped.
Is it too early for us to say that though, Solomon? He's only in his third month. Just are we not giving him a settling in period?
One man, the people that look at where you see the people that made him get into power, he could not protect them, or he cannot protect them. I'm talking about the northern Nigeria. If not for these people, do you think the like of Tinubu would? He has no business with Aso Rock. If Nigeria was just the south, that guy will never have, even in this current at this point in life in Nigeria, he will not even smell a councillor. Let's be honest. But this northern Nigeria, they stood with him. They made sure that
Especially El Rufai and Ganduje,
I
they went out for him. They put their neck on the line for him.
you see, and the region as a whole, even though some of the elders there were not really cool with him, but they had to just say, okay, let him. They just allowed him to get in there and look at the kind of way he has, the kind of thing he tried to cause between Niger and Nigeria. And you know,
But is he getting the blame, or are we putting the blame on the coupists themselves? I mean, he could not do anything now.
one man,
I mean,
he's supposed to put the relationship, consider the relationship of northern Nigeria and Niger. We know that they are a different country, but you can't take out. You see, that's why the north. I look at them, I say, like, upon how we try to call them, they are foolish people. They behave wiser in terms of, we talk wise, but they behave wise. You see, in like the southern part talk wise, but the northern part behave wise. They know this is my blood, this is their blood, this is their people, that they cannot nothing, that no matter what, it's just to find a way. They will have to go this one, they have to go grassroots, they have to go underground to go and make sure that this conflict gets resolved, or this problem gets resolved. But if Tinubu now, I was talking about war, this kind of, even if he's coming out in the face of the West, sorry, ECOWAS, but he's not supposed to do like that. He has sent. I see. Tinubu might be the first Nigerian president that will not return for second tenure. Forget this, not this thing that most Agbado people are talking, that 8 years. This one. If he continues like this, in fact, this, I'm even thinking that this present thing that has happened now, I feel like it has already disqualified him for 2027. To be honest with you, one man, for real. Except he would.
Do you think it will make it to the 4 years gone? The thing will it make it to that?
Do you mean in terms of health? His health and
no, not the
in
health,
terms of,
but more like impeachment or even a coup. I think Akpabio will try and protect him as much as he can, but the highest number of compliments is from the north in the parliament, and if so in terms of impeachment or a coup, even, do you think he will make it to the to 2027?
Yeah, he can make it. He can make it to 2027. He can make it to, see, for coup, our Nigerian military, especially those their chief of staff, the heads, the big heads in that sector, they're already taken care of. Like, they've nothing like coup. I don't see anything like coup happening. They are taking care of those people well. Like, they are really taking care of them. So nothing like for coup. No, for impeachment, I don't think. I mean, even this court case now, safe. This court case now.
I think they might use this court case against him.
Is this
they might
court case?
use,
I feel like they may use against him. Not they can't use impeachment. And is this court case that they can use against him? This court case.
So I mean, sorry to interject, but I think the way Tinubu is going, I think he wants to lose the next election. The way he's just going
likely
about
going
it.
to lose it. He's likely going to, if he continues this way he's going to lose it. Like, he's just, like, let me say, biting the hand that fed him. To be honest,
the stance against Niger plus the treatment of El Rufai is highly revered in the north. Not to the level of Buhari, but certainly not higher than most of them. They respect him more than names like Ganduje, etc. Is probably at the level of Kwakwanso, if not higher, the way they revere him in the north. And then you just humiliate him in public like that. I mean,
yeah.
And we also have what he did for him during the election, though.
Of course, like, you even I know that Erufai, somebody that came out 2 days, straight 2 days, he was boiling, like, shouting on national TV, like, why would they do this, do that, this Naira crunch or whatever, like, the way
he went to court. He went to court now, and he gathered. It was always, oh God.
Let me tell you something. Those northern conservative elites will tell him, we told you this. They would laugh at him, like, in a way that, you see what we told you. They were really against Tinubu's presidency. So and somebody like him, Ganduje, they placed their dignity and everything for Tinubu, that Tinubu will do this, Tinubu.
Yeah,
Now with what
Ganduje has no dignity now. The one dignity that was El Rufai. Ganduje is
I
just
believe, I believe
it's
so
just a
that
joker man.
I believe that Ganduje does, yeah, he doesn't have dignity, because for him to even settle for a party chairman, I know it's a big position, but at his level, he should not have even just accepted that seat. Maybe he would just have his own people put into. It's not like it's a good thing, but in a match as a politician, he would have played smart than falling his hand. And well, that is how. And I just learned he's up to 80 years. You see, very corrupt man. So when you say he doesn't have dignity, I agree with you, 100%. So this Erufai's stuff, like, it's not really making sense, the way they just made this man not to get this. Now him leaving Nigeria, even though he might be for holiday or something else. But and this guy is somebody that can still bring votes for Tinubu in the next election. That can still, if this guy should go against Tinubu now to start criticizing him, Tinubu is gone in the north totally. If not, as
Yes.
in, let me not say totally, but like 80 something percent or 70 something percent, Tinubu will just, you should forget about the north.
The last person he wants to make an enemy of is El Rufai. That's the last person. If
I'm
El
telling
Rufai
you.
goes against him, like you said, he can forget 2020. And if El Rufai is for him, he will get 2 terms.
Yeah, if
You know,
Erufai is still with him, he will get 2 terms. Yeah, but if he just take this thing personal, and there was this propaganda of Erufai, like Tinubu getting back at him concerning something that happened before, and something, this our internet thing again. This is one of the reasons why at times I feel like they should regulate this internet, and they should monitor what is going on, because some kind of news that they bring out will just be giving you different narratives. So, but Tinubu should make sure it's not like you should lick the ass of the North, but take care of these people, take care of Nigerians, take care of the whole region, but don't still forget your politics. The northern Nigeria, they are ready to break Tinubu. And I pity, if they should go into that war, the people I pity is the Southwesterners. I'm telling you, they will collect to be honest. So it should be reasonable and diplomatic, and everything should be good. Just leave the international space, and they should go down grassroots and talk about this thing, address these whole issues. Yeah, thank God for the northern elders. They are real elders. I keep telling you here that the only elder forum, traditional forum that I give big respect to is Ariwa conservative, whatever they call them, forum. So they've already come out now. They are addressing issues and trying to make sure that there is no war, because they can't afford. They have their people everywhere, especially in these Sahel regions, that they can't afford to go into war with Niger. They're their own brother, very reasonable people, and I
Oh,
I applaud them for that.
all right. Thank you for kicking it off. Let me go from you to Kulata. But Kulata, let me kick you off with this clip because I think this clip might be. I want to take you to the El Rufai space and just this public. They pulled his trousers down and administered correctional kaboko. But was it to do with this? Is really. Let me play you this.
No, there is no dispute between me and anyone in the APC. The APC is one family. I don't dispute with people in my own party. They may dispute with me, but I don't. I made comments in Lagos about how to retire godfathers. It's a template that we have used in Kaduna. It has worked. If anybody thinks he's a godfather, the template may apply to me. But I'm not in dispute with anyone. And I express my views firmly and very clear. There is no human being that I'm afraid to express my views on. And when I'm ready to express my views specifically on a particularly named individual, I will do so, but I haven't. I made a general statement but people have gone into overdrive, creating fake news, abusing me, and so on. I have no recommendations to Lagos. Okay, I am the governor of Kaduna State. I know Kaduna politics pretty well, and I play my role in my party towards the overall success of the party. I have no recommendations for anyone. I'm just saying that if I'm asked a question and I give an answer, anyone that feels offended by the answer, this is all business. I have no apologies. I don't apologize for my views. My views are thought out and I put them there, and I don't have to explain anything to anyone. This is a democracy. In a democratic space, there must be room for people to express their views.
Let's turn now.
All right.
No, there is no.
All right. Let me leave it on that image. So Kulata. So there it is. A lot of people actually feel that because that was from 4 years ago. By the way, I'm sure you recall. A lot of people feel that what is happening to El Rufai started from that space. Your thoughts on the treatment of El Rufai, the public humiliation?
I mean, what is doing to El Rufai makes no political sense. It doesn't make sense because even like bystanders like me, like it's hard to decipher like what is he trying to achieve by blocking him. You courted this guy publicly. The guy defended you publicly twice during the primaries. He stood up in front of TV for you. During the time that they did the cash stuff, he was in front of TV fighting very hard. So, I mean, how do you now treat the guy this way? So even for casual observers, it does reek of like, it's disappointing. It reeks of like a bad, it just leaves, it's treachery, it's treacherous. It leaves a bitter taste in the mouth. Even if we don't understand the whatever political intrigues, you should not let things play out like this because the guy already gave you an opening and said he wanted to do his PhD. Then why push him now? Say, okay, come and take a role, and just to allow them to humiliate him, and then you say you're waiting 24 hours. It doesn't make any sense. Like if you want to castrate him, don't do it like this. I mean, you should not have nominated him for ministry and taken him up on his word when he said he doesn't want to do the thing in the first place. You should have just taken him on his word. And I mean, even if he was bluffing. So what
do you think is behind this? Because if you look at the trajectory, he gave that window. Fashola gave the same window, and they let him go. So he gave that same window that, look, I'm tired. I want to go and relax in some university. And I think he meant that at that time as well. So why didn't they take that window? Why persuade him so publicly, set him up and line him up, and then some guy from Kogi State says he has a petition, and then you toss him up in the air in public? Why?
I don't know. I really don't know. It beats me because it's not necessary. Like I said, I mean, the guy said he didn't want it in the first place. And you can see that El Rufai had already stood up a group made of some smart guys, one of them from Bain Consulting, that they've been looking at, okay, how they're going to synergize gas and power. And in 7 years, Nigeria will not have blackouts anymore. He's already put in work. And they've been reading Tinubu reports. So, like, honestly, I don't know. Something is up with Tinubu's decision making. Something is really, really off. Something is off. And if we're not saying it, people are being sycophants. This is not normal. It's not normal. Who are the people surrounding the president that is influencing this kind of terrible decision?
The infamous words of Aisha Buhari, some unelected people have taken hold of my husband's administration. Is this rinse and repeat? Is this are we being caballed again? Are we being caballed?
I mean, it's either we're being caballed or Tinubu is just, I mean, or we've had the wrong impression. Yeah, it's either we've overrated him or is past his sell by date. It's past his expiry date. Because this is one blunder upon the other, and it's simply one thing: decision making. I mean, the first one was that lead, that young fine girl that I'm going to take as my third wife. What's her name? Shemariam.
Colata, you senior that woman. I don't even understand why they call her small girl.
Now, small
like
girl
40,
now. You
I
know,
think 40 something.
I still senior am, even if not 40 something. She's 30 something, by the way. But I mean, it started with that one. I mean, you could have said, okay, she's a low level person, but the decision making, that one, you can finger Ganduje. Now, should we now start really be questioning that Ganduje is a bad influence on Tinubu? Like, at least we can see Ganduje's hands in that one. Is Ganduje's hands in the El Rufai? Or another thing I'm also questioning, the Bajabe Amila that's with Tinubu, I don't think that guy is a good influence because he's a yes man. I think when we were analyzing it, was one of the things that we said that perhaps is his weakness.
If Fashola was in the Bajabe Amila role, will El Rufai be going through this?
I don't think so. I don't know Fashola like that, but I want to believe that he won't do that because I want to think Fashola is a strong person, is a person with strong character that will be able to tell the president his mouth is smelling or the president has body odor when he can perceive an odor. This Bajabe Amila doesn't look like that person. I don't think he's the right guy because look at all this foolish stuff happening. These are juvenile mistakes. One juvenile mistake upon the other. I mean, from that Shetty to the El Rufai to even that Delta State person. Why would you even nominate that kind of person in the first place? I said it's honestly, I can't hide my irritation with a lot of what is going on.
Worked out about this thing, Kulata. I mean, why
rational mind farabale? Let me talk first. No farabale, no joke was it become. I am honestly speaking, I've been irritated now for days because I'm just seeing it's like, I mean, okay, maybe fine. You've never been to Aso Rock. I mean, it was a Lagos State governor. Maybe Abuja is overwhelming. Maybe it needs to take. But come on, dude! Like, how you messed up the ministerial stuff. You messed up the Niger decision. Who starts putting your you first put you put your threat first.
It's letting
play all your cards, and then you now start working it back. What sort of foolishness is that?
Done. One man, you remember here that we don't need somebody to come and learn on the job. You remember you were castigating Obi sometime back.
Look,
and I know Obi is not the
president. Please let's not.
It's not a missed opportunity. Even it would have been worse.
Let's not be bringing all this Obi nonsense. Obi's past. No need to cry over spilled milk.
We're not crying. No, we are not crying.
Don't bring Obi. Don't irritate me further, please. Obi's gone.
Hold on, I'm just saying that in passing. But now you guys are the Agbadorians. Now you're now faced with the reality. Now you're overhyped.
Rational mind. Rational mind. We criticize anybody that has any house of integrity. Will criticize something that's bad.
No, you people never criticize because
so rational mind. You can continue. Later.
Is this not criticism? What is going on here now?
I'm criticizing. I don't shy away. If I feel strongly about something, I'll say how I feel. Is that?
Well, Kulata has been a good. He responds to issues the way I want him to say, even though he's an APC member. Sometimes he speaks my mind.
You can't
I love him for that because you see, anybody can support any presidential candidate, but the problem is not coming up to speak when the person is going towards the wrong direction. And I think that Kulata has been on that my expectation that anytime that he sees his candidate not doing the right thing, I see him come to criticize, unlike other BAT supporters, unlike
people like this.
Unlike Bishop,
unlike Bishop
and
yourself as well. Unlike yourself.
When we speak truth against Obi, you won't
No,
agree.
Obi is not Obi is not a president now. So maybe if you people allow him to be, maybe we can still give him the same criticism. But for now, you people don't want him to be. So Obi is enjoying himself around the state. You understand? So, but at least the person we are holding responsible now is Bola. That is a Kulata candidate, and the Kulata has been doing well by saying what is right. At least I'm not disappointed at him, just like Enigmatic and all that. But I have a little issue now, Enigmatic. Fuel is about to climb to 875 naira. What are we? Are you sure we're still going to live in this country again? Like Kulata. Please, you need to help me. I just come to beg you to help me. Now what help me?
My advice in Nigeria, if you can afford a bicycle before it gets too expensive, go and buy one. The rally bicycles are reliable. But
you want me to have an idea? You want me to have an idea?
You become fit and you save your wallet as well. So yeah, you become fit and save your wallet.
So I mean, I don't want to stop. Let's be honest with ourselves. Initially Tinubu started well, bold decisions and all, and then he walked everything back. Tinubu that I'm seeing now, he has been demystified. The guy, too much sycophants surrounding that guy. That's just the truth. I'm not so sure he has people giving him the hard truth, the way it should be, the unvarnished truth.
Is it beginning to look like a Buhari Mark II, a cabal?
I swear to God, one man. Sometimes, when they say things and it's more like, oh shoot, like how do you say that this guy is not looking like his predecessor now with this and that? Like it's really to some extent looking like that. There's still time. The good thing is there's still time to course correct. But if he continues, look, if that guy goes for election right now, it's going to lose badly. It's going to lose badly.
Lose to Peter Obi, it will come fourth.
I mean, he's going to struggle with Omoyele and what's the name of our friend that comes here?
The Prince. You say he has to course correct. Is that correcting of course? Is that the getting rid immediately and right now of Badabia Mila and Ganduje, and then put real people? Real people, a strong. I still feel Fashola should be in that.
One man.
Yeah, Folly, good to see you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I think we are getting this thing wrong. In anything, I think civil servants, they set 60 years as a age that you have to retire. Actually, they believe that is something that these people say that made them believe that when you are getting to that age, your brain cannot work the same way it used to work again. Okay, I think these are the area that we need to work on when we are selecting our leaders. In some areas, I know we have some people that have their ages and they are doing fine, but in that area, they have an institution that actually back them up, not to fumble, not like environment like Nigeria. We need a very vibrant and youthful person to lead this country. I think we should stop complaining after the election. We should be seeing all these things before we elect them to the position. All these things we are discussing here today, I think we have been saying it before the election, but people don't listen to us. We are saying this that is going to happen. It's only you are still a victim in the same system we are trying to correct. We fought to that victim as well. The people that did the campaign for Tinubu and us that we didn't campaign for him, we are facing it together today. And these are the areas I think all of us to see that we need more than what we are doing here. Like, what do we even need? How do we even drive our country? How do we put things together to make sure we get it right once? Not because you fall in love with somebody. You are not even looking at the outcome of what we are doing at that particular period. Okay, I think we should be talking about how do we get this country from all these people? But Tinubu have lost it from day one. The day Tinubu announced us oil subsidy to remove them, that was the first.
Okay, so Foley, you are taking us to where I don't want to go. I want to continue. Sorry.
Okay.
I mean, look, too many missteps, too many blunders, unnecessary creation of enemies. The El Rufai, think about it. Is it necessary?
It's the worst enemy to have.
I just sat down to think, can this be avoided? That's the first thing you think. Of course, it can be avoided by just not simply nominating him, by taking him on his word. Why push him publicly to say, I want him, take him to Chatham House, say, walk beside him, like this is the guy who's going to help me do this, and then you now take him through this humiliation. If you don't even like the guy, a casual political observer can look at what kind of treacherous human being are you. It's just not right. And you could have said, okay, if it ended without...
It goes back to that decision making, isn't it?
It's the decision making. That's why I'm like worried about. He has surrounded himself with the bad people. I mean, you should still have some truth.
Kulata, can I put an hypothetical situation to you? I just want to see how you're going to react to this situation. Let's assume he didn't make any blunder from the first day, like you said, maybe because of too much of wise decision that he has taken. Let's say maybe the fuel subsidy wasn't an issue, even though he announced it or he did not announce it. And maybe this Naira arbitrage did not backfire the way it backfired. Let's say everything was okay, everything is cool. Now, this issue of El-Rufai, because I have another angle to this, maybe when it goes to my turn. I just want to see your view. Would you have complained like this, the way you are lamenting right now? Would you have seen this as a problem? El-Rufai, hold on. That El-Rufai was not included. That Nuye was not included. Would you have been lamenting the way you are lamenting now? That's the question.
Yes, I will lament because it's a bad character trait.
Come on. You just said
we all witnessed, like whether you like the El-Rufai or you hate him, publicly we saw what happened. We saw what he was doing. Whatever was happening behind the doors, we did not see that. We did not observe that. We don't know the personal relationship between both men. But I saw what I saw in public. You saw the same thing in public. This is unnecessary, is what I'm trying to say. It's simply unnecessary. It's not needed. It didn't have to take him through this. It's just stupid.
Kulata, to me, this El-Rufai is something I didn't see it as anything. What I'm seeing is the performance of Tinubu to be able to buy the public, and that is my own regard.
I'm going to address that too. I'm going to address that. See, the moves he made, the subsidy has to go. I support subsidy going from now till tomorrow. What's it called? The forex, that has to go too. But that one required some more, like, kind of know how we are. Now that they started auditing CBN, now that CBN finally released part of their books, we found out CBN borrowed, is it $6 billion or something from Goldman Sachs or something? They borrowed money from Goldman Sachs plus another bank. That's the money they were using to patch the Naira at the artificial rate and using it to sell. Borrowed money. So that our so-called reserves that Buhari said is our reserves is really not. It's borrowed money because they opened the books. Now, NNPC has
let carry on. Yeah.
So that money was borrowed, and then we know for a fact that NNPC still holds those guys doing swapping. They still hold them like $3 billion. NNPC has not been remitting dollars into the coffers. So first of all, from a balance of trade perspective, Naira can defend itself. Next thing is there's high inflation. The interest rate we have is not high enough to attract people that want to invest in Naira because it's still too risky. because they can see that the naira is getting swamped by inflation, but you don't have as bad as our interest rate is high enough. It's still not high enough to make people say that, okay, I will forego investing in China or investing in America, I'll just go and take my money to Nigeria, because at the end of the day, last, my bond returns will be high because the interest rate is very, very, very high. It's not. So we're hit with a double whammy. No balance of trade, interest rates not attractive enough. And so we can't, I mean, you say, I mean, CBN doesn't have enough tools to defend the naira. So a lot of that, like a lot of those kind of work has not been done. So as it is right now, the global economy, oil prices is going up. Everybody knows that. It's still going up. It's inching up. So that means petrol in naira, of course, it's gonna go way up. And not just that, the fact that petrol alone is going, the crude is going up by itself. Our own forex too is getting worse by itself too. Arbitrage has also opened up again. So we're going to be hit with a double whammy. So that one, I'm not going to blame in total for that, because that's a Buhari, that's a inherited mess. But they could have maybe handled it better, done the remove the subsidy first, and try maybe time. I mean, maybe a better preparation could have gone into it. I mean,
Kulata, the headline on the screen now is this the solution, or is it even a possibility?
No, this is cartoonish. This is just cartoonish nonsense. Like,
you don't see it.
It's rubbish. Like military. I mean, on what we're talking about now.
The military are reacting to it now, so that tells you then that they are under pressure to play martial music.
Nigeria has passed all that stage. I mean, we're not a ragtag country. We passed all this. We're mature past all this now. Our democracy is now embedded into our culture. I mean, of course, I'm sharing my opinion. I'm not sharing yours. I'm sharing my opinion. So I think we've moved past all these militaries. I mean, those are for basic countries like Nigeria, Burkina Faso, like all these struggling, all these struggling countries. Nigeria is way past all that. Like, we can't be taken back into Marshall era. That some crude guy. Some good guy will wake up and will be listening to Marshall music. All that is way past. But here's the thing now is, this is 3 months. Initially, last time I was here.
Hold on. If it happened, would you welcome it? In terms of,
why will I welcome military? Like, come on now. Let's not talk about nonsense. Military is nonsense.
For just 18 months.
It's rubbish. I can't. No. Let's not even. No, don't even entertain that thought. Like, not for a second will I entertain that thought. Military for what? Do we want to go backwards? No way. Like, then we'll now start going through sanctions. I mean, come on, man. No, I'm not even going to entertain that. We're way past this stage. So what
I'm aware that Goldman Sachs, Chase Bank, their deficit of about $3 billion or $30 billion. Are you aware of that?
What deficit of what?
$3 billion. That
to who?
So it's in the news today. Just Google it.
Goldman Sachs did what? Like, sorry.
No, I mean Chase Bank. That's
to Nigeria or what?
I don't know. I mean, their account balance here in America, they just short of $3 billion, something like that.
I've not been reading. I've not really read news. I just got back in town, so I've been very busy. So
this borrowing that they borrowed under Buhari is going to be an issue. They want to balance their ledger, and then they are having. They have.
Are they one of the lenders to Nigeria?
Did they lend us money? That's what I'm trying to find out.
I think they were one of the lenders. Yeah.
Yeah, but Nigeria now, with removal of subsidy, at least we can service our debt. That's no longer a major concern now. That's no longer a major concern. Is like, here's the thing. There's another bad news that nobody has talked about here. Buhari signed us up for this Siemens deal. that they've been supplying some transmission lines and all. Are you guys aware that Siemens just came back and said that deal is now pushed for another 5 years?
Yes, I said this here the other day now. I said it here the other day now. That there is no hope of Nigeria having electricity at least for the next 5 years.
So
that was the Abakari deal, wasn't it? It was Abakari.
That's the Abakari deal. It's been now pushed for 5 years.
What they said was, what they gave us is that reason was because of the COVID. The COVID set them back. That was what they said.
It's your story. At the end of the day, it's pushed for 5 years.
I don't think there's any money hold to them or whatever things. It's not. But I think they said the COVID, because the logistics and all of that that was delayed during the COVID time, and the production of some of those things that they will need for the, I mean, like some of the transmission lines or whatever it is, this equipment.
Yeah, that's our biggest problem, the transmission. And if we're saying the only existing transmission contract we have is now pushed, because any other thing that's going to be state level has to start from scratch. And this is one that's kind of like, we had some hope. Otherwise, it's just going to be, well, AKK power, AKK gas pipeline that they've built up north now. At least they're releasing one project that Tinubu went to commission. But this other one to rehabilitate the transmission, now that's gone for 5 years. So what do we do? Dangote refinery now, when is that going to happen? So
I think we can forget that one. No, that guy has just gamed us. He's just gamed us, hasn't he?
So I'm not. That's maybe just a accumulation of all sorts of things. Plus, some of the bad decisions. I know. Maybe I'm just. I can't hide how I feel at times. I just feel irritated.
Kulata, I still want to ask you another thing. This pharmaceutical industry that used to produce
GSK
drugs and all that in Nigeria.
GlaxoSmithKline.
For the past 53 years, that have just left this our country. You know that thing has cost a lot of things. Even common inhaler now. You know the cost of inhaler in Nigeria now. That the thing is even so. It's very costly now.
Let's be careful. GSK did not only leave Nigeria. GSK also left Kenya. I shouldn't be talking of like this, but GSK is not doing well financially. I monitor. Forget it. GSK is not doing well like that financially compared to other pharmaceuticals. So it's not only Nigeria they left; they also left Kenya, and they're trying to replace when they leave, they replace with kind of like service provider or contractors that can do contract manufacturing or something. So the GSK one is not just a Nigerian issue; it's a GSK issue. And countries will go out, they will come in. That's really not the main thing. The main thing is some hopes and wishes, like the seeing power issue. Yeah, they have financial issues. But my main grouse right now is the structural problems that we think maybe there'll be some hope. Like the electricity one that Siemens is working on, that's gone for another 5 years. Dangote's own, who knows, maybe it's 2025. Our local refinery, I don't even know when that will come up. So, and then when you now see Tinubu doing all this,
you know what all that speaks to, Kulata. It speaks to an extended period of hardship for the Nigerian people, which will test their patience and maybe turn them against the government.
It will turn them against the government, and then I'm shocked that Tinubu is also not self-aware. Is acting like the way he's acting is making some unnecessary enemies, some unnecessary things. Because right now I have some northern friends on Facebook. I'm seeing them getting in real time. I'm seeing how they're starting to recoil from him, starting with the Niger one. Of course, the fuel subsidy, all of them were laughing that is this, is that, because the entire country is going through that. So that's expected. Everybody felt the pain, but you can think, okay, it's a necessary sacrifice. But when you combine that necessary sacrifice with some of this Niger stuff, then El Rufai one, and you're like looking like, dude, why are you creating all these own goals? These are own goals. This is not necessary. It's too early for you to be doing, to be scoring own goals like that. And can't you see? I mean, can't you see that this is just unnecessary?
Do you see the protests against that Niger in Kano today?
Yeah, hold on for Kulata. We'll get to it in a moment. But actually, now you mentioned the protest. Let me bring it up. I'll be very surprised if Tinubu goes for that Niger Republic or something, because the North are up in arms. Protesters hit Kano streets to kick against ECOWAS planned military intervention in Niger Republic. He has to find a solution, and it cannot be military. It's just as simple as that.
Yes, if I were him at this point in time, you have to find a way for those Coupist guys just to announce a timetable, which is okay. This guy is bad. The people hate him. Is this one thing or the other? Okay, and this is our democratic transition timetable. In the next 12 months or in the next 24 months, we're going to start a party here, a party there, primaries. Just put something there, and in that way, they can shut out the West, because America will be hypocritical, because all they say is that democracy. But now here's your timetable for democracy. What are you crowing about? France can go suck on a lemon. Who cares? Because they can still kick France out. What has France done for them? But America will have no reason to cry. And also we can say, well, since you have a timetable, you're not going to mess in your internal affairs, because okay, you took out a guy that you guys don't like, and you're going to replace him with a democratic person. We can continue our peaceful relationship. Then that's fine. We still need to figure out how we're going to build our pipeline anyway. So, but that will be a very good resolution to this problem. Don't attack them. Don't do all this stuff. Let them just come out with a transition timeline. And again, we stand the risk of losing influence with them, because Algeria now is talking about giving them power to step into our shoes. So if Algeria gives them power, we'll be not as influential with them anymore. So they've already made some fumbles by already threatening, giving them the highest threats for 1 week. You don't give it initial red line. I think they've dealt with that thoroughly on this platform. I don't want to revisit it, but that is what they should try and push for. Just compromise there. No war. Just let that guy if a guy can come out and announce a transition. If it's the one going to drop military uniform and go and wear agbada, it's the African way. That's fine. We're not going to get it perfect, but let them just announce some transition, and no, because you can't go to war. Like, I don't even know. Another area that, of course, that is problematic is Tinubu is probably compromised with the French government. Just the truth.
Yeah, it looks as though he is. It's more a Francophile than an Anglophile.
Yeah, they have his health records. They have everything now, so they can use that. They can use that against him. But he needs to be smart. He does need to be smart, because you will not win your local politics if you go to war. It's clear enough. If he doesn't see that by now, I think it's clear enough. And all this there is an ECOWAS decision. Is this is that.
Can we interject?
Do you want to win the election?
Kalata, can I interject if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure.
But not me, right?
not you.
All right, go on.
And anyways, quickly. So, Tinubu is trying to find a balance in everything he does. Nothing new about what Tinubu is doing, right? Okay. No matter how bad we talk about the French or the Americans, they still have a big role to play in our economy and everything else we do. Okay, so we can't just throw them out. It has to find a balance. On the issue with Niger, we all know that Tinubu's ideology is more towards democracy. Okay, so now him trying to continue democracy in Niger and having to push back from the Northerners and other people, different constituents, it makes sense. I'm not sure why people are panicking. This is quite emblematic of a relationship when people have, a misaligned interest or expectation of the other partner. I don't know why people are panicking about Tinubu. I know people like Rational Mind and many other people. It kind of sound like one man also. beginning to align with obedience. I mean, always like talking like you guys want Tinubu to fail.
This is Christmas for Rational Mind. It's Christmas time for
Rational
Rational Mind.
Mind is
Oh yeah,
jizzing in his pants right now.
yeah, and they can't wait. I mean, say the expectation on Tinubu actually is right. It tells me that you guys think so much of him, so greatly, almost perhaps equate him to the point of a god. That's why you're expecting so much from him in such a short period of time, and also for him to do magic. There's nothing that Tinubu is doing right now that baffles me. Okay, it's just another human being. To me, it's just another leader, another person. I expect him to make mistakes and a lot of mistakes. It's just like I said, his ability to correct his mistakes along the way and change course is what matters really. And quite frankly, do you think if Buhari was going to get military into southwest or southeast Nigeria and people are shouting ethnic this and that, do you think he would care? He would bring the military and do whatever the heck he wants to do. But it sounds like even though they put an ultimatum on the Nigerians, Tinubu still wants to negotiate and is listening to different people talking about their concerns. Okay, he has left to him. I think he wants to go in there and take out the military because he doesn't want military next to him at all, especially in Nigeria. That's expected. But all this talk about
yeah, finish. I want to interject you.
The Prince, let me ask you a question.
It's Kulaka's flaw.
Yeah, you guys continue. I'm enjoying everybody. Yeah. I've not been here.
Let me reply, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, it's just that we continue to support. For me, I want Tinubu to succeed because this is my country. I'm living in Nigeria. But you see, the reason why we have to hold him accountable at this point in time is true. We are not expecting miracle from him. But for me, for now, I will tell you the fact. I've not seen any direction that we are going to in this country. But because at least we should have seen a direction. This is where we are moving to. But I'm not seeing that.
No, I believe you when you said that, but you are still a direction, but you're not getting the result that you want immediately. That's the problem. Okay.
No, the reason why I said that, if I tell you that I'm not disappointed with that ministerial nominees, I'm lying. Because what you see, there is an adage in an Igbo land that said that from the witness of the sheet, you know how the sheet will be.
Hold on, Ekene. You have to say it in Igbo first before then give us the translation. Say it in Igbo first.
Yeah, it's from the sweetness of that sheet, you know how that sheet will be, whether it will be sweet, so all those kind of stuff. So from the beginning, the way he put his house, how he started will show how that administration will look like. Do you understand? So that ministerial nominee almost got me some. I'm beginning to think.
What were you expecting? What were you expecting on the ministerial list? What names? What were you expecting?
You see, we are expecting a lot of shifting. We need to shift ground from all these political jobs.
There were a lot of new names on the list that I myself, if
we know how politics work in Nigeria.
I have no clue about them.
You know how politics work in Nigeria. I see those guys' name, but the list I'm seeing, I'm not convinced. You have to understand that you don't know if you know Nigerian politics, how they work. We need to move away from all these political jobbers. And
sorry, Kene, hold on, Kene. You don't know their CV, not to be convinced or convinced now. What do you know about what do you know about Bosun Tijani or Professor Pate or any of those people? You don't know their CV for you to make a decision right away.
Everybody wants a flashy name and big title. I don't know. That's what people want.
You see, that minister is not getting their portfolio at this point in time. What is he waiting for? Let him kick start. You know, if we go by his campaign, Prince Daddy, if we go by the campaign of Bola Tinubu, do you know that he has already failed?
Come on now, really? In less than
I'm
3
telling
months,
you,
2.5 months?
If we should go by his campaign, what he said.
Okay, you know what? I believe you. I understand what you're talking about. But that's why people like myself.
But for me, knowing that, I'm not going to judge him by those words they use in their campaign.
You have to separate. You have to separate political campaign.
Yeah, go on.
You have to separate political campaign from reality. Okay, not because they lie when they campaign, but you have to put your expectation.
Prince Daddy,
Prince
Daddy, please let me make it literal to you. So if they give Bello Matawale, if they give him education portfolio, do you think will record any considerable success in that ministry?
Well, I'm assuming based on that question that Matawale has no background in education or the ability.
It doesn't matter. You only need to be a good administrator. It doesn't matter whether you.
Well, yeah. Okay. Good. And I agree with that. So I don't know, but is he a good administrator? Yes or no? Do you know that?
It was the governor of Zamfara. He lost his election in Zamfara, and you know how chaotic Zamfara was, and that's one of your ministerial nominees.
Well, but that doesn't tell me that if he can perform or not. Really, he hasn't told me much.
He's already been tested. Or if you give, what's the name of that? Is Abacha Luta? What's the name of that one? Bagudu. So if they give Bagudu Ministry of Budget and Planning, then what do you think is going to happen?
I get your point, but the reality is that.
Yeah, so when we know what we know, and like that's why if you're going to bring politicians, bring the ones with the first class brain, like what's it called? Like El Rufai, bad for the likes of El Rufai, not some bull. I'm just going to swear. I don't want to swear. Not some.
Right. Let me. There has to, there has to be a balance, a balance of the politicians, the technocrat, and all these things. We know that. Let you to know it has to find a balance. But however, before I kind of get off on El Rufai issue. This story we're talking about, all this narrative we created about this issue surrounding Tinubu and El Rufai, to me is a non-existent narrative. It's just a bunch of stories. It makes no sense. Okay, there's no doubt perhaps there's some quote-unquote cabals trying to frustrate El Rufai. But why would you think Tinubu would go all the way and drag out El Rufai to embarrass him? Well, for what? It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly the point. That. Why did he have to do that? That's my point. It's avoidable.
He didn't do it. Why would you think he did that?
He didn't do it. So Tinubu is an invalid. Is he an invalid?
He didn't do it now.
If he didn't, is he an invalid? Is Tinubu? Does Tinubu's senses don't work? Why are we defending crap?
No, it's not defending now.
Apparently. Lotai, I don't think you.
Can I come in though?
Hold on, please. You talk. Do you know what happened?
Hold on, everybody. If you're not speaking, then stay muted because then your background noise comes into the feed. Carry on.
All right. Sorry. So the issue was that what's his name? This NSA guy. What's his name? Ribado sent in some memo to the House of Rep. The National Assembly, the Senate, telling them that they should not confirm him, that this guy is a national security threat. So, how does Tinubu take that blame? How? I don't know if you guys are aware of that. That's what I heard.
Are you kidding me?
That's a good point.
So they did not send memo about Matawale's EFCC cases. That is a thief. Or Bagudu Zone that we know that they're still chopping Abacha's money, or some other people that had national security. They already passed national security screening, by the way. How did they get out of the NSA and then went to the Senate in the first place?
Maybe they did all of that. But my point is this. The House of Rep got a memo from the NSA.
Yes, but it passed NSA screening in the first place to be submitted to the Senate. This is not the first time it's gone to the NSA.
Listen. Every rational thinking person will look at it from that point of view. I'm not saying
rational mind, they could have nipped it in the bud before it even went out to this place. That's my point.
This question, the question we ask.
Hold on, rational mind. The security screening is actually post nomination. You know, no, it is because that's why. Hold on, mute yourself for a moment. We're getting some heavy whooping sound from you. The security screening is actually not post, actually pre nomination. So they screen them first before then they send their name to the National Assembly. So that's the process. It's not post the nomination. It's pre the nomination. Rational mind.
Yeah, but it's because you said I'm the wolfing sound. I don't know.
Yeah, we can hear it, but carry on. Yeah,
my old device. I have to switch to my laptop now. So anyway, yeah. So it's pre. There should be a background check before even the nomination. You will ask your security agencies, do your fact finding about these guys. Let me know and get back to me. It's left for they only do it and give it the president whatever they have, whatever dirt they have on the guy. Now it's now left for Tinubu to say, no, I don't want this guy. What all these things I have here. Now, if Tinubu forward that name to National Assembly, it means that except maybe he's pretending to be two-faced, except that he sent the name to the National Assembly, confirm this guy. It's NSA. I don't know whether the House of Rep, National Assembly, reached out to NSA to give them any information they have. Or maybe the NSA on their own does volunteer that information. I don't know whose request was it. So, but then the NSA volunteering that information was what informed the Senate for not confirming him. That's what the report says. So I don't know how Tinubu come into this matter. How do we all maybe just here talking about Tinubu like I see? Maybe he's the one who behind went to go and stab him because what this guy was saying, the Erufai was saying at some point too.
Rational mind. It doesn't matter. We know the kind of system Nigeria runs. If Tinubu wants Erufai, definitely Erufai is going to be there. But my interjection was on the prince. The prince, you're saying something about the reason for going.
You're breaking off, man. No, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear you, Des. All right, let's get back to Kolata. I think that
So let me put it this way: Tinubu has been a waffling president. That's my long shot. Summary. He's been a waffling president. He started as a decisive person, then all of a sudden he just started waffling. I don't know. Whoever is his cabal, I think he needs. Every president will have a cabal, but I think you need to have some truth sayers in one of your cabals, someone that can kind of like ground you. I think maybe the combination of Gbajabi Amila and Ganduje is one psychopath too many in his surrounding, and that's just me just reading stuff from
even Abab yourself. Even Ababio Kulata, that Ababio, the way he is behaving, that Senate is going to be the worst Senate in the history of this country.
Yeah, and another area is, look, the country is going through pain. This is not the time to run a very bloated government. 40-something ministerial nominees, really? 40-something? 40-something? Is it tone deaf? The country, these people are going through hard. You're telling them to adjust. And then you're now going to nominate 40-something.
Nigeria never fails to disappoint. We put hope in Buhari and it turned out as he is. And then Tinubu now is just...
Guys, let's look. If anybody can tell this guy the truth, he needs to be told the truth. I'm not raised to not say my mind how I feel. This is exactly how I feel. I think he's getting off the wrong foot, and he needs to course correct real quick. Yeah.
All right. Just finally, before I go on to Paddy, just with Solomon there, it was sort of suggesting that they might use the petition tribunal to try and get him. So you are saying a military coup is too far-fetched, but do you think they can use that petition tribunal to substitute him with Atiku Abubakar?
No, let's forget that. Tinubu is the president. He's going to be the president for the next 4 years. Obedience and articulated, especially obedience. don't get your kickers up in a bunch. You guys there's no shot, there's no rerun, there's no whatever. It's the only one that made the constitutional requirement. The court cases did not prove that those guys won. The court cases did not prove beyond reasonable doubt that there was a significant significant enough shenanigans in the elections. Zero was proved. The man is going to be your president. The appeal court and the Supreme Court are going to say the same thing. There's nothing wrong. He's duly elected, but please, guys, criticize him when he's not doing right. It will benefit all of us.
All right, brilliant.
Are you sure you like it? Are you sure?
Oh my!
Huh?
I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah. The prince was talking about reason for going to Niger, and I made this statement yesterday, and I think one man was just trying to, do his not usual. Reason for going to war, the prince, is more fundamental than the war itself. The reason is that if Russia is going to war against Ukraine, to me, there's more reason for Russia to go to that war, because we are talking about NATO, trying to encroach towards Russia, the border. Now there is even more reason for that war. But this particular war, there is no visible reason that I can actually see, other than people saying that you want to install democracy in another country. It is not enough reason for your soldiers. Just take Afghanistan, for example, when the United States was there. And there are some soldiers there that's actually gone rogue, because the reason wasn't actually good enough for them to risk their life, and they got court-martialed. So why I'm saying this, that you might actually go to that war, and on the other hand, you have some people that are not actually invested emotionally in that war, which will in turn elongate that war. That is why I'm saying that it's not good enough for you to go to a war because of you just want to, install democracy in another country. If you have to give those soldiers a reason, give them a tangible reason, to protect country, love of the country. I mean, some sort of reason, not just to install democracy in another country. It doesn't make any sense.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant, thank you. Let's come from Kulata to Paddy. Paddy, what seems to be agitating people is the treatment of El Rufai, who a lot of people feel he was served up publicly for humiliation. People are going back to 4 years when this guy was threatening Tinubu's hold on Lagos State, and they're saying it's payback time. But that seems somewhat petty for somebody that has now gotten his lifetime ambition, and the man that helped him get there now being publicly humiliated like this. What are you then attributing to this public shaming of the little man from Kaduna? Paddy.
Hello, one man, and
Rotimi,
good, yeah. Well, yeah. Personally, I actually think that I very much align with Kulata's stance on on the show of shame that did happen to. But I actually think that what it kind of like showed to me is the weakness that Tinubu has somewhat garnered for himself within the last in the last weeks. And Rufai's you knew about. We all know about his current security concerns, and nominating him, Tinubu should have spoken with the win, even out of the Senate, to ensure that he can at least somehow circumvent the process. But having that show of shame, it's something that he actually shouldn't have allowed. I don't think it was part of that pettiness that happened 4 years ago. I think Tinubu about that. There's one person that I know that he doesn't hold a grudge for long. Tinubu has probably proven to be that person who doesn't hold long grudges. He understands my. And sometimes, people will say things, and Rufai himself vastly, well for him to prove himself, especially within the campaign, went against Buhari, came out for him, tooth and nail. But what Tinubu should have done right is either not make him minister, and then whatever is happening now happen. Look, you know what? Based off of XYZ factor, I can make a minister, but do you have someone you want to nominate? So rightly to what Kulata said, he said he didn't want to. He should have just him and then just go for somebody else. I think Tinubu understood clearly what it was that he was trying to achieve. First off, he urged old LFI, based on his efforts. Number one, number two, he also understands LFI on his campaign, gives him that acceptance that he so much needs, and we can already start seeing what's happening now. And the spillover is this Niger Republic issue. After the junta and everything going on, and El Rufai would have person who would have been able to speak to nothing. Let them understand that look, we are not against our cousins, up north in Nigeria, to ensure that the government goes back where it used to be. But those people who would openly have gone to speak for him or speak to the locals for him are no longer there, and that's why we are seeing protests, even all them being sponsored already happening already, with them, and that's my opinion anyway as regards the sponsorship of that protest.
Your connection is somewhat choppy.
Within the north.
Can you hear me, Rotimi? The connection is a little bit choppy.
Yes, I can.
Your connection is a bit choppy. It must be an American thing. That third world system you have in America, I'm not quite sure. Maybe we should send the globe to America. Let's send globe to America to go and sort you out. But where I was going to push you to is that do you think the Tinubu administration is starting to wear the coloration of being somewhat anti-North? Because if you think of the North, you think of El Rufai. If you think of the North, you think of their relationship with Niger Republic, places like Chad, etc. Are they starting to? Do you see where I'm going to with that?
Yes, I do. And I mean, to my opinion, I don't think it's anti-North. I think it's probably he's just falling into that box where he's nothing opposition now have something to use against him. I think for the most part of his campaign, he's been dealing with the Southern opposition, all through his campaign period and now. I mean, up until this very moment, and he's kind of somewhat positioned himself to no longer have Northern allies who are now there to back him up in times like this, where he's very much needing them. The fact that even the stance or the claims of the shouts of war, as the case is even trending in Nigeria, or is become a talking point, is a concern. Prior to now, people should have been able to establish clearly that this is just pretty much the Nigerian government fulfilling what their obligation is to ECOWAS. In Nigeria, even if this coup had probably happened in maybe Benin Republic or something, the Nigerian army would have joined Nigeria, other ECOWAS country, to do the same thing in Benin Republic. But right now it's almost as though it's a war, and there's almost no counter PR from the presidency to counter the to your point. Yes, it's gonna start making it seem as though he's indeed an anti-Northern agenda, an anti-Northern stuff, and they need to do a whole lot more to to sensitize the Northern votes, or Northern citizen denizens, that this is exactly not what's actually happening. I get your sentiments, but I still think that he would have a way to calm this down. At the beginning of the negotiation, I mean, he did the right. They sent Sanusi, they sent Abdul Salam, so you could see that at those points this wasn't happening. But now that there's now some more pushback, there's an Aero 5 who will have been on the side. That's almost as though everyone within the northern side are now distancing themselves away from Tinubu, and that's a very bad flag. It's a red flag. It's something that he needs to find a way to ensure that he gets them back. Unfortunately, the people who he has around him are probably just focusing on their own pockets, or focusing on what they stand to gain, but they're not doing anything to help to help the poor old president into this case.
And the military feeling the need to come out to give the reassurance on patriotic Nigerians calling on us to overthrow Tinubu. So if you heard that martial music on Radio Nigeria, how would you respond to that? Would you welcome it? Do you think a military intervention for a short period of time to recalibrate the country, do you think that might be a direction of travel?
Oh no. I mean, we are. I agree with sentiment that we as a country, or Nigeria as a particular. I mean, in particular, we have vastly gone past that junta era. We can't. I mean, no. The last ones we had in '66, we can see where we're still living off that piece. Our constitution got changed. But people, I mean, part of the resentments that we even have amongst each other, tribal wise, is based off of that particular coup. So we don't want to relive that, even though people are demanding for it. We don't want to. I mean, we will lose everything. We will lose every progress that we've made. I don't think. I mean, and Nigerians are vastly vested globally. We've become somewhat the global citizen, because we have very many of us making very loud presence in very many places. We can't deal with the sanctions. We can't deal with the involvement. We have, I mean, we all know what Nigeria is like. There are too many of us who are already everywhere, in the world. We have too many vested interest in us as a country. We can't afford to go through such. I think I'm just probably where I got curious was why the military felt the need to even bring that out. I thought that kind of thing was beneath them. Maybe it should have been like a DSS kind of thing. So even if the military were getting such, they probably should have committed to DSS, and then DSS should have been the ones who were going to. Do
you think they are testing the waters to see how people will respond to it?
I mean, technically, ideally, I should have said so, but I think they probably did that to prove some sort of quasi loyalty, no matter how, or maybe a full loyalty. Look, this is happening, but I guess they needed that to show that they are, they're in support of democracy. Look, so, and that's why they had to use the word like unpatriotic Nigerians actually asking, because in this instance, patriotism is the key. I also think that Tinubu has done what an ambassador has done, also did in terms of as regards reducing the influence of the people who he thinks could have planned this coup and kept his own allies there. I don't think so. I don't see it happening anytime soon. And I think even if that was going to happen, this is why many West African countries, the ones who have not been overthrown by military, need to do what they're doing. I'm very much in support of it. I mean, I understand the sentiments that are out there, but I believe that ECOWAS needs to prove that they are indeed ECOWAS. Otherwise, no one's going to take them serious. They already give it 1 week stance that and that they have to follow it up. ECOWAS is doing what ECOWAS signed up to do. However it is that people are trying to make it seem like it's a Nigerian thing, and all that. I think what Nigeria needs to do is to emphasize the need that, look, these people, this thing that we are doing is to protect us as Nigerians, and there are too many. I mean, Clotta raised the point, which I was hoping to just touch a little bit on, is the fact that Algeria are now wanting to provide power to to Niger. And all those things are actually adding up now. There's almost a very strong pushback on Nigeria having our gas pipeline to Europe, because in this case now, this particular Niger junta is affecting us. One, number two, if we look back as far back as Libya, and what happened to to Libya, and all the arms that that happened that led to Boko Haram, all coming from the arms and ammunition from Libya. We are seeing how trickle down, how Niger has almost been like some sort of buffer for Nigeria within that Sahara area, within the sub-Sahara region. And if you leave that Niger to be porous, to have Wagner in there and have so many, and have people from Libya be able to trip in, And I remember ISWAP. So why did ISWAP or ISWAP come into Niger to have a base there? It's uranium. So it's almost like the fourth part where they're now beginning to have access to creating their own nuclear weapon. And the fact that America had to come and for the very first time set up an aerial base in Africa, something that they've never done before, on ground, in the middle of the Sahara area that is landlocked. It's because they actually have strong intel. And these are things that would have, could be detriment to Nigeria. Up until now, look at what we've been.
Have we lost you, Rotimi? Hello, can anyone hear me? Or have you lost me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
All right. I think Rotimi. Are you back, Rotimi?
Yes, I am.
All right, brilliant. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I kept my phone on do not disturb. Yeah, so I was yeah. So if we saw what happened, in that bay, it's needed for US to come in and set their intel there. We can't afford to have to allow the access to uranium to be able to create nuclear weapons, and that's what we're going to leave loose. To them, and it's a case
I don't quite think. Sorry, I don't quite think a bunch of jihadists.
Yeah.
They have the know-how to create nuclear weapons, but yeah. Well, are you suggesting that ISWAP has the capacity to create nuclear weapons?
No, they don't need to have the capacity. Iran or Iraq, is it Iran or Iraq? One of them has, and all they have to do is just get uranium to them, and then they have that capability. They can sell it. These are things they can sell in black market. North Korea, they're willing to buy. So we don't want to have people who have that kind of, because to them that's what North Korea was able to negotiate with under Trump. And that's nuclear. The moment you have access to such, we can't. The possibility of them creating something is endless, and that's why America came to make a base. And America has been helping us in terms of being able to protect that particular part of the Sahara for the most part. Look away from shy away from it. And there's also Russia there, which is also trying to protect its interest, with gas pipeline. And one of the things that Tinubu has said even before he became president was anti-Russia rhetoric to say Nigeria also needed to sell gas to Europe. And our fastest route to selling gas to Europe is through Niger and Algeria. And now, going through which will have taken us probably in 3 years' time, will have been done. Chevron has invested so much money in that bid already. America, so that people who are ready to trade. But now Algeria doesn't want us to, it won't favor Algeria if you pass through there. It will have favored Niger, but not from a cash point in terms of huge revenue. It will just be okay. We'll give you gas as well too. It'll have been an easier trade. But we need that. In fact, the success of Tinubu's government, as far as I'm concerned, is largely based on if we're able to send gas to Europe. In 2-3 years' time, that pipeline, that pathway will have been giving Nigeria tremendous revenue compared to the 8 years one, or how many years one, if you'll have to go through the coastal route. So that now is the goal or the things he was looking forward to achieving as a president are almost being shortchanged now because of this particular thing. And for those who are supporting the entire program, and I'm wondering, have they forgotten what Wagner has been doing in the Congo area, or have they even forgotten what Wagner did in Russia itself? How much more places like in Nigeria? We don't want such thing there. And the first thing that a president must do is to protect its border and also protect the treaty that Nigeria has with ECOWAS. We can't keep giving this military and dictators chance to feel like, why would we even think that the same military guy who was part of this, the previous government and the previous government before that, vested interest, enjoying their wealth, being part of all looting stuff from France, suddenly are now the ones who now want to redeem the country. No, they did it for their own promise office reasons. And if you're not thinking that, because it appears to us as though it's anti-France or it's anti-Western trading, then suddenly it's fine. We can't afford to do. We can't afford to do. The people are asking for for foreign influence, military to take over, cannot stand it. In fact, most of they will be the ones who will get affected the most, because all these are public opinions that they think they have. They won't have those things anymore. You will not be able to criticize the government. And the little parties that we think that we are seeing, little charades or stadium that is being filled up, because it's probably someone from their tribe. So there are too many factors that are fundamental that the ECOWAS needs to put a strong foot on ground to say we do not want three juntas to be happening again in West Africa. This is probably like the 5th country that it's happening to, and then they need to do it. And this particular one is even very peculiar because it's about 5 or 7 states. It's borderless.
Rotimi, Kulata was saying earlier that if this military junta in Niger Republic, if they announce a short-term transition to civilian rule, that could be a soft landing window for ECOWAS. So if they are able to, if they are able to give us a 2-year plan to return to democracy, would that be enough for Tinubu to hide under that and recoil from this?
Yes, and typically this is usually what happens. And here's one thing that people almost don't even always remember is that, give or take, it's a win-win for this guys who are actually did this junta. It's a win because once they are able to give once they're able to carry through this transitioning, they also get very huge benefits. They also they enjoy so much amnesties. They can choose any country under exile with plenty of reward. But of course, it's usually not always mentioned because countries don't always want to appear as though they're pandering to military leaders. But from both sides, usually a win, unless they push back vehemently.
You're breaking.
Which can happen again in Niger.
You're breaking up quite heavily. Yes, I think is where you are. But land that thought. Yeah, carry on. That's a lot better. That's spot right there. Carry on.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. So I was just it's actually raining. I think it's raining in the panel. In my panel. So I was saying that this people's coup planners always end up having a win-win. So once they agree to transitioning, which is usually what like ECOWAS would expect of them, is that they also always gain very huge benefits. They give them amnesties. They probably could decide to go live in Cayman Island or probably hiding somewhere in the Maldives or Seychelles or whatever, on some quote unquote on the exile and their largest thing. So for them, it is to their benefit to negotiate. It is to their benefit to also have an interim government who they will say they will have to transition within 2 years or something. But and then they'll be fine.
All right. Did Rotimi drop? He's still there. So yes, Rotimi, speak to us about this list of most corrupt countries in Africa. When I saw that headline at the very top with the golden bow, I was expecting to see the name Nigeria, but we're not. But this is not a data-led index, by the way. Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, a call kept on coming. I think I'll probably just attend to the call and maybe come back if I have.
Yeah, let me let you take that call and then we go to Ekene, but stay with us because people enjoy hearing from you. So let's hear from you for as long as you can stay with us. But let's go to Ekene to speak to us about the space. So Ekene, it looks as though people don't see us as being as corrupt as we insist that we are. In Africa, people see us as one of the least corrupt spaces. Does that come to you as a surprise?
It's a surprise now. Well, for me, it's a surprise. I don't know how maybe they have another way of doing this analysis. But for me, it's a surprise. Nigeria is a corrupt nation. And we cannot move away from where we are today if we don't stop corruption in our system. The only thing that is the thing that is holding Nigeria back is mostly corruption. So, but I don't know what they regard, what they put together to come up with it. But every Nigerian knows that corruption is very deep in our country, both citizens and the governor and the leaders themselves. So it's a fact. I don't know how they did their own. I'm surprised they did it that way. So
before I take you to the El Rufai space, there is this new law that Tinubu has just passed. I want to take your sounding on it. It's just been brought to my attention that Tinubu has passed the law that anybody that has not clicked on the like button, they should do that right now. So is that a law that you approve? Do you approve of that law?
I approve. I approve. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that once I leave. I'm gonna do that. No problem.
All right, brilliant. So take us to the El Rufai space and the treatment of him. Whether you like El Rufai or not you personally, whether anybody likes El Rufai or not, it's just it leaves a poor taste in the mouth, doesn't it? It's not form, is it? It's not cricket, as they say. What are you then making then of the little man from Kaduna and his comeuppance?
Well, one man, I'm not really interested on all these political things, but for me, I know that El Rufai really contributed in this administration coming on board. In fact, he fought for it and he won it. So, from him not to be in this cabinet, it's a surprise to me. I don't know what Tinubu think by giving him that treatment and all that, because it's an open secret. Everybody knows how the guy fought now, especially during the Naira policy and all that. So even though it was like Tinubu came to him to force that support from him, but he later gave it, and he gave it 100% or more than, and he delivered. So getting that treatment, I don't know what they are thinking, but for me, I'm not really much concerned. My concern is for Tinubu to do much to surprise people like me. That is my concern. So I need him, because if he can surprise people like me and other ordinary Nigerians, there is nobody. El Rufai is nobody. If he does that, definitely he will got his second term. But if he continues to concentrate on all this political thing and all that, I don't think he will go far. And I want to first, before I continue, to congratulate somebody like Kulata on this platform, because I like people that speak facts, no matter your party affiliation and all that. People that wants to say what it is, not using English to cover sense and all that. You understand? So people like Kulata.
Will you encourage people like Rational Minds to be more like people like Kulata, to be balanced in their views?
Well, even if you are obedient, you still need to be like Kulata. You understand? So I want to appreciate him, because in Igbo land he said, "Etodike na nkome, onwike mekwa ozo." If you congratulate a strong man in what he did right, you will have strength to do another right thing. So, but I still disagree with him in some areas, especially concerning the tribunals and all that, because that tribunal is, though I don't believe in the tribunal, but I don't think that anybody here can give a final conclusion about what is going to happen in the next few days concerning the tribunal. So for that, I'm going to disappoint Kulata, that he might be expecting something different. But even if it doesn't happen, maybe.
What are you seeing? I'm not asking you to guess at anything, and don't hide away from the question. What are you seeing happening at that tribunal? Because I know you are monitoring that space, but what are you anticipating as a likely outcome? What sort of verdict do you expect?
Well, the way I followed it, I see something different than what I expected, because not following the technicalities and all that that they used to do before, which they pronounce before the judgment, before the trials begin, that are not going to follow that they are not going to condone any technicalities, and they have been following that trajectories up to this time. So I'm waiting for their final judgment, but for them to give me that confidence at the initial stage, you know, it's all those technicalities that avoided it a lot. They speak to the fact. They brought out what they need to bring out and all the evidence and all that, and they are able to deliberate on that. So for me, it gives me some hope if they are going to deliver based on our constitution, in our constitution and all that. I think something good might come out of it, or something positive might come out of it in terms of the obedience side. But if it goes the other way around, maybe it might be good for the batified. But whatever, my point is whatever.
Sorry, Ekene, what verdict do you think favors the obedient space? What verdict will favor the obedient space?
Well, the verdicts that will favor them should be if it is anything less than, let's say, Obi won the election. I don't think somebody like me, I don't have that strength to go for that second round, though, even if it is a runoff or all that, because
the hope is that the tribunal will declare Obi the winner of the election. Not
that should be not my hope. That should be the best. If that should be the hope that but that is the hope. You understand? And that is what will make that judgment to be more valid. But for that, making it to be a second round of a thing, I don't think people they're not ready to go that. I've been able to hear from so many people.
Sorry, Kenneth. Do you know that Obi himself is not asking the tribunal to, because it did not say at the tribunal that he won the election or that they should declare him the winner. He is saying that the process was faulty. That is his main thing. So it's almost impossible for them to declare him winner. The most that can happen is a rerun.
Well, yes, that's the most.
They cancel the whole thing, or a runoff or a rerun. Those are the two spaces, really.
Yeah, that's the main verdict that people are looking at. That rerun, and I see it. That might be the only positive or for the obedient that will come out from that space. But for me, if it's for that rerun, I don't see that strength. People are not ready to go back to that fight, at least for now. You understand what I mean, one man? So
do you think that if the courts declare a rerun, it will create a lot of resentment against Peter Obi?
Sure. Although many people would like to still defend him, but like the ordinary people, the way what happened in the last election and all that, people wouldn't want to risk all that again. You understand? The energy to win Lagos, it's a very hard task, yo. I don't think it will just happen so soon again. Do you understand what I mean, one man? So,
can I ask you? So I ask you one man's question. Sorry, one man. Good evening.
Yeah.
Okay. If a new election is being ordered on the grounds of non-compliance, which is basically the issue of transmission of election, do you think that if INEC transmits elections from polling units on real time, like is stipulated on their guideline, and that is the only ground that the next election will be acceptable?
Don't take it down some convoluted route. But carry on. But
it's a direct question now.
Don't make it too deep.
I said, do you think?
He said, do I think what?
Do you think that if the next election, on the grounds that INEC is going to transmit the polls from the polling units in real time as stipulated in their guideline, and people are sure that INEC will do this, because obviously that will be the ground for a new election, because you didn't do it the last time it was cancelled? Do you think that there's anything that will make Obi not to win even the Lagos you're talking about, if the election is transmitted from polling units and people turn out?
Yes, a lot of factor will make him not to win. Let me tell you, I monitor the election in my local government, my polling unit. I know what happened, especially during the time of governorship. So if they should bring that kind of energy again, I don't think Obi will have any chance to win Lagos. Do you understand? So it's not it's what I witnessed. It's what I witnessed. A lot of those polling units in my area, almost most of them, were not collected, but they were transmitted. We know how it happened. We fought. A lot of fight. We fought on the street.
One man, may I come in, please? May I interject?
You understand? So if that thing should happen again,
after I can land here.
If that thing should happen again, I don't think people will have that energy to come to fight that day again. And the way, you know, the criticism that is going there, especially Igbo residing area, Igbo would like to now, let's say, a few people would like to respect themselves.
Kenneth, do you think if they cancel the elections, do you think that will create a lot of resentment amongst the Yorubas? Do you think that?
Well, I think no. For now, it might not create because everybody is feeling something.
You don't think the Yorubas will resent it?
Unless the politicians.
That will be pushed it to that point.
One man, let's look at it this way. One thing we have not interrogated. I wish Ogbeni is on this panel.
We have another lawyer. We have
okay, if another lawyer is here.
Yeah,
let's say the court declares a rerun. Definitely Tinubu will be out of power. So Akpabio, the Senate president, will be the head of government and supervise the election. I don't know if there's a lawyer here, whether I'm wrong or not. They should correct me. Akpabio will supervise the election as the Senate president.
I think that's the case.
Well, if that should be the case, I don't know but I think Tinubu has already, within few months, he has already solidified his ground in terms of both police and the space and the army picking of ministers and all that.
And then also, who would administer it? Is it still the same Mahmoud Yakubu?
Sure now. Sure. Sure that it will be Mahmoud Yakubu. So for me, that alone is like stressing Nigeria again to go back to what they have just passed or moved on with. So for me, but I think that would be the only judgment that can the only good thing that the Obidients will be expecting in that judgment. Because I don't see it easily giving Obi that say Obi win this election. So because following the court case,
that's just ridiculous to say Obi win.
Yeah, following the court case, I didn't see those things that say that Obi won. It was only that blood result, following the process and disqualification because of non-qualification of the candidate and all that. So if they follow the constitution and say this election is nullified, the only thing that can happen is rerun. Somebody like me, I can vote, but a lot of the people that I was able to convince in the first election, I don't think I will get all of them again. So because I've been
you don't think people will see it as an anti-Yoruba thing if they cancel the election? You don't think the Southwesterners will see it as anti-Yoruba?
No, Southwesterners will not see it like that. I have a lot of Southwesterners.
I think they will, and I'm from the Southwest.
No, the people that will do that are top class politicians, for sure. One man. You see, you don't know people. What is happening in Nigeria now?
Hold on. Let me do a round robin on that. So we have some Southwesterners here. Actually, everybody gets the chance. We kick it off with Des. Des, if they did I okay, still there. Des, if they cancel the election and order a rerun, do you think the Southwesterners will see it as an anti-Yoruba thing? just a snapshot answer. Des, are you there? When you don't want him to speak, he speaks. But when you want him to speak, Kulata, same question. All right.
No. Let me answer you now. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm on mute. No, I don't think anybody will see it as a Southwestern thing. I think a lot of people that are currently going through the tough times will think of a redo, and a lot of them will probably not vote for Tinubu.
All right. Same question to you, Baba. Do you think if they cancel the election, the Southwesterners will see it as an anti-Yoruba thing?
I think so. I think so, one man. I think so. If we look at what is happening right now, after the election, I think that will be the sentiment.
Yes,
because all the vituperation that has been coming from the other direction has been against the Yoruba. And that has made a lot of the Yorubas to dig in and see it as if it's a war against them. So it will continue in the next election.
All right, brilliant. Let's take the same question to Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko, if they cancel the election, do you think the Yorubas will some sort of resentment as it been anti-Yoruba? Ajanle Koko. All right, we don't appear to have Ajanle Koko. Let's go to we do have you. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Look, Baba spoke my mind. I think I align with his thought. So he spoke my mind.
All right, brilliant. Same question to you, Folly B. Folly B, if they cancel the election, do you think the Yorubas will see it as an anti-Yoruba move? Folly B. All right, Uptown. We can already guess what you'd say, but Uptown.
Actually, you can't guess what I would say, actually, one man. But for me, I think I'm going to go with what Kulata said. I think if you hear the what's going on now, where people, especially Northerners, that are saying that Tinubu's appointing people, that most of the people that strong he appointed was on Southwest, and he's just appointing, and now this El-Rufai thing, the only one person that is capable from their region is also out, and all that. That's going to affect his votes in the North. In the Southwest, things like the hardship issue and all of that is going to really affect the people will be like, no, let's try another route and all that. So I think it's going to affect him more negatively. I don't think they are going to try to push it. APC will try to push that narrative, but I don't think it will fly as much as it flew during the governorship.
All right, brilliant. Same question, Enigmatic. Hondi. Enigmatic.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Oman. I align with Baba, so that's the sentiment, because post-election, the narratives and of course, let me use this language, the vituperation and the unpatriotic stance of certain elements, you can point to where it's coming from and then where they are directing it to. So basically, just picking Baba's mind. And then beyond that, probably when I have time to talk a little bit, it will just a very big short answer to address that tribunal and just leave it. But that's my point. Basically, I align with Baba with this point.
All right, brilliant. Same question to you, Akim. Akim, good to see you, Akim. Akim usually comes here to just to go to bed. I think he's probably asleep already. All right, Akim, not. So back to you. Can I round off your thoughts, and then we go to Baba, and then to Folibis. Can I round off your thoughts?
Okay. Anyway, that tribunal still hold my reservation and all that. So what? The issue of what is it? Russia?
Actually, hold on. Let me play you a clip as we go into the Russian stance on the ECOWAS space. Let me play you a 40-minute clip. So those are where our people in Kano State protesting against, at least signaling to the government that they don't want any military incursions in Niger Republic, and the Russians warning against it as well. Ikene.
That is why I said that earlier at this stage of this Niger of a stuff that Tinubu would have focused more on governing this country called Nigeria because of the problem we are facing. This is not the only. There was one man that is called Shehu, this thing, Madi Shehu or something like that. The man really, the way he spoke against Tinubu on the national TV, that the war against Niger is the war against the North and all that. And you think that these people are not buying this sentiment? You see, I don't want to believe that the way people are seeing it, that the France are using Tinubu to want to achieve something from the Niger issue, and he shouldn't allow himself, if that is really a fact, to be involved. He has to make his opinion, though, but not the way they're taking it too far. You understand? So, and because for me, this Niger stuff, we don't really have anything to do with them. If the people say they are okay with it, leave them, let them continue with it. Just solidify your space. A lot of people are expecting something positive from you. You need to please a lot of people. You need to make your government so attractive that people begin to buy to your ideas and all that. So I said it and I continue to say it. We have spent almost close to 1 month talking about Niger, and we leave the issue that is going on in our economy and all that. You see, so for me, it's a big blow. It's a big blow. I didn't like it at all. Let them handle their issue. Because those guys you see in the North, they're your supporters. Definitely. And I think Kano is one of the places he got some of the highest vote that made them declare him the winner of the election. So he shouldn't do anything to make people to begin to see him as an enemy of the North. Because it will play a very wrong blow in his next election, which I know that he will want to win the second time. So he's answerable to us, not Nigerians, not even ECOWAS. Tinubu is answerable to the citizens of this country who elected them, people that elected him to govern this space. So people that didn't support him, his work should be to do everything possible to buy their mind. That is giving them good governance, which I'm still expecting that. I'm still expecting that. For me, I'm very still disappointed that for now we are not seeing our ministers with their portfolios trying to carry out some activities in our nation and all that. We are still talking about Niger. It's a big blow. So I saw that protest today, and I don't know what to say. It's left for him to do the right thing. It's left for him. The only thing I know is that I want this country to move forward. I want this country to. I'm living in Nigeria. You people live abroad, but somebody like me that live in Nigeria that knows where the thing is paining me or paining everybody.
Don't worry, you can Japa come to the UK. I have some place that I run for as Airbnb. I'll put you up there. Yeah.
I literally talked about this some few days ago, but one man I'm not going to. I let her.
But what about what? Not for you now, for the children. Do you want them to grow up in that sort of environment?
No. They can maybe I can plan for them if things continue to go in this direction. But
okay, you send them away, but you continue to
rough
it out.
Yeah, but okay. for me, I don't think I need it. So I know that I will surely overcome. The only problem we're having is this inflation of a thing, because that inflation, if you don't know how that thing affects business, then you are not really a good businessman. So buying something, maybe 1 naira, selling 2 naira, going to buy it 3 naira, it's a very big loss for a business. So if you don't have a very good strategic planning and all that, you lose your capital. Many people have lost their capital.
How are you navigating that space? How are you navigating it?
For me, Well, for me, what I did was to cut a lot of, as in, I do more of local than import, and it's helping me a lot. Do you understand? I was able to reduce some capital going outside and put it. Maybe if somebody brings his good, I would rather go there, use the cash to buy the quantity that I need. Then
you're a real trader. That's perfect.
So yeah, it's helping me a lot. So for now, it's not really affecting me because I really gathered a lot of stuff before things start going up. So if I've sent my money abroad,
you're the one making the money, really. So you bought your stuff pre the the inflation, and you are now selling at inflation prices. No
yeah.
wonder now you they enjoy you.
No, besides they enjoy one man, it's still really affect because a lot of as in going to the market, buying things more higher and all that is still affecting. But for me, that's how I do to cover up since all these things started. Because when you do business, you learn from people that have traded before you. When Buhari entered, one of my friends called me and said, "You see, that time he was traveling to Dubai every 2 months. He said, for now, I'm going to stop this." I said, why? He said, I have to look to see the policy of this government. If the policy is not favorable, I'm not going to travel to Dubai again. I will start to buy local, as in from people that import. I said, how is that going to help you? He did it throughout the time of Buhari, and the guy made a lot of success. He even bought a house and all that. So, but before I discovered it, Buhari regime was almost over. So when this Tinubu come, I now see that they are still going the same direction. The same thing is still going on. So I say, let me pause a little bit and follow that line that my friend took, and he's paying because of before you think that when you import you make a lot of money, but now when you import definitely we are going to lose money because before you import goods you have already calculated your profit, all that and all that. So when the thing comes, once that inflation hit, if you are expecting 2 naira, it will be hard for you to get 1 kobo out of that goods. The other ones are going to go into exchange for you to meet up with the quantity that you need to buy for the next order. Do you understand what I mean? So you have to pause it. Maybe you can import, but not only that, maybe you reduce it to the barest minimum.
But how are the people? How are the people importing? How are they making their money? Because so they import, but then you buy it at the local rate. So how do they make their profit?
Well, it depends on your capital. Depends on your capital.
Oh, so it's a huge money thing. Okay.
Yes, huge money. So and another thing is if you have a lot of people that have maybe contact from maybe reliable company that ship goods for them without the payment and all that, they can still make it. Do you understand what I mean? There are people that they can shift 1 container, 2 containers, sell, bring back the money and all that. Those people they don't really have much issue. The only way they will lose money is clearing those goods. That is where they will find it a little bit difficult. But once it's not their money that buy that goods, it's only sell, return the money back. Those people are good to go.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's go on from you for reasons of time too, Baba. So Baba, you're up next. Speak to us, Baba.
Yeah, one man. Good evening. I salute you all on the panel. And
please, can you hold on a second? One man, let me sign up from here and log in through a different device. If
all right, brilliant. Make sure you come back because we want to hear the latest development in Abia State, our adopted state on the platform.
Okay, sure.
Carry on, Baba.
Yeah, okay. What's on the screen? How power play ganged up, forced El-Rufai out. Well, for this El-Rufai thing, firstly, let me state that only a fool doesn't change his mind. the El Rufai thing, we all know exactly the procedure for appointing a minister. We all know exactly what played out at the Senate. We saw people who are even worse, in my considered opinion, than El Rufai being saved or guided by Akpabio, and they took their bow and then went away. So now the question, why El Rufai was not confirmed? Apparently, we are not privy to a lot of information. Is El Rufai competent? Yes, I think so. Will it be a star performance? Yes, I said so on this panel before. But there is much thing that happens in politics that we are not privy to. Those who really want to yank him off the list, they are not stupid people. Like I said yesterday, El Rufai and Nuhu Ribadu were mates at Ahmadu Bello University with Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. What went wrong? What I see playing out in this case is the 2031 agenda, because power will shift back to the north. And there is Chetima, there is Nuhu Ribadu, there are several others northern there. And we know El Rufai is a very strong character. Maybe he has a presidential ambition, we do not know. But one thing we must realize, after the 2015 election, this same thing played out, though on a different scale. Tinubu was sidelined, to the consternation of most of his followers. If you remember, Tinubu was sidelined for 4 years, and we all were saying, okay, how will Buhari win a second term without Tinubu? But somehow, Buhari himself realized his mistake and curried the favor of Tinubu. And voila, Tinubu came back for the 2019 election. But looking with benefit of hindsight now, I think he acceded to that request from Buhari simply because he himself has a presidential ambition in the year 2023.
Yes, we did a lot of that. We did a lot of that battle here when we were explaining that, especially when the Fulanis were raging in the southwest and people were saying Tinubu was not contending it, condemning it, and we were saying that, look, this guy has a greater plan than condemning Fulanis. But carry on.
Yeah, he was sidelined by Buhari. So it's the same thing here. And don't forget, Tinubu didn't win Kaduna. Atiku won Kaduna State, the presidential election. So he didn't deliver his state. And though he's not the only one, though, but he did not deliver his state. So, but whatever happens, himself, the only thing that baffles me was, I mean, you don't caught a guy openly, both abroad and local, and then drop him just like that. There are better ways. It could be done in a very tidy way. You understand? It could be done in a more tidy way, better than even what happened to Shetty, the young lady. That's the only quarrel I have with the whole thing. But if for reasons we are not privy to, they don't want him in government, so be it. Life goes on. That's my take on this.
Do you think how would you say the Tinubu administration is settling in?
Well, I think we are not looking at this objectively. He needs to be in power for 1,462 days or thereabouts. Here we are, 75th day or so. We are hassling him unnecessary. A lot of problems. The thing I think is confronting him, he doesn't want to remove the gap from the masquerade. APC is still ruling. He inherited his government from an APC government, from Buhari. There's nothing he cannot escape that. There's nothing he can do that will not affect Buhari. So far, he's trying so hard not to go that route or route. You understand? He's trying very hard not to go that route. But in order for him to
so apologies that I keep cutting into you, but do you think it's a fight that he ultimately has to turn? The fight
he
against
has to. That's the only way we will understand what is happening. Let's take the issue of Emefiele and the arbitrage issue. 40% of our foreign reserve is about $35 billion. 40% of it, you understand, has been used as collateral for money borrowed from Chase and the other bank. What's the other bank now? You understand? And they are demanding their money. They are calling in for it. What did Emefiele do with this money? We don't need to rack our brain. We know most of that funds went to a certain person for certain industry that is not serving us right now, which we need, but we can't get the services. Most of those money at 400 and something, Emefiele did it. Emefiele did it. On whose direction? On the blind side of Buhari, I can't tell. Only the what investigation that is going on now will unravel a lot of things. Because you can't use 40% of your reserve of 35 billion to borrow money and give it to a certain industrialist. It's very wrong. Which government does that? What kind of manner of nation will do that to his own people? Even though we have a stake of 20% or anything. No, I don't subscribe to that. So there is no time there will not be a confrontation between Tinubu and Buhari's government. There is going to be a confrontation. That's the only way we will understand the mess we are in. They did not need anything in the purse. Absolutely nothing. The fuel subsidy thing was a farce. And the only thing he removed it on 29th May, anything short of that, he wouldn't have been able to remove it. Jonathan wanted a debate. We railroaded him. He didn't succeed. Same thing did Yaradua. Obasanjo couldn't do it. So if he had failed that, the primordial evil machinations will come to play, and he wouldn't be able to do it, because we are a very funny people in Nigeria. Look at NLC, the same NLC that forced Yaradua to return the check of Dangote after he has purchased the 4 refineries. Now they are crying, do the refinery, wake up the refinery. What difference will that make, other than maybe freight charges, because we will not be paying freight anymore? But the petrol subsidy, since it has been removed, we cannot subsidize it. It will still be almost the same thing. NLC is now saying something they've spent in the last 10 years or so. We spend almost 15 billion for repairs. And as we speak, there are Pegasan, the union that's what the union who works in the 4 refineries, that's the union they belong to. They are still working. They are being paid salary because NLC refused that we cannot sack them. Is that the refinery they want us to wake up? It's like waking up a dead horse. I still reiterate, we have to sell those refineries and use the money.
You know that was Atiku's plan. In fact, that was one of the reasons why I supported that.
Of course, Atiku is right.
He wanted to sell it off. Yeah.
He will sell the refinery. One, the technology is even going obsolete. So to wake it up I mean, you need to refit it. And people are stealing parts of that refinery and selling it. So it's like an empty shell. It's like a Ferrari without a Ferrari engine. So we cannot put good money on bad money projects. No, we've gone past that. But there's going to be a clash between Tinubu and the Buhari's government. And we are starting with Emefiele before we go to Kiari, NLCP.
You know where that flash, you know where that you know what will ignite that clash is when, and he has to do this, by the way, is when he goes after Abubakar Malami, which he necessarily has to do. And then that is where then Buhari will want to step up to him.
Yeah, because he just allowed these people to fleece the government. When we talk about judgment debt, the court has ruled. So up to Supreme Court, they fight all judgment debts. They say, okay, they are owing you, let the government pay you. Malami cornered the whole thing and said, no, you have to bring it to the AG office for us to now to look into it and sign into it before the chief accountant to the nation can pay your money. And what does it do when you present your claim, which Supreme Court has approved? They now do their own negotiation. So what kind of thing is that? Pure corruption. And these are the people he has to drag into the net. It's going at it slowly. It's going to unravel. And the whole nation will be very shocked at the kind of figures, amounts we'll be hearing. I think if it's possible, it should just go the route of Bin Salman in Saudi Arabia. Lock all of them off in Federal Palace. We just want 50% of what they have.
Including Buhari?
Everybody. Lock all of them up. Just bring half. We don't want the whole thing. Give us half of it. And then let the nation breathe. Not just the
Omar, let me interject a little bit. I keep hearing about this selling of refineries and all that stuff. And I tend to wonder, this whole selling it off, who are you selling it off to? And actually, what is that person going to do with it? I don't understand it. Is that person going to turn it to a chocolate factory? Or I don't even get it.
He can carve it up. He can carve it up and sell it as scrap. It's done everywhere. It's done everywhere. Or if he has the money, well, let him refit it. A businessman is ready to spend the money to refit it. Naturally, will not allow anybody to fleece him. So, but government cannot do it because we've been doing it for over 15 years. And it's not working. So why should we continue to put money into that? We can afford billion. I mean, you know what $1 billion is? Not talk about 15 in 10 years. It's just spending money, and nothing is happening. It's a miracle that country is still standing. It is a miracle, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, brilliant. And the call for a military coup, I seem to be the only one not averse to the idea, but how would you digest that if you switch on your radio and you start to hear that martial music, I Brigadier General, something or the other? Do you think it's necessary to recalibrate the country?
No, we missed the point actually, because until I started supporting Tinubu, I camped with the people who wanted an interim government because I believe we needed then to rejig the country, to reset it, then hand it and do things properly, jettison the constitution we are using now and draft another one. You understand? Because if you are working with a bad tool, you cannot get a good product. And that is our problem. That constitution is our problem. For military coup, there are two things involved in military coup. Attempted, yes. Attempted can happen in Nigeria, but a successful coup will not happen. An attempted coup could bet the end of Nigeria as a nation, the way we know it, to be the easiest way to the attempt to Israel. So even the military boys, they know. Even every Nigerian know, except we want to pretend. And even as a bloc, we all know. Hausa knows, Igbos know, Yorubas know that any military coup now will spell the death knell for Nigeria. Because who is going to accept it? Is it going to be an Hausa coup again? General, they are coup with this.
Okay, if it was a Yoruba coup, will the country accept it?
Well, naturally, the Yoruba will applaud it for the benefit of this discussion. Yoruba will accept it, but the Igbos will say no. The Hausas will say no. So 2 against 1, it won't succeed. If it's an Igbo coup, the same thing. Yorubas will kick, Hausa will kick. And if it's an Hausa coup, it's like, you people, you've come again. Or it's not going to happen. And we have very good democratic credentials. We know that this is why I'm even questioning Niger, that why can't Democrats fight the way we fought? Because the military knows them.
They're not at the level of sophistry that we are, though. These Nigerians, they're about 3 decades behind us, at least.
I agree. It's not like we are too long in it too. I mean, Ghana is ahead with one term, about 4 years ahead of us. You understand? But it's just that the Nigerian is a tenacious person. There's what I call the Nigerian spirit. It's only in Nigeria you can say it. We never say die. We will not accept it, we will not accept. Nigeria will be like a killing field, but that coup will not succeed. No way. And that will be to your tent, O Israel. This is my take. And the military boys, they know. They will not even dare it. They will not dare it.
And this corruption index, Baba, does it come to you as a surprise? Because we are a funny bunch in Nigeria. We like to come first in the bad things, and we like to imagine that we're one of the most corrupt countries in the world, certainly in Africa. But what this chart is actually telling us is that on this list of 14, Nigeria is at the bottom. So if there is one chart that you want to be at the bottom of, is a corruption index. So what are you making of Nigeria being less corrupt than Zimbabwe, Eritrea, Sudan, Congo, Guinea, etc., etc.?
Well, woman, if you have traveled the African space, you will know that Nigeria is not even a corrupt country, except for the population. When we talk about ratio, it's like a country with 30 million people having 100 corrupt elements. Then look at a country of 200 and something million people will naturally have 7 times 100. This is the problem. And we Nigerians, we know how to laugh at ourselves. We enjoy our jokes. You understand? But if you visited other African countries, these small countries with 15 million, 25 million, you understand, their rich people are easily identifiable and they don't do anything. Government is their business. Government is their business. You see their minister, I mean, I know many ministers in Francophone countries. When you see the houses they have in Geneva, in south of France, they have even white French citizen or Moroccan as drivers, as chauffeur. When you see how they live, you'll be wondering how can a country afford all of this? How can you fleece a country and it's not dead? All they know is take their money to France or take it to Geneva. But in Nigeria, at least, we know our rich people, and most of our people, they invest even in the country. This is why I appreciate most of the people who we think deemed to be corrupt. They hardly run away.
You know that's the thing, you know, because for all of the criticism that Dangote is getting for his refinery, if he had gone to Sierra Leone to say what, excuse me, if he had gone to Sierra Leone to say that he wanted to build it there, they will bite his hand off. We're talking about what a $10-12 billion investment. Any African country would have given him half of their country to have that sited there, and it's under no obligation, by the way, to site it in Nigeria. So yes, Nigerian billionaires, they do invest in their country.
It is why I appreciate them, you understand? And whether we like it or not, that is how America evolved. You understand? When we say, look, there is something happening in America right now. Justice Clarence Thomas in the Supreme Court. If you read it, you will marvel that, can this also happen in America? But technically, the White House cannot handle it. The legislature cannot handle it, but it's purely a judiciary thing. Oh, it makes your body cross. Like, how can they? And this man is sitting tight. And other Supreme Court judges have one thing or the other. And I look at, in my own space, my country, Nigeria, for instance, if half of this happen, nobody is going to breathe, both on the internet, on radio, TV, newspaper. It's going to be an everyday thing.
Baba, just to give you another leadway, if you try to read about Justice Alito's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I read it.
And then the other one, Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh.
Yeah,
that's why I say all of them, not just Clarence Thomas. It's only Clarence Thomas' own that like makes my body crawl, my skin.
And that is the heart of America's.
That is the heart, and they can't do them anything because there is separation of power. It's like Akpabio released that money to these people. We forget that it's purely a legislative thing. They have their own budget. It's their money they are spending. It is when they bring supplementary bill, then we can start to cry that, oh, when you lavish your money and start buying, going on holidays with 2 million, why are you bringing supplementary bill? But this is their money. We voted for them. Let them enjoy it. I'm not quarreling with Akpabio. I'm only waiting whether they will bring supplementary bill at the end of the day after lavishing their money. Separation of powers. Because I look at the American on the judiciary, all the Supreme Court judges, 9 or 10 of them, they are sitting tight. They are not even, they just say, okay, they can only, it's they themselves that can.
The Supreme Court is weighted in favor of the Republicans at the moment, isn't it? All those appointments made by Trump.
Yes, but even they don't even have rules in place to mitigate against the corruption. They are enmeshed in. They don't have rules.
Ethics.
Ethics rule.
Yeah,
so who is going to give them that ethics rule? Is it the legislature?
But you know, even the legislature, they are mooting that idea now. But you see the reservation against it through
the reservation because it's not within their purview. Exactly. We are just too hard on ourselves. I was talking yesterday about Senator Remi Tinubu going to Buhari, and someone said, "Oh, as police become that cheap," but they forget that as far back as Eleanor Roosevelt, as far back as Nancy Reagan, Rosalind was this Georgia man's name? They were all involved. First ladies don't sit tight. That's how government works. There are backdoor channels, invisible roads, corridors that leads to one another's offices. So a lot of things, we are just too hard on ourselves in our country. Honestly, we just have to slow down and open our eyes well. That's my take on the military one man.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Baba. We must hear more from Baba because he presents so excellently. Let's see if Foley is with us, Baba. gone from you to Foley. I think he may have he may have dropped. So let's go to Enigmatic Hondi, who our roving correspondent now is monitoring Abia State all the way from America. That is the power of the man. Enigmatic Hondi. Let's hear from you. Latest developments. First in the federal space, and then cap it off with Abia State. Enigmatic. Good to have you.
Thank you, Woman. I think Baba said a lot. I heard Kulata briefly while he was speaking. I mean, I've heard a couple of the panelists while they were speaking. Diverse opinions, and then they all have right to their, different ideas of how Nigeria should be, and then what the expectations should be of the politicians, steering the affairs of the country. So I'll start from the Niger or wherever. So those, like I said earlier, we understand the sentiment from the north about Niger situation. Countless time we've said Niger situation is not Nigeria's problem. It's not Tinubu's, mandate or problem. This is ECOWAS issue. But because it basically is turned more or less like they've turned it to a political, jamboree now. So those who are praying for war in Nigeria, probably God will answer their prayers and they will see the war, because we've tried to let them understand, but they don't want to understand it. If you want war, then so shall it be. And if you want a coup too, if they don't actually play to your politics, then God will grant you that your prayers. That's the best I will tell them. They actually want the war for the country, to burn it down, and then to, eviscerate all that matters because of politics. So shall it be to all of them. So I don't think I have any admonition for them. They want to be the lovers of Niger, or probably because of the politics they don't like, and they want to wish every evil on their country. It's all on them. So they actually want the worst. So shall it be for them. I'll leave it at that. So on the other hand, the issues are happening with El Rufai. Like I said earlier too, you remember the fact that they are still all politicians. So they will play their games regardless of who wins or who loses the battle, or who is losing the battle. But this is not a winner's take, or probably somebody's winning or somebody's losing. El Rufai is having a lot of issues that he's dealing with among the political class, the political elites from the north, top-notch elite from the north, and a lot of people from Kaduna State. Kaduna politics is involved, especially from people who are really aggrieved with his style of governance, and then his brutish nature too. You can't keep him quiet, and it's not the man that you tell him to shut up. And then from the southeast, he has a lot of enemies from that place. And then Obidients, basically, they don't want to hear anything about El Rufai. So God will help him out if they see him fit to. There are 1 million of El Rufais, so don't get it twisted. There's nothing El Rufai can bring to the table that other Nigerians cannot bring to the table. There's no one who is so special in Nigeria that no one cannot replace. Nobody is that special, that we won't find a replacement. But of course, if they want to turn it to another political issue, El Rufai has done everything in his life that anybody could have been proud of. As a governor, he left his mark. As minister, he did same. As DG of a commission or a parastatal, he did the same. So regardless of people's reservation against him, or probably their hatred, it's not still going to stop El Rufai from being who he is or being El Rufai. So hatred doesn't stop God's shine or glory. So take it or leave it. If he becomes minister, good for the nation. If he doesn't, nobody's going to lose. So that's on El Rufai. So what other topic are we talking about again?
We were talking about the possibility of a military coup in Nigeria to the point that the military themselves, they've come to speak about it in the public space.
Yeah, people have been begging them to come.
And if it happens, would you welcome it?
First of all, it's a non-starter for me. Okay, I mean, some people really want it because they do not have their wish. A lot of people went for the election, even people who we consider that they never had a chance. You know, ab initio, like Omoyele Sowore. As bombastic as he is, you will never see such a person calling for a coup in Nigeria or probably mobilizing his base or his, errant, supporters going as far as to the defense headquarters, kneeling down, begging them to come and overthrow a democratically elected government. Omoyele Sowore wouldn't do that, or any patriot wouldn't do that. But of course, amongst us, we know those who are not patriotic, and we can't question their level of, relevance to Nigeria's democracy. Like I say, I do not support it. The worst of democracy is better than the best of any military regime. But if people are rationalizing why military should be better than democracy, then you already have a definition of who they are. You know, sore losers, bad losers will always find a way to derail, democratic rules. Trump tried it over here in the U.S. It basically almost rubbished the entire fabric of America's, institutional politics. Almost everything that makes America number one or the great country in the world, the greatest, if I have to say. Trump almost, brought it to its knees, and we are still dealing with it in the U.S. over here, right? In the ranks and file of the U.S. military, a lot of things are happening. When you notice that when Biden came into office, they had to do, multi-layer, multi-layer clearance all over again for all the guys around him. So they had to weed a lot of people out. I know of a lot of majors, captain, officers in the rank and file. There are so many policies that have changed even in the U.S. military now, because there are so many of those people, they call themselves patriots, right, that belongs to the MAGA that they need to weed out. And a couple of things happening institutionally and even in some government parastatals at the highest level in the U.S. here. So, except probably you have an ulterior motive for your country if you actually belong to that country. Of course, we know people. There are occupiers of Nigeria now that they are not really Nigerians. We know them, and they will not wish to see Nigeria survive. I wish Nigeria. I wish whoever is president. What I wish is prosperity for the country, for its success, and then for Nigeria to always go through the murky waters or probably the encumbrances, whatever it could be, find a way out of it, and always have a soft landing at the end of the day.
Do you think the North are starting to turn against Tinubu?
If they start to turn against him, it's part of politics. Tinubu is not a neophyte politically. It's not a Lilliputian politically. He knows what to do at the right time, and he knows how to navigate the murky waters of Nigeria politics. So he's a Agbawo in political matters. So he knows when to pull the trigger, and he knows how to. It's a carrot and stick approach. Of course, he has his base, he has his people. Even while he was a member of a political party and a government that he helped, into the presidency, he was basically almost 100% shut out in the first 4 years. And in the twilight of the first 4 years, he was brought in back for purposes of election. And shortly after the election, he was shut out again. But he still found a way around it to still have, his way, and then coalesce with his northern friends and colleagues to see it through. So if a man out of power could muster the courage to see himself into power, and then we can just imagine what he could do when he's in power already. So people can speak, and of course, but you have to understand this is politics, one man. This is highfalutin politics now, and they do not forget that we do have a lot of the apostate guillotine machine out there now that will try to tailor several events beyond the purpose of faith, or probably blow it beyond the reasonability of faith, right? So when you are looking at people,
hold on, Enigmatic, let me play you this clip.
A war that Tinubu cannot afford, physically, psychologically, intellectually, militarily. The capacity is not there. I think he is using this war as an alibi. As what? As a cover. To do what? To ensure the war comes between Nigeria, ECOWAS, and Niger, and then that will make him invoke a constitutional provision for emergency rule. That will not happen. Nigerians are much, much wiser. We have seen in other military, just like you said, in other military, and other countries where military are, they are stable. They have no business going to Niger. If the choice of Nigerian people to upsurge for their own frustration is a military rule, and they have welcomed it, so be it. Where was ECOWAS when other countries were being taken over by military? Where was America? Where the UK? Where are all these pretenders of democracy? Where were they? If military rule is an option to irresponsible leadership, to fraud in governance, to betrayal of trust, to cherry picking of enemies, so be it.
Mr.
If
Shehu.
civilian president don't like coup, if civilian president don't like coup, they should be democratic, they should be responsible, they should be responsible, and they should be answerable. Short of that, coup will always be an option for people who are aggrieved. If Tinubu decide to go and invade, along with ECOWAS, to invade Niger, he will lose more than ECOWAS. Because definitely, we are going to the polls. Anytime, any day, anytime soon. We will go back to the votes. We will go back to the polling stations. And that is when Nigerians will realize that they have been called upon in the past. Be wary. Be careful. Beware of a Tinubu presidency. They didn't hear. Now we are seeing the manifestation of absolute failure and incapacity, inability, and lack of experience. Only an inexperienced president, barely 3 months in an office, can begin to think of war.
This is Comrade Mohammed Ali Ranger. I want to say this very
I've seen this
immense
woman.
to congratulate members of the
Let me react to that.
It's just really those are the voices that we're hearing from the north.
But
Enigmatic, please
so,
give me 30 seconds to address that man who just spoke now in white cap. Just give me 30 seconds, please. Yes, just give me 30 seconds, please. Did you notice the irony in the voice? We will vote when Tinubu term is over. So he is a Democrat at heart. He didn't say military will come and remove Tinubu, but we will vote him out. Why is he denying Niger Republic of the same privilege to vote Bazoum out after 4 or 5 years of his term? That's the irony I see in that statement. You are saying you are going to vote Tinubu out in the next election. But
I think we are not trying to be objective. What he's saying is that the use of force should not be on the table at all. That diplomacy should be the only option to get solution to this problem. So don't try to misinterpret.
No, Babaja, what I'm saying is that a military government is a change of government, isn't it? A takeover from the military is a change of government, the complex of the government. Am I correct?
Yes, but it's not supporting military. It's not military.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. But what I'm saying is, it's not in support because he's a Democrat. He's saying he's going to vote his own government out.
Yes.
Yeah. So
what I'm telling you
is what Bamba is saying is why is he not calling for a military coup in Nigeria? If he's happy to have it in Niger Republic, and
exactly, you got it.
It's not happy. Guys are misinterpreting. Is how do I describe it? It's not happy with military takeover. All he's saying is that Tinubu and his ECOWAS team should not
consider the use of force at all as a way to take these people out of the military junta out of power in Niger. That is what he's saying. Because he is saying there in that interview that in any way or in any form you want to look at it, what is the difference between Nigerian and Nigerians? Particularly to them in the north. They don't see, it's just the name of the two countries, but the two people, nothing different in them. They have Hausa, we have Hausa in the north, Hausa in Niger, Fulani in the north, Fulani in Niger, Kanuri in the north, Kanuri in Niger. They are the same people. So we should try to look at his statement as if, oh, he's supporting the military rule, or he doesn't, he's not patriotic to Nigeria. No, let us put it in the right perspective as to what is presenting there, that war should not be considered at all as a solution to this problem. And I stand with him. That's my position too. Let me leave it there, one man.
So one man, let me just...
Yeah, carry on. And by the way, the people that have not yet clicked on like, please take us to 100. Carry on, enigmatic.
Yeah, of course, I spoke about that I respect the sentiments of the North, right? You have to understand the familial sentiment in their tone and their, countenance towards this. Take it or leave it. Tinubu is a Southern president. He's a president from the Southern extraction and from the Southwest, Yoruba man, to be precise. You are dealing with this ECOWAS narrative now that has become a Nigerian narrative. I don't know, because all of a sudden ECOWAS becomes Nigeria all of a sudden, and it becomes a Nigeria situation. But as much as we want to have a corrective discussion on that, when you are dealing with people with obtuse mindset, right? People lacking in intellectual acuity and slow to learn or understand simple discourse, it becomes so monotonous for you, and it becomes so tiring when you want to go over it and over it, especially people who are probably stuck who has this tunnel vision mindset that more or less, become so absolutely irrelevant, trying to correct them. Once again, this man, he sounds educated, and I believe he's quite educated. But you can see the sentiment, like I said. You can see maybe 5 or 3 out of every people from the North, they do have familial, let me say, maybe with Niger, they have one thing or the other to do with Niger. So this will inform this. And then the usual tool that they bring to the table, threatening about voting people out. And so what? The worst they can do is, second time will come, they will work with Atiku or work with a northerner, and so be it, right? Tinubu wanted to become president. He has achieved that in his lifetime. Nobody can erase it out of his history any longer. So he's not losing anything. He's not going to lose his life. He's not going to lose his reputation. He's not going to lose any. He has even achieved whatever he wanted to achieve in life. So the sentiment about losing, but you have to understand politics too, right? You really have to understand politics, because the dynamics of this is, one, the homogeneity of Nigeria is what we are seeing now, right? Buhari took a lot of there was a time almost he locked all the borders in Nigeria, shut all the borders. But they are asking why are the borders shut? Why is this? Why is that? They're asking questions now because it's convenient for them to do that, which I believe they have the right to do that. But to say, okay, because of his decision as a president, or he has not made a pronouncement that Nigeria is going to war. He has not made a pronouncement that is mobilizing Nigerians or Nigerian military to war. I've never heard that. If anybody has done that, probably you can let me know. I stand to be
enigmatic. Troop already been mobilized to Sokoto, the borderline.
Baba, that's if you understand if you understand, like I said, if you understand military strategy, you know that. Why have you heard any have they dropped any bomb or they've done anything that you can hear of?
We have to wait until that happens.
It's not gonna. It's that thing. Like I said,
enigmatic. Hold on. And in their communique, they read out the day before yesterday. They said they are standby military force. They have ordered their standby military force to get ready for war.
Who?
The ECOWAS.
Okay, has Nigeria moved any of his soldiers close to anywhere near? I mean, what I'm saying, listen, for Nigeria for even Tinubu himself being the president, right, to make any decision, to make any move, to mobilize even a single Nigerian soldier into Niger Republic, we have to have parliamentary backing. He can't do it. He can't just by fear do that. He can't do that by himself. And this is why what I'm talking about, that people should talk, in an educated.
We are seeing troop movements, enigmatic.
Those are the countries. We are talking ECOWAS now. Remember?
No, we're talking in Abuja. Their movement. We're seeing troops being deployed to the north.
When you see troops, of course, the border. We have like border towns, almost 7 of them, bordering Niger. It's not gonna. Are you aware of the fact that there has been a communique to the Nigerian military to mount surveillance and security around the border, which is a normal security strategy, and even the custom. That is what you have to do first. That is normal military drill. So it's nothing unusual. So it's like when you're having issues somewhere, maybe a restive situation in any part of the country, and you see military movement, does it mean you are going to start dropping Hiroshima bomb almost immediately? No, it doesn't work like that, man. Of course, there is room to say you do not like this administration, castigate the administration as much as you want, castigate the policy, hate the president as much as you want. I don't like Donald Trump. I never liked him. I will never like him, right? But there are so many things that Donald Trump did that I agreed with, regardless of the fact that he's still a POS of a president. But I will not wish America bad for any reason. I will not say because one thing or the other, I want maybe wish Russia good over America or some other countries over America. And I will never do that to Nigeria too, regardless of who is sitting in Aso Rock. Nigeria will prosper and Nigeria will be successful regardless of who is the president. But what is happening in Niger Republic, like I said, I am speaking to the sentiment that is surrounding this conversation now, because the discourse, right, has gone beyond the level of intellectual discourse. It's gone beyond the level. Is traveling to the level of pedantic and then sentiments now, which is understandable. People have their ideas of how they understand things and how they want to see it. As we speak, when you look at the situation in the Niger Republic for the past 20 years, they've been restive. They've never had a sizzling, democratic process so far. And when you look at even the coup plotter now, the leader of the coup plotter, when you look at his trajectory and how he got to office, you begin to blame even the president that was held hostage. How would you leave a military man in such a top position as the military leader for 12 years? You've already set yourself up as a president. The first thing you were supposed to do when you became president was move everybody around, get a lot of people retired. It's done everywhere. Look at what Buhari almost made the same mistake. And when he realized that he was getting to the point that at the point Buhari was so scared, he left Buratai and his team for more than 6 years or more than 5 years. By the time he started understanding the danger he was causing for himself and for Nigeria, that was the time he basically had to go into an arrangement with them So he could be assured of the fact that they will not turn against him or set a coup against him. He had to offer the three of them ambassadorial appointment, send Buratai to Benin Republic, send the other guy to Niger, and send the other one to maybe Cape Verde or Chad. So at least to douse their mind. Well, you can't keep military folks like that in government. That's why you see them moving military people almost every time. Biden did that. That is the first order of government. When you get into office, move the military around. And the way Nigeria is actually structured now, the military structure of Nigeria as restructured by OBJ, which was one of the best things that OBJ could have done. It would be so difficult for any human being to say they want to attempt a coup in Nigeria. Nigeria is a country of 250 million or almost. We are not a ragtag country of 10 million or 5 million that a major or a captain will hold Nigeria, the way to the jugular, like the one is happening. Look at what is happening in Mali now. They are shutting down radio stations.
Look, yes, for criticizing the Niger.
So, like I say,
it's getting extreme, isn't it?
If it is your wish for Nigeria to collapse and it's going to make you happy, then maybe God will answer that your prayer. And if it is your wish that coup should happen, because, like I said, we've seen a team of political party with the candidates team going to the defense headquarters, begging the military to come and take over power because of an election. If that is your wish.
Yes, people forget that quickly. Remember those clips of them kneeling in front of the defense headquarters to tell them to take away.
They don't remind
them. We put up a lot in that. We put up with a lot in that country. Imagine that.
When you try to refresh their memory, they think
that's mutinous behavior. By the way,
I mean, it was less than 4 months ago.
That's a capital crime.
I mean, it was more than 4 months ago. One man. So, like, it is so easy, right? It's either you are a Nigerian or you are not a Nigerian, and we know those who are not Nigerians. They are in Nigeria because of selfish reason. If it is not my man,
which candidate led his members to advocate for coup?
It was the Obidients, wasn't it?
If it is not my person, then Nigeria can burn down. It's happening in America here, and we're still dealing with it. So once again, Niger Republic, there will be a reason. The coup plotter, it became too powerful that when the president eventually decided to move the military around, like they did they always do in Nigeria, they will tie a whole set, maybe 2 sets or 3 sets, right? One man, and then move everything around and have new chief of defense. When they wanted to do that, the guy mobilized against the president. So they should go and read it and be educated about all these things. But if you believe military regime is good for Nigeria and it's going to make you happy for losing the election, then so be it. God will answer that prayer for you. That's what I will tell them. So on the issue of the tribunal, it's a very simple fix, one man. I've said a lot about it. Kulata, a lot of people who can read between the lines, they've said a lot about it. Ogbeni, who, incidentally, he has handled a lot of, tribunal cases. Even both Atiku and this boy, Obi, they were not looking for, they didn't condemn anything. When Obi was interviewed, he said he was challenging the process. He wasn't challenging anything stolen from him. He wasn't challenging a bad election. And he wasn't making any demand. And the court is not going to be a Father Christmas offering you what you never requested for. So there's going to be a slam dunk ruling when this ruling...
Enigmatic.
Yes, sir.
Has Obi and Atiku made statement on this Nigerian Niger problem? Have they made any public statement on it?
Obi is not a Nigerian now, you know.
No, Atiku won against it, but I don't think Obi. Let me actually check as you're talking.
Obi is not a Nigerian now.
If he's not a Nigerian, how would he contest for the president of Nigeria? Why are you looking for trouble?
Is that not a coup plot? If it's not a Nigerian, is he a coup plot?
That's why people are calling for coup plot now. They want their own military president.
You know, it's quite curious. Actually, that question that Ajande Koko asked, as Peter Obi taking a position on this Niger narrative.
You know, he's always ambivalent when it comes to issues like this. Is it
what,
not the same?
What did you say, one man?
No, I was just asking that has Peter Obi taken a position on this Niger?
Oh, maybe we should ask Uptown.
Because if they are taking down the legal structures in Alaba market, it's very quick to speak on that. But
yes, Baba Jalipoko. Sadly, the office of the de facto president of Nigeria, the second president, is not available to speak on that now. So you guys should wait more. Let's wait for your other president to decide to stop flip-flopping with his policies. Then maybe when he's
real MAGA speak. Real MAGA speak.
Why didn't you answer my question directly now? Why are you talking story?
But it's quite a thing, though. Peter Obi, if somebody is frying dodo at the next house, Peter Obi will go to the media and tell us that, you see, frying that dodo in that manner. But now, why is he not speaking on this matter?
This is a national issue now, yet you speak now. This is a
Your de facto president is not ready to speak on that now. So, guys, if you know
enigmatic, you know something. I've discussed a lot with people I consider the elite Easterners. They are my very, very good friends way back. From Okaititi to Insujaba to Aba to a lot of places I've been for weekend getaway. They don't want Biafra, honestly, because they know we have analyzed it. All Biafrans have to go back for a repertoire to count them before they start coming back again. And when coming back into other spaces, you will carry a Biafran passport. Your KYC in your bank account before will be different. Your business registration will be different. Your properties on the ground will be differently taxed. They don't want it. Honestly, Baba, they don't. They know.
Baba, let me tell you something.
Nobody wants Biafra. There's not one single Easterner that wants Biafra.
No, one man. The elites, right? The elites in Nigeria, let me tell you what they don't want. They don't want all stuff like that. Like we are talking of the ones that believe that they want coup or they want war. The elites don't want stuff like. Don't you know the elites? They have vested interest in Nigeria. They have billions, right? In Nigeria already. They have a lot to lose. So, for instance, I wish there's going to be a president one day, right, that will just call the bluff of these Biafra chanting folks and say, okay, this Biafra, I call your bluff. Okay, I put it to referendum. I mean, they have a contingent in the National Assembly now. They can start it if they are really serious. You know what I'm saying, right, bro? If they are really serious, they do have a contingent in the National Assembly. Put the referendum to vote. Let's instigate a president to give them that Biafra, and then they can travel by air to the next neighboring state, which is going to be Nigeria by then, when they are in their Biafra. So let me tell you something. The elites
they have to get a visa to come to Lagos. Imagine that.
You know what I'm saying? So look, we can't
Are you not supposed to be the one trying to go enter
Uptown, we have to go back. Uptown and Des, you have to go back to Anambra State.
As much as we have
all that vast state you have been Lekki.
As much as we have to be conservative about saying certain things. If you look at the north, right, you will never see them. Calling being this disparaging the nation. I mean, they had two prominent candidates in this election. They had an Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and a Kwakwanso. But since after the election, Kwakwanso he has found his square root. He's probably working towards another election. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is in court and disrespecting, the sanctity and the doctrine of Nigerian nation and its democratic process, right? But people who the candidates does not even, when you look at if you have legal eyes and you look at what he presented to the tribunal, you will probably see, you will know he just is more or less like a fishing expedition, judicial fishing expedition, basically.
I'm sorry, enigmatic. You always sometimes you talk in a way that I don't understand. Now you mentioned Kwankwaso and you mentioned
you don't have to
Atiku
understand what I
Abubakar.
say. Just if you
Now,
listen and you don't understand.
I kind of put
Yes,
it to you that
I wanted to say that.
Hold on, everybody. Let Des put a position. Let him put a position, and then you can bat him back.
Now you're talking about Kwankwaso personally, and you're talking about Atiku personally, and now you went to P2B, and you're trying to bring out the Obidients in P2B. And what is the difference between Atiku's petition and P2B's petition? I don't understand why you're always making this enmity between.
Okay, let me tell you the difference. Listen, let me tell you the difference. The difference is the majority in both camps. People can see it. The majority in the camps. I've not seen, maybe somebody can correct me, I've not seen any PDP person or any Kwankwasia people or any, I don't know what the articulates, right? Articulates or the Kwankwasia, the way they say it, calling the military to take over government because those two candidates lost election. I've not seen them setting their eyes on the judiciary, pasting
all eyes. There's a poster at the heartland of Benin. All eyes on the judiciary.
They are making surveillance now. They are making surveillance. They are making shirts, hats, bags, and everything.
You know that one of those. You know that somebody actually published the photo of the lead judge at the petition with his grandchildren making threats. His grandchildren making threats. Unbelievable stuff.
It is called injackery. Des will know what injackery is.
What does that mean?
Ipata.
Justice Mary Odili, as I speak, one man, Justice Mary Odili and Fashola, I think they even took one of them. They took one of the Obidients today now, GSS. Fashola actually basically had to write.
Is it the one? Is it the one that went after Fashola? They've arrested him.
There are three of them. One guy. So look, people can.
Let me check. His name is Jackson Uday, I think. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
I mean, they can pretend as much as they want, but I mean, we are all Nigerians. I mean, we've had several elections, and then Atiku he has been part of several electoral processes in Nigeria, but we've never had this to the point that we have to threaten the institutions of the country. The judiciary is being threatened, the electoral body being threatened. Almost every part of we had a lot of people writing to Biden, to the US, to UNN, to ICC.
And that was Chimamanda. Was it not Chimamanda that wrote?
Did you see that?
Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable.
Did you see that from Caucasia people or from Articulate or from Labour Party? No. Because like I always say, I'm always trying to differentiate the Labour Party from the Obidients. And the Obidients, they've come out severally that they are not Labour Party people, that they are just their own different movement. But when we define their activities, they want to shift the blame. Who do you want to shift the blame to? I mean, people are here, they can see it. Did you not see people marching to the defense headquarters, kneeling down while it was pouring, heavy, raining, calling for the military to come out and take over the government? Have we not seen
the guy that wrote the tweet against Fashola? He has now gone and written the same tweet about Justice Mary Odili.
Odili filed she already filed a defamation of character and a plethora of issues against that guy. Jackson Uday is in the US here. The other one,
okay, that's why he's able to do. Okay,
the remaining two guys, they are in Nigeria. So Interpol is involved in, especially the Justice Odili's part. So when you look at all this kind of stuff, I mean, Atiku is matured. I would be surprised to see any of Kwankwasia people or PDP people being engaged in this kind of
one man, can I ask a question, please?
Stuff. I mean, it's politics, man. It's election. People will lose, people will win, and then people move on.
You know, some of these things should not be allowed, you know, especially
one man. Can I ask you a question? If if Obi is a real leader, like his followers claim,
I know what you want. I'll just forget that.
Why is he not? You know,
forget the question.
Okay.
You have.
No, let him ask. Let him ask.
No,
yeah,
okay.
I get the question already. They are tagging. Even there was look. One man. This is not the first time we are seeing presidential election, right? One man. Atiku is a veteran. Is a perennial presidential contestant.
Loser, you mean a perennial loser?
No,
yeah.
Let me even finish the question.
At least I'm trying to be respectful to him. That I mean, 2027, there's a possibility that he'll be coming around again to contest.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think his health will hold up to that.
No, don't be so. If Atiku if Atiku is alive, he's going to contest.
Yeah, but let me put this. This is my concern, because you now see what is going on in Niger Republic now. They're bringing up Tinubu's elections, and you see all these Africans that are citing tweets from the Obidients space as the position of all Nigerians, and it's starting to impact the way Nigeria is viewed. And Obi, if he says if he's a Nigerian in the heart of hearts, if he believes in being a patriotic Nigerian and sees the impact of the Obedient space on the internet and what it's doing to the image of Nigeria, shouldn't he step in and say, listen, maybe you guys have crossed the line at some point? But he is not doing that. I see people from SA quoting, Tinubu is not a legitimate president, and you can tell where they're getting this news source, this story is from. You can tell where it's coming from, and the impact it's having on the image of Nigeria, which is already dated anyways. But this way, we are at an all-time low, and I am blaming it squarely on the Obedient space. But shouldn't Obedient step in? If you truly love your country, at some point you need to caution these people, because it's damaging the image of Nigeria.
It's quite funny, yeah. It's quite funny. I think I'm gonna.
So Nigeria really have a good image.
I'm gonna
please,
go back.
Can I
let me finish.
interject?
Why are you worried about what P2B will speak?
Let BT finish, and then Des can bat back. I know you want to bat back to Uptown, and then Enigmatic rounds it up. Babati.
You cannot say that because our image is already dented or is very low, then we're going to then further destroy it. You cannot say Nigeria is a zoo, is terrible, then yet you want your own man to become the president of that zoo. So, which one is it? I love my country or I don't. I am for the Republic, but I have boundaries I will never cross with the love for Nigeria. I will never say. You cannot hate Nigeria yet want to govern Nigeria at the same time. So which one is it? That's what.
The way a lot of people generalize stuff here is quite funny, though. I mean, I think I'm gonna go back and listen to Akon blame it on me at this point. First of all, what Enigmatic was talking about, I feel like he has this grudge against Obedience, and I don't seem to understand why. And if the Obedience are trying to, feel aggrieved, that's why we are the opposition. You get, and we are trying to get rid of this man that we know and is currently showing that he's not competent enough to take us to where we want. That is why all the Obedients are crying out, no.
But yes, before you continue, hold on. Before you proceed, let me remind you. You remember shortly after the election, you declared not to be a Nigerian again, as you said you've turned
you said you tore up your passport. Yes, you did not tear up.
I mean, I still got people there,
So why I shouldn't be having conversation of Nigeria with you then?
I still gonna talk.
I shouldn't have to have conversation about Nigeria with you. You said over here you are no longer. Hold on. You said on this platform you are no longer a Nigerian, and then you've turned your passport. Then conversation with you about Nigeria, one man, I don't want to have it with him.
let's say we have a Niger person come here. One
it
man
is now.
will
Probably
gladly
when somebody else is speaking, you can have the floor. But I don't want to speak to somebody who does not believe in Nigeria, except it is
I'm
his
sorry,
own
I
mind.
still have interest in Nigeria,
Okay,
so that's
you can
why I
speak
talk.
when somebody else has the floor, but this is my floor. I want to speak to patriotic Nigerians, please.
Okay,
Des, do you still carry Nigerian passport?
I don't anymore though. I'm not gonna
Eh?
lie, but
Yes.
I don't.
How can you say that Obidients gave a chance?
Remember after you
How can you say no? He said Obidients gave him a chance, and because of his ineptitude, you guys never gave him a chance in the first place. What do you mean you gave him a chance?
No, I never said we gave him a chance. I said the person that we are trying to get rid of, which we know he's not gonna amount to nothing. The Obidients knew it right from time. That is why we didn't even want to give him a chance, which is what is going on and what is happening right now, which everybody is
He
seeing.
never needed your chance, and he
So
knew
3 months is 3 months is
Babati, you are even wasting your time with them. He never needed your chance. He knew those he wanted their, and he went to where he was supposed to be to people who believed in him.
So you hate your country, but you want to be president of the same country.
And that's so now.
Already died.
Who really hate this country? Who really hate this country?
Hold on. Let's not open up that fight. Does America accept dual nationality?
Yes, of course.
Yes. And you know the thing, you know the irony, one man and my panelists, the respect which we have here today is because of the dual nationality. And everybody who stays on this soil called America will tell you the same thing, because when they see you first as a black person, where do you come from? That's the first thing they ask you. I'm from Congo, I'm from Nigeria. Started. The level of respect will be different from what they will give the real Omonile black man.
Is that because you have a choice? They see that you have a choice.
Yeah, because you have a choice. You have a root. You are a needle with thread. So for somebody to now say they are discarding it, I marvel at it. And one thing we should sympathize with them, which we shouldn't be adding. To them, they've made a calculation. It's 16 years. And it is, if I were in their shoes, I will be pained to wait for 16 years to have a shot again at the presidency. That's a long wait. That's a long wait. And you know the funny thing?
You know the funny thing, Baba, is that even in that 16 years' time, there'll be another Tinubu from Yoruba land that will manipulate this.
I don't want to go. And you know what? In this election, we are all not talking about. Let me put it plain. The three parties, major parties, they were prepared to hack. They were hacking on that election day. And INEC shut down. They called it a glitch, but all of them were hacking that system. And that is why until INEC have the money, resources to build multi-layer firewalls, we will not use that IREF thing, that direct loading again. Thankfully enough, it's a regulation thing. It is not the law. Nobody, no Obidient, no APC, no PDP would deny that they did not hire hackers that day, because INEC they were overwhelmed. And that is one of the pain of the Obedience. Because
what is your evidence that there was a hacking?
Baba, that's why nobody wants to talk about it. I have no evidence.
Baba, you know we are not
tell us the evidence now.
Right?
You know in your heart, you know.
I don't know. What do you mean that
you don't know? You don't know. I know.
I don't know. Or is it only the presidential they want? Why didn't they hack both the senator and the other things?
You know why you are wasting your time?
Nobody's interested.
Let me tell you why we are wasting your time.
Nobody's interested.
Baba, let me tell you why you are wasting
your time. Give us a better story. There was a hacking.
Okay. I hear. Don't worry.
Let me tell you why you are wasting your time discussing that conversation, Baba. They are in court, right? They have the chance to make these claims in court. They have the chance to do everything to you know, go and check this go and check the flimsy thing they call their, I mean, court. The court is not tribunal. They know that it's already is a case closed, and that's why they are looking for all these you know, avenues. I mean, but I and Babati just interrogated one of them just now, shortly before the election, maybe a year before 2023 election, right? They were on a different trajectory entirely, on a different trajectory. So, and all of a sudden, is they love Nigeria like more than every Nigerian, and all of a sudden, right after the election, it's another template, and now it's another template. Which one do they? Where are they standing? Do you want Coup? Do you want Biafra or IPOB? Are you a Nigerian? You are not a Nigerian. You are discussing Nigeria. What's your business with Nigeria when you are not identified with Nigeria? Tinubu is not your president. We've taken it. You hate him. But why are some people somewhere crying about marginalization already? So it's like everything is confusion. And when you try to point it out, you know, they come out with this, you know, this kind of, you know, pugnacious attitude, you know, and this malevolent kind of mindset. Nobody has time for that. The country is ready to move forward. They say they don't want to move forward. They should remain where they are while Nigeria is moving forward. I want to see Nigeria prosper. If Atiku becomes president or anyone after wherever, and the structure of Nigeria now, it's kind of worse now, because this election has really it's an eye opener to the north and to the southwest. They've seen everything. So 40-70, this confusion, they will still be wallowing in this kind of confusion if they are not careful. It's not
enigmatic. What are they really seeing? What is the north and the west seeing?
Nobody is trying to be. I'm not saying I'm prophetic, right? I don't say.
No, you should be able to tell us what the north and the west are seeing, so that we will know what we are seeing that made other people not to be a Nigerian.
Hold on, Ekene. My conversation is not for you or to you. This thing is not even for most of the people on the platform, because people are listening to this. It's for the people who are listening after this to know where Nigerians stand. Nigerians who are real Nigerians at heart, patriotic Nigerians. I'm not going to say because election does not favor somebody I want in my state, or I will say I do not belong to that state, or I'm going to tear my passport and declare that I forbid Nigeria and I want military regime in Nigeria, and I'm marching to the defense headquarters to call for coup, and then there's a presidential person who is the leader of that person just quietly looking.
All right, try and redirect it back at some point.
They always open the floodgates, and then. But honestly, to conclude, look at Justice Odili now. He's already filing a lawsuit. Fashola has filed a lawsuit, and then like I was answering a question when one of them asked me why am I not considering Atiku's attitude or Kwakwasiya's attitude or Kwakwasiya movement and articulate, and I was trying to basically compare and contrast their statesmanly conduct and their patriotic conduct as against what we had within the apostate, nature of these renegades. I stand here, one man.
All right, brilliant. And we still and the latest development in Abia State. What is Alex Oti up to now? Did he have chocolate for breakfast or did he have tea? What was the
one man? You like trouble?
One man would have let me ask my interjection before.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, have your interjection.
About Abia State is I'm not speaking about Abia today. And one man, I want to crave your indulgence, please. When I make any statement here, and I believe Baba Aja can bear me witness because he's an elderly person, I want him to speak if I'm specifically speaking against one person or to a person here. So I'm not really keen or interested in trying to get somebody trying to be the apostle of responses or correspondences. I'm not interested in that. if you listen to me for the past 2 weeks, I've been coming to this platform, right? Showing the cause of patriotism. Patriotism has been the highlight of my conversation. And the cost of speaking to patriotism, it will open some doors. If you are not comfortable with that, you know where you belong. Because why I'm saying that, one man, if you see what is happening in the US here, right, you will see, if not for the democratic institution of the government in this US, and if not for the strong nature of the leadership we have in the US, things would have been different as we speak. We can't allow that to happen in Nigeria. This is not the first time we are running an election. I do not want to listen to any of those renegades. I do not see them.
No, but enigmatic, you have to accommodate for opinions, even if they rankle or irritate you.
From Nigerians. From Nigerians.
Yes, but okay. I think yes, but Uptown has not honorable now. Uptown,
no,
he has not.
He has not from Nigerian.
Yeah, Uptown is a Nigerian now. He has not. He has not turned up his passport, and he doesn't claim Biafra.
I wish 2 people were on this platform. One man, I would have told them to forward you don't let me speak. But people can come on this platform and pretend as much as they want. But when you go to, some of us, we have Twitter handles.
I'm aware of Uptown's antics on Twitter, by the way. Uptown, I know what you get up to on Twitter, because, you'll be surprised at what people send me. But Uptown, let's hear from you.
One man, I am Uptown.
Yes.
Uptown means unlimited possibilities to obtain whatever necessary. It's not a guy name. And I am Uptown in this platform. I'm Uptown anywhere, and anybody can come and challenge me anywhere. Bring your receipts and present it before me, and I defend myself. And I hope you can defend yourself when I present yours.
Yeah, I'm here.
The issue is...
Hold on. No, take enigmatic. Take Uptown's comment before you leave, because I think
I want to discuss with Nigerians, please. I want to leave now. If they are not Nigerians, I'm not ready for that.
But he is a Nigerian. He has not renounced his nationality.
To have conversation with people from that camp. I'm too patriotic for that. No.
Are you disavowing the?
And in this your patriotism just overwhelming.
You live in the Yoruba land now. That is so easy for you to understand. You live in
I don't understand it.
All right, let's say from Uptown. Uptown, let's say from you.
So I have to leave now, one man.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Let's say from your Uptown.
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. I live in Yoruba land. I have to understand Yoruba. I can come and speak Igbo in the platform. I know some people who understand. You know what I'm saying? But let me just abandon that.
No. Hold on. Before you abandon that, is that not fair comment? You know, the one thing that irritates people in this country is for somebody to have lived in this country for more than 2 years or even a year and not speak English. They hate it. So okay. I think that's fair comment. Yeah, but carry on to the whiter thing you wanted to say.
Please, I'm coming.
Look at that. After all that long wait, you disappeared. Are you there? Are you there? Let's go to Ajande Koko. Let's hear from Ajande Koko. Ajande Koko, speak to us.
What's going on?
I don't know. We are now in the dark hours of everything. This is usually where.
Don't tell me Don't tell me that this man is eating again. Why is he always eating?
You've noticed as well. Have you noticed as well? Anytime we go to Ajale Koko, it's always for money. Abi our body or something.
I trust you. Yes.
Oh no, I don't like that one.
I'm a labekutani.
All right, okay.
Mm-hmm. And you
can patent Amala because I'm not on share or you come at Jamala now.
They are making it. Do you know what's funny? They are bringing all these things from China now to America.
Amala,
Gary, all the stuff from China.
My God. It's like
Yeah, I'm telling you.
It's just a thing, isn't it?
So what's the politics of it now? What's going on?
No, we were talking about El Rufai and the way he's being shafted in the back by Tinubu and his co-travelers, and I was suggesting that El Rufai is the last person Tinubu wants to make an enemy of. And as much as I'm not an El Rufai fan, I don't think his form, the way he has been treated, just publicly humiliated for no reason at all. If he doesn't want him at all, he could have just quietly told him that, look, maybe not this time around, and they could have given, look at, what are you making of the treatment of that guy? Who I know you are not a fan of as well, but I mean, fair dues is fair dues, but was he treated fairly?
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Hey, woman, I think we are taking this issue out of proportion. And why I said this is that in the article you read, it is mentioned there that after dropping down his name or denying him that confirmation, they allow him to nominate another person in his replacement. Is that not one man?
Yes, Jafaru Sani, who we suspect is the Jafar that we have in the comment section.
So what that tells me is that there are lots to know about what is going on. And the truth of the matter can only come out from Rufai himself.
Sorry, before you go, can I ask you a quick question? Do you feel like if Tinubu really wanted him to be minister, he'll become minister? If he said, this is what I want, do you think Tinubu could have fought for him to become minister?
Oh, yes. If Tinubu really wanted him to be minister, yeah, nothing is going to...
In the way that he fought for Akpabio and the rest of them.
So this is pretty much Tinubu kind of taking vengeance by this, not forgiving him for past, maybe, you think?
You see, let me tell you this. What I am seeing is different from... I mean, going by that article, I don't see a serious issue there. And why I'm saying I don't see a serious issue is because they offered him the opportunity to replace his nomination with another person. If the situation has been the other way around, that yes, there's a big problem between them, they will not even they won't offer him that opportunity to suggest another name. They will just look for somebody else and not anoint or nominate somebody else totally out of his camp, and they will move on. So
let me ask you a question. Sorry, Ajanle Koko, I didn't want to break your stream, but do you think that this is just inviting you to speculate? Do you think that they are holding him in abeyance because of something they saw in the security report, or because of political reasons that powerful politicians don't want him in play? So what do you think might be behind this? Something from the security report or politics?
You know, it is very difficult to speculate anything now because El Rufai himself have never made any statement on this issue. So any speculation whatsoever that anybody is making now, I think it's just it's not it shouldn't be regarded as anything but
a total nonsense.
But hold on, Ajale Koko. We can't say it's a total nonsense because there are certain things that we know as categorical. We know as categorical that El Rufai was not confirmed, along with Oketete and Danladi. So we know that those three names were not confirmed. But then we can forget Oketete and Danladi because nobody even knows or cares about him. But El Rufai, we know his quantity. And they've not confirmed it. So we know that. So we know that something is in play. But what is it?
Okay, let me agree with you that yes, even the Senate confirmed it, that the delay in its confirmation is because they have not got clearance from the security. They have not got security clearance on its nomination. So that tell us, that raised a red flag there. So what is responsible for his name not to be cleared by the national security? That is a red flag. Then I think that what Tinubu should have done, or if really there's a big problem on him or some forces behind the scene that are very, very powerful in that country that we don't know, that is known to them. I think Tinubu have done well sitting that way, because if you can remember, the second day that that Senate make that announcement that the delay from him is due to security problem. There's a delay for his clearance. The second day he visited the Aso Rock. So what was the problem is between them? We don't know. But then the presidency, according to that report, that okay, they offered him the opportunity to nominate another person. So that tells me that what is going on between them, there must be some kind of arrangement. There must be some kind of turnative event. Maybe himself is pushing. Maybe himself is the one behind it that, look, I don't want this thing. Give it to one of my boys.
No, that cannot be right. He allowed himself to be nominated. He attended the Senate to be screened, which was televised publicly. So there was all of the indications that he wanted it. So that's not the case. And them saying that he's able to nominate somebody, that's just a thank you for coming sort of take this 10,000 naira to take a taxi home sort of thing. So that means nothing. And the reason why they stepped him down, it cannot be wrapped around corruption because, of course, Ganduje, a good example, Akpabio, a good example. So it's not corruption. So is he a threat to national security in terms of his association with insurgency? Can that be? Because he was a very powerful figure in just the last dispensation, barely 3 months ago. So it has to be politics. But who are the new actors now in play that don't want him? That's really where the thing is.
Well, yes, there could be so many factors responsible for this, for its non-clearance. But if, as you mentioned now, that if you are to be his relationship with the terrorists,
I think he should have been picked up and be in detention now. He's still a free man. So the whole thing, to me, I think the process of this nomination and screening and then confirmation, I think everything is modular. There's not, you cannot, it look, how do I describe it? It look, I don't even know the word to use. It just look like it doesn't look very good, because there should have been clearance, security clearance first, before their name sent for screening. Security clearance should be the first thing. Who are these people? The president nominated, send name to security for clearance, and once the name is screened by the security and national security agency of the country, once they certify them, then they go to Senate for screening, and from there, it's they once they take a bow, then everything is confirmed. There should not be another process that after they ask them to take a bow and then they want to reel their name again. Oh, this one is confirmed. This one is confirmed. It's just a kind of process that it's just it's all modeled with. It look corrupted. A process that is corrupted already. So I don't really understand. But the truth of the matter can only be heard from Rufai himself. So he's still waiting, and I believe, being who he is, in not too long time, he will come out and tell us why his name, why it's not. Why is not confirmed? Why his nomination is not confirmed? He will tell us, and he should tell us, and the presidency should tell us, as a matter of, because this guy, he's one of the best stars in APC. If you are looking for APC leadership, one of them that is outstanding is El Rufai. Though he has some issue, he has some religious bigotry. Some kind. He carries some religious bigotry.
Do you think maybe has it got to do with that fundamentalism that he clearly has? Do you think it's anything to do with that?
I don't think so. I don't think, for the reason, I mean, this guy, he did this thing all over, and he went through it, through being governor. He took out 2 deputy governors, and he appointed his Muslim on his ticket, and and the new one that he appointed, I think that succeeded him, I think that one is a Muslim, and we saw recently in making this thing that all over Nigeria we should have been. I mean, Tinubu, if not for that, he's a Muslim, and you see all of us Muslim in power, the president, the vice president, and this is how it should be across the country. So I don't think that is we religious has been one of the fundamental elements that drive our politics in that country. You cannot take that out. The only thing is that anybody that want to use religious means to drive his political agenda have to limit it to the barest minimum in such a way that it will not appear to everybody that it's a religious bigotry. So the video it didn't do it publicly. It was an event somewhere. I mean, maybe with just a group of Muslim that he was talking to, and he was trying to, politicians, the way they talk. They want to relate to their people. You want to convince their people that we are part of you. I share your ideology. I share your commitment. I share the religious sentiment and religious belief with you. And they can say anything just to get vote. I mean, we had. Obi's statement with Bishop. What's the name of that pastor when he said this is a religious war? I mean,
yes, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy. This is a religious war. It's something he did secretly between him and somebody else when they are having, in order to galvanize votes, in order to push that passport to get involved and work hard to mobilize Christians in the Southwest, including Kwara, for him. So, and religiosity is one of these elements that drive our politics. So, I don't think that is the reason for it. Even the president we are talking about, is it not because of religion? Is it not for religious reasons that he have his vice as what do you call it, as vice president? It's because it's for the reason to get a Muslim vote from the north. So I don't think it's because of that. So maybe something happened after then, after his screening by the Senate, and he himself went to them that, look, I don't want to go for that. Let me nominate one of my boys and let us forget it there. But maybe there's some forces behind the scene that doesn't want him within the party, or some of, and it could be external too. Maybe there are some external forces against him as well, pushing the presidency hard. Remember, he made a statement in 2019 that why are these people, anybody that involved in our internal politics, they will end up in body bag, they shall be returned home in body bag or something. We don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, I think for the presidency to still give him that opportunity to nominate another person in replacement of his name, it tells me that they still have a good relationship. The reason for his stepping down, for him to step down, is not a serious rift between them. It's not a serious rift between them, because if it's so serious, they will not give him that opportunity to anoint.
He gave up a ministerial position. It's not a serious rift. It's a serious rift. Adan Lekoko.
This guy has been saying that he wanted to go back to school to complete his PhD. Maybe that one is so daring to him. What is it that he has not achieved politically? He's a governor. The next thing above that is presidency. Maybe this guy want to go and pursue this course, finish it within few years, and be getting ready for maybe next 4 years. Maybe he's getting ready for next 4 years.
Next 4 years, okay. No.
You never know. Anything can change. What happened to No, Coup. You never know. Some people within the party from the north can challenge him. In the next 4 years, they can mobilize themselves against him and they will defeat him in primary. You never know. Or maybe if they don't defeat him in primary, maybe in general election, Rufai could go to another party.
He was in PDP before now.
Presidency.
He was in PDP before, right?
Yes, he was in PDP before.
Wow.
So look, realignment happens in politics. Maybe he want to go and prepare for the next 4 years for himself so that he can come out strongly from another party. Remember the Tinubu, the Buhari element that are still in that party. You think they are happy? The way Tinubu is, the chairman of the party that was nominated by Buhari, Tinubu has kicked him out. And some of the powerful, the cabal that, run the party for the past 8 years, they have been taken out from the position of leadership. So what does that tell you? You think in the next 4 years, you think they can come out with propaganda against him? If they move to another party, they could move to PDP. They could move to another party. So
El-Rufai against Atiku for the fight for PDP.
No, forget about Atiku. Atiku cannot make it.
Atiku will still run now. You know he's going to run till he dies.
He cannot run. That man.
I'm telling you, one man. Trust me. We know he's going to run again in the next 4 years. Atiku is running.
He cannot run. He cannot run. Go and mark it. This one is his last. Do you know he's 80? Is he not 78? So it's going to be like 82. Who 82? I'm 83 years. Who want to listen to him?
He's 76.
I'm telling you, this Atiku guy will run till he dies. The way he is in that PDP.
So, what I'm saying here is that look, whatever is happening between them, I don't think it's that too serious. Because if it's that too serious, they will not give him the opportunity to nominate another person to replace him. But it's one of their brightest in their party, and since there's speculation on his how do I describe it? As to why his removal from the ministerial position, I think that you address us.
Yeah, but why didn't Tinubu fight for him? Is what I don't understand. Why was the pushback so much where the president couldn't even do anything about fighting or to force him on? Like look, other people.
One thing I'm suspecting. You see, there's one thing I'm suspecting. Maybe they got some fact against him that is playing some kind of double standard game. He's showing openly that he's supporting the president, but the behind the scene is working against him. And they got that fact right, a well-established fact. And they now concluded that this guy will be dangerous for the administration to occupy a very high position.
Oh.
And who will a very high position as like the position of the minister, because the minister will have to see the president at any time. He will know what is going on at the upper level of government, and everything will be open to him. There's nothing that is going on in the government that he won't know. So maybe they feel it's a security threat to them, or a kind of a person that is very risky to work with, very, very risky. So that's what I'm suspecting. Maybe they got some fact.
Adan Lekoko, do you think it's anything to do with this? I think I played it earlier on, but what's this? This is from 4 years ago.
No, there is no dispute between me and anyone in the APC. The APC is one family. I don't dispute with people in my own party. They may dispute with me, but I don't.
I don't think it's this.
I made comments in.
You don't think it's anything to do with that?
I don't think we've gone past this. I mean, after this, they reconcile. He even said it that he will not contest, because before the primary, people are contemplating. You know, when it came out, when this video, when he went to Lagos and unleashed that attack against Tinubu, and I'm supporting Ambody and unleashed attack against Tinubu. You know, every one of us then concluded that, look, it looked like this guy want to contest for presidency. You remember, woman? So
yes.
But after then, when everybody were preparing for presidential, and I mean, after then, it came out. He said he's not interested in the position to contest for presidency, and he stood by it. He stood by his word, and he worked for Tinubu. He was in the lead to fight within the party to secure, I mean, for power rotation to the south, because the Cabal back then didn't want even the power to shift to the south. So he fought hard, among others, with Ganduje, among others, to fight very, very hard for power rotation. He secured it. He was the one in the lead. So why would now they say, oh, because of the statement he made 3 years ago or 5 years ago, they consider him? Then what happened to Wike? Wike, they are called the whole of their party a cancer party. He said PDP was a party with malaria fever, but APC is a cancerous, and that he will never. That's what Wike said. He will never go to APC. Nothing will he will never. But he's there today.
Yeah, but yeah, he has not gone to APC. I'm not
No,
aware that.
He said he will not work for APC. So he worked for them in the primary and now been nominated, rewarded for his contribution towards Tinubu. To secure to win the president. So I think we've gone past this video there. I don't think that's what is respect. What I'm really suspecting, which maybe it could be true, is that they caught him red-handed, working against the interests of the president behind the scene.
That would be very difficult to believe, Ajanle Koko, given all he did to bring about Tinubu's presidency. He cannot be working to undermine it. Remember when he was in front of the cameras challenging Buhari on the Naira swap? Remember how we fought to get that ticket for him? He cannot be sabotaging him, having done all that.
One man, please. Can I chip into what you just asked, Babaja, please? This your question actually is almost like a question for my friend in the North. Yeah, he said something very instructive. I think that's probably an answer to what you asked. He said that throughout all the campaign El-Rufai did for Asuwaju in the North, he was only promoting Muslim tickets. That all the radio tours he went to, that he barely mentioned Asuwaju's name. He was concentrating on the ticket, that they have to make Muslim ticket work. So could it be that this guy it wasn't really an Asuwaju thing, presidency or whatever. For him, he needed the Muslim presidents to be there. That's why he really put that energy in that ticket.
And I know, for him to go to this is just me speculating to what you said. For him to go to the North to use that narrative, and I'm going off the basis of what you said because I don't know that to be the case. But for him to have done that, that is to tell you that is what he believes will sell to those people more than saying vote for a Yoruba man. So it was just feeding them the diets that they know how to eat now. Is that not the case?
Yeah, speaking in the language they understand. Yeah. So, so that is, look, one man, politicians are very, very treacherous. Very, very treacherous. They do a lot of things behind the scene that you cannot believe. And when they come open to the open public, it's a different thing they will do. So that is what I'm suspecting. I might be wrong. I could be wrong. Might not be right. But that's what I'm suspecting, that for this to happen to him at this point in time, I believe something went wrong. It is not security. It is not security issue. Something went wrong that sent a signal to the presidency that this guy is a treacherous guy, be very dangerous to work with, and therefore, let us step him down. Let us not give him a chance to be around us, because being around us is like we have an enemy within that can destroy us. So maybe that was happened. But we are running democracy. This guy, like I said earlier, is a star, one of the brightest, if not the brightest, in that party. The party should speak to let us know. The media, the press, should put pressure on that guy that said he's a presidential spokesperson to speak on this issue. We want to know what happened to Rufai, what is the issue, and they should carry out investigation as well. Just like Hyundai carry out investigation, posted his facts.
Hyundai carried out investigation.
Hold on.
David, are you here?
Hold on.
Is he now?
Hold on, woman. Is it not
woman? I've told you. Woman,
let me land now. And you didn't get over best.
I've come for you tonight, Baba Jale Koko.
Woman, I've told you. This Nigerian chief, I don't know what happened to him. This Nigerian chief,
now.
The obedience is a fatherly beating Jale Koko down.
Okay, just like Hyundai posted a fact, a memo from the defense headquarters that Nigeria should mobilize troops to the borderline in Sokoto, borderline with Niger. That's a fantastic investigative journalism right there. You may not like him, but what did he do? He carried out his job to let us know that, yes, this is what they are telling us publicly. This is what they are doing behind the scene. The Senate said, rejected the president's request for approval, but the president is mobilizing troops to the borderline. That is how do I do that is illegal for the presidency to act like that. Why are you mobilizing our best to where you are not approved to take them to? Why? We must follow the rule of law. Where is the rule of law? Where is the separation of power?
How is that related to El-Rufai case now?
No, I'm making reference to, you know, I'm pointing out how these people can do one thing publicly and go and do a different thing behind the scene. In the public, the presidency apply to the Senate for approval to mobilize our troops for to join with ECOWAS.
Have you heard the term?
Hold on.
Stand down.
Hold on.
Stand by, stand down.
Hold on. So the Senate said no, but it was mobilizing the troop. So what I'm
What if they change their mind later on?
The reference I'm making there, I mean, what the point I'm trying to make is that, look, politicians can very treacherous. They can say one thing in the public and go and do another thing behind the scene, which is very, very dangerous. Which could be very dangerous to the country, could be dangerous to their party, could be dangerous to democracy. So, and I'm just telling you what politicians are. So
Can I interject you about that level?
Okay, yes.
Have you heard this term, stand by or stand down? In the military, they don't just say, even if tomorrow National Assembly presidents to send troops to Nigeria, they won't just start immediately. They've already tried to mobilize. See, you mobilize, and if they don't get approved, then you can disband them and send them back to their barracks. But you don't just start immediately. They tell you to go ahead. That is the reason why they're trying to mobilize first. So if at the end of the day, National Assembly still double down, then they can now go back to their various duty posts. That was the reason why they are sending that mobilization memo to the defense headquarters. It's not just about saying, "Oh, we are starting tomorrow, so tomorrow we will start mobilizing." By the way, why should they address us about that Rufai? I mean, they said it's not approved. Why must they investigate? Why must they tell us? Nigeria doesn't need anything to know about anything. If the National Assembly say we don't want this guy, Shikina is not our problem. After all, it's Tinubu that nominated him. So it's the force, powerful force beyond that Rufai, beyond Tinubu himself, that is showing hand, and they are fighting it to the nail. So if they don't approve it, she can let them go. We'll be fine. After all, you are there. The Tinubu can call upon you to come and serve your fatherland. Won't you perform? I'm sure you want to beat the record of everybody.
Kò lè mú wa ẹ̀yin yìí gan tó bá gbọ́n pọ́ mú wa ẹ̀yin lẹ máa jáde pé ọ̀tá yìí gangan lẹ mú yìí o.
Not on that space. If Tinubu offers you a ministerial position, would you accept, Ajanle Koko?
That's a good question.
If you offer me a ministerial position, would I accept? I will give him condition that.
No. Would you accept?
Hold on.
Nigeria politics.
Ẹ má ti ọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀ mí lẹ́nu.
Yes or no is the question.
Ẹ jẹ́ irọ́ bò ṣe yes or no.
No, yes or no ni o.
Ẹ má tọrọ.
If you reject it, I will go to Babalawo on your behalf. You must accept.
Well, even the oh Lord, my God. Well, I regard it as a service, as a call to serve my motherland, and I will give him some condition. Mr. President, if you really want me to perform here, then I hope you will not interfere with what I'm doing here.
Sorry, what ministry would they give Obidients Koko? Let's even go there. What ministry?
Labor now. Labor and employment.
If you
employ
everybody,
Aluta ministry.
See, you never can tell. See, sometimes you may think people are not listening. You'll be surprised. Who would have thought that a child of 400 students will be appointed to a committee? Who would have thought? So never can tell.
You're right. So yes, I would mind to be
that was for the camera.
I think I support.
No, it's not for the optics. She must have something to offer.
They will be sending her to make tea. They will be sending her to make tea. Come on,
No. You know, they know that that girl public will be interested in knowing the impact of that girl in that committee. And there's no way she will not contribute in that committee. So, and they want to measure that committee's performance through the participation of that young lady. And at the same time, the policy formulations idea that will be, transmitted to the presidency, they will also, they will look at it from that perspective. And I'm sure, after all, we're talking about it now. So the public will be interested in knowing what that young lady has done or her impact in that committee. So it's not for optic. If it is for optic, perhaps she wouldn't have been there in the first place. Somebody who is much more larger than life would have been appointed, like Baba Njale Koko. It's not yet over, but it is over. So you can't really. It's not going to be possible. You don't know some of us, so some of us might be closer to Tinubu more than you think. Oh. Let's keep finger crossed. Go ahead, Baba Njale Koko.
I know you are closer to
our incoming minister. Go ahead.
Minister of Labor and Productivity. Don't worry. I will fight for Nigerian workers. I will make sure that they get all their right. And
are you campaigning already? Are you campaigning?
You see life. You see life, Baba Lamala. You see life.
Abi, editing.
I think I support Baba. I think I don't know how you came up with that, but I think that's the perfect ministry for him, for someone that loves social justice and all of that. I think I'm gonna be number one person to vote for Baba.
Yeah, but Uptown, you know Uptown, you are a Christian. So they say when you want to do something, you say, what would Jesus do? But with Ajale Koko now, if Tinubu makes him a minister, what will Showore say? That is the thing. Is this an abandonment of?
Showore,
he's going to work under
it is done. Go and chop too. It's turn by turn after all. I started saying it.
But they already have they already have three from Ogun State, so I don't think they have any room for anybody from Ogun State.
By virtue of the way we play, someone that was soon should have been appointed in the first place.
Your internet is having a problem, Dewale. What's going on?
Because I'm my geo fence, or what do they call it, is usually going against me once I'm approaching my.
You sound better. You sound better now.
Yeah, it's because I'm attracting. So you're trying to cut me off so that somebody will not come and use my Wi-Fi or whatever to start, penetrating. It's armed robber Nigeria. They called me day before yesterday. You know this their LGBT way of doing things. They said I belong to one group on WhatsApp that they.
Want to get crew. Get crew.
But really, this is not me digging at the Americans. So, hold on, Dewale, because you even broke off for about a minute or so. This is not me digging at the Americans. So, but why is it that everybody that connects from American something is always this wavy, dipping in and out roller coaster? Do people need some money? Do we have to send some money to fix up?
Listen,
imagine.
Oh yeah,
you broke. They're looking for money. You broke.
They broke.
Hey, Mama, the most sophisticated, the best internet connection you can find in the entire world is here in America. Take it from me.
Do you mind if I don't take it from you?
Please do.
Bishop. Hold on. You, Bishop, Rotimi. In fact, apart from Babati, even at Janle Koko, is always this wavy something. So, and the evidence does not back up what you just
I
said.
I just told you now. I don't know if you know it was clear that I said once I'm approaching my house.
That's mobile. No, that's mobile now. People are driving, and of course, mobile.
No. It's always like that. It's been set up that way. So once I'm driving, it would disconnect me. It would try to attract that Wi-Fi immediately, but it would quickly disconnect because you know some people might want to penetrate or hijack through their connectivity. So that's how it does. Then eventually it will reconnect. So I was using my own mobile phone data before, but once I'm approaching my area, then it will try to attract that Wi-Fi because I have a very strong, powerful Wi-Fi. I think around 50 to 60 how do they calculate 60 radius or whatever from my house is usually attract. So we have the best internet connection. Let me tell you that, Omar. Unlike those people in Europe, those men. In fact, one man should not even be arguing when we talk about connectivity. Is it not the same one that his computer will be doing as they go to school, like the one they have in Naba and Okrika, going in and out. Like sometimes we'll be like, can you hear me? No, we can't hear you. We can hear you loud and clear. And it will go like
one man, Joe,
it's gone. It's gone. Internet has
one man to drop. It dropped.
No, I didn't drop.
One man don't go out. It drop.
One man. Bàbá ní ìdí owó, àwa lówó ní Saudi Arabia o. A lè fún wọn lówó.
Àwa làkùbà ti dé o.
Àwa lówó wọ́ọ̀dù wà ń bí o.
We are talking about internet. We are talking about internet connection.
Àwa Abuja Budanu la wá o. Owó wà o.
You know, the funniest thing is that in Saudi Arabia, they make us believe that their street is paved with gold. Meanwhile, they have those poor communities outside the Jeddah or those big cities. They are poor as church rat, but they will show that on TV.
True. What you are saying is not true. Have you been there?
Yeah, right. There's nowhere.
Let me tell you one thing. If I ask you now, that what do you spend your money on now? Tell me. That take bulk of your money. Just tell me.
So you're saying that
mortgage.
No. Apart from that, are you saying that they give you guys free gas, free fuel to power your car? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
How much? We pay 2-point-something riyad for a liter of fuel. Electricity, maybe in a month, you can't spend more than maybe $80 less than that on electricity. It's kind of more than that. Earth is free. Wait.
That's expensive. No, but
it's
that's
not expensive. No, it's just like here we have summer, we have winter.
You don't spend £30 on electricity here.
No, Simba is rich now. Nobody is Simba now.
Okay.
Then you don't pay for earth. You don't pay anything for earth. To the highest, they can even take you.
Hold on, Simba. Hold on. Do you pay tax?
No tax.
You don't pay tax in Saudi Arabia. Okay.
Yes, there is no tax. Earth is free. They can even fly you out of the country if they don't have the facilities for that.
There's no poor people in Saudi Arabia.
Is that not a socialist?
There is no country, there is no poor people. The way you are painting it as if
an average... why are they still poor despite the narrative you just painted? How come they are still poor?
The definition of being poor, let me tell you, we have to even because
it's a self-inflicted. Is that what you're saying?
It's not like that. What I'm saying, get me right. The issue with being poor, all those universal definitions that they give, like you must have $2 or whatever that this is. To me, it's not true because what will take somebody to survive in Nigeria might not be up to $1 in a day, and it will survive better than even somebody with $2 in America. So, giving all those, yes.
Give me my freedom and take your money. After all, you can't say anybody with bikinis in Saudi Arabia, can you?
Is that what you are looking for? Oh, Obere.
A whole street is dedicated to the women of underworld in this city, and yet you can't have such things in Saudi Arabia. So give me my freedom. I take your money and go.
Gentlemen, hold on, gentlemen. Let's say from Uptown. Who has been here for?
You won't hear from me. I just you guys. You won't. I'll be hearing everybody this day.
No. Hold on. Uptown has been here for about 2-3 hours.
Uptown.
He's not said anything, and he has to go to church very soon. So let's hear from him. Uptown. Let's hear from him.
Go and ask for forgiveness, Ivy.
Yeah, go ahead. The east way of Lekki face.
Why are you going to church this early, Mama? Why?
Oh, Lord, sorry.
When do you go to church?
We going to church at 4 a.m. Is that what man is telling us that Uptown we go to church at 4 a.m.
That's
no. If you dedicated,
are you sure it's a church or not? Maybe it's the shrine. Maybe
shrine.
Uptown, where are you? Are you in the shrine or where?
Actually, these days, that's really a thing in Nigeria. The shrine thing you mentioned is a thing right now in Nigeria. But I'm a Christian. I'm a church boy. I'm a God's boy. Jesus
maybe
boy.
For early mass, you go to early mass, early mass in the morning, 6 o'clock.
Yes.
I know it's very early in the morning.
But not all the time. Sometimes
that is when Deborah turns up. That is when Deborah turns up.
No, really. One man. Okay, so yes, what I wanted to address earlier is I was talking about. I wanted to put some certain things in the right perspective with what my dear elder brother that I believe he has already left the platform was saying. Who was talking about obedience and how we hate Nigeria and how we want Nigeria to burn, how we want Nigeria to go to war. The last time I checked, the only people mentioning war is ECOWAS and their leader. We are saying no war, no violence, no military intervention. Stick to dialogues. But some people enjoy twisting things. And the thing about me is when you can't stand me, I can't help you. And most bullies cannot stand me because the problem with bullies is that bullies hate and dread people that can stand up to them, especially when those people have higher moral ground than they do. And people that can unveil their weaknesses, their hypocrisies, their lies, and their hate-propelled propagandas. That's literally what I mean. So I meet most of them all the time. And no matter how much you want to push back or you want to bring up things and change the realities of things to make me and you won't make me to descend to your low moral ground so that we can fight together. It's never going to happen. But again, it's never going to shut me up because I'll keep exposing your lies and your hypocrisies. You get what I'm saying? So the point is, having made that point, I'm not patriotic. A lot of us here are not patriotic. People that are saying, somebody referred to me as a non-Nigerian. And I dare the person to provide to the platform anywhere I've made any non-Nigerian comments or any separatist comments or have defended or backed any such. And I'll stop coming to the platform if the person is able to do that. Talking about patriotism. See, I can stand anything with APC and Tinubu. The only thing I hate that their government brought to us is gathering all the worst ethnic jingoists in Nigeria especially the ones from the Southwest. All of them that we are, before they were talking about we'll do the One Nation and all that. Gathering all of them, all the political renegades, all of them are now suddenly lovers of Nigeria. And all of them, they now think that other people don't like Nigeria because people are insisting that the right thing is done. When you say eyes on judiciary, and when you say vote rights, they say you are hitting Nigeria. Vote rights, eyes on judiciary, these are normal civil things. These are normal democratic things. But anti-democratic forces in our country have gathered under the umbrella of APC, and they are pushing democratic ideals to look and sound like they are anti-democratic and they are anti-national ideals. Whereas it is the way, it is opposite of that. And they say they are patriotic, and they're calling people renegades. They're calling people non-Nigerians, green passport carrying citizens of Nigeria, because they don't share your political ideology. You say they are non-Nigerians. You strip them of their citizenship, and then in the same sentence, you're calling yourself a patriot. You say, I'm patriotic, I won't talk to non-Nigerians. I mean, the hypocrisy is thinking, but let me not even go there. People say Obidients are the one causing problem in Nigeria, that the one going to call for military coup, military to take over Nigeria. If military take over Nigeria, how am I going to win on a case for court? They said Obi, he talked about, like, my brother Des called up one of the hypocrisies. You talked about Kwankwa, so you mentioned him as a person. You talked about Obi. I think you mentioned him as a person. When he goes to Obi's turn, you jump to Obi and went to Obidients, which are normal Nigerian citizens. That is the hypocrisy in that space. And then the hypocrisy is the fact that Atiku is the only opposition candidate that led a protest after election, at the same time that Obi was calling for boycott of all protests, and every civil disobedience should be boycotted and no obedience should go out on the streets. Atiku wore black, called people, and somebody's claiming that on Twitter, and they don't know, or they are claiming not to know, that PDP guys are the ones that pushed most for protests after the announcement of the election results. And Obidients were holding spaces and calling for Obidients to boycott the push for protest. That was the command Obi gave the last time he spoke, and that no Obidient is allowed to go and protest. If not, Lagos would have been filled up. Edo would have been filled up. A lot of people preached Amagidom here. Like Madam Zita came and said, if Obi is not announced, Southeast will be on fire. Southeast was as calm as ice. Not one soul came out after the election was announced. Not one soul came out to protest. The only protest that ever happened was the one led by Atiku Abubakar. Dino Melaye, they jumped on trucks. They called for people, nobody joined them. They pushed for that protest for 3 days. Obidients said, we are not coming out. We're not going to join you. Our principal said, no protest. Our protest is here online. We are calling for accountability of the judiciary. We're not going to go on the streets. We're going to cause troubles. The people that went to the defense headquarters, the only you saw I saw Mazi Ezoke there, who is an Obidient. But you failed to see PDP guys on Twitter. They were there. Social what's it called? Social civil society members were there. No Obedience apart from Mazuzoke was there. Mazuzoke. So that was a collaboration of people that felt this election didn't go well. It wasn't just Obedience. Majority of the stance of the Obedience remains the stand of Peter Obi, which is no protest, and he keeps saying it. And since then, every week, this man tweets every single week. Go and check his tweet yesterday, the Global Youth Day. What was he telling the youths? Was he telling them to disorganize the country? No, like I said before, chill. What you're seeing now with in the new Nigeria, you're not going to see it. So it keeps extending their hope to chill. Imagine if that guy has not been extending the hope of these young people, what they would have done. Maybe answers would have come. But he keep extending their hope. He keep playing that vital role of pouring water there. And somebody will come back and twist it to suit their narrative, and they label themselves patriotism. Whenever you come on this platform, no Obidients has ever said anything about the Yoruba people or called and say these people from the Southwest. Only 1 or 2 persons does that in this platform. And they are the people that come with the toga of patriotism. Whenever you come, you cannot complete a sentence without saying these people. You were talking about Niger Republic, Southeast. You are talking about El Rufai, Southeast. You are talking about, can you complete sentence without calling Southeast? You can't do it. And you are the patriotic person. Whereas, look at people like myself. Look at people like Des. Look at people like Ekene. Look at more neutral people like Aja. Look at Kulata. These are people, when they speak, they are the real patriots, and they are not going around. Kulata and Aja, they are not going around calling themselves patriots. Patriot, you don't name yourself patriot. You act like a patriot.
You left.
You don't need to say it.
I noticed you left Babati out of that list, so you already know he's a fundamentalist. Well, carry on. Yes, Babati, you've been exposed.
Yes,
carry on.
I mean, I think the fundamentalists knows themselves. You get what I'm saying?
It's
But it
Tinubu
is really very
Babalawo.
disgusting when
Babalawo
most of us are pushing. When people are pushing for, it's okay to support your candidate. You get what I'm saying? It's okay to criticize Obi. Nothing has ever gotten me agitated about anybody criticizing Obi. But what I do is that if you say something that is not right, I put you right because we're in the public. I push back because I have the right to do that. But what I only pick offense is criticize Obi, criticize Labour Party, criticize, but don't ethnicize it. Don't go and say Southeast. Those people do this. Those people pushed for coup. Those people did. Southeast is one of the calmest places after this election. No riots. People said Southeast is going to burn. They didn't declare their son. They're going to go on the streets. Really? They are in their shops in my markets. They go to work. They go home. They have been so peaceful. They just listen to their radio and sleep and hope that dollar goes down so that they can go about their businesses. Only in Abuja has some civil society groups and a few people from both camps have joined. But the only official protest that has ever happened was led by Atiku Abubakar. Imagine if it was Obi that led that protest. People would have said that he's the one that is treasonous. The double standard is thinking. The double standard is thinking. And only people that can speak up. No, let me tell you what led me into politics is Thomas Sankara. He's the one that led me into politics. And people should go and look at his ideals. People should go and look at the things he preached about individualism, about nationalism, about the need for Africa to be Africa. Look at his personal characteristics and link it with.
Why would we never talk about what
Wait, let me
going
finish.
on?
Please, please allow me. Obi is not your president. Allow me.
Around. We need to
So
push
when
back.
people, no, allow me. You can push back when I'm done. So, and then someone come and one man again. This is the second time I'm hearing somebody saying Uptown on Twitter. I dare anybody, and I double dare anybody to bring out anything on Twitter that is anti-Nigerian. I dare anybody to bring out anything on Twitter that I say that is anti-Nigerian, pro-Biafra, or anti-separatism, or whatever. The only luck we have in this country is that people like my dear elder brother that left this platform, people like them is less than 1% in this country, because if there are more than 10%, this country would have broken up. This country would have been in flames, because people like them is on the
Uptown.
If people like them are more,
it only happen in Southeast. It's not in Nigeria. It's not in Lagos.
Uptown. You know that you know that enigmatic is mid to late 20s, no older than very early 30s. It's probably the exact same age as you.
Well, I didn't ask anybody for their age, but me, on my personal ideal, I automatically place myself below every other person by default, as far as it's a public platform, so that it will help me to be able to address people better. So people, I can be addressing somebody
the humility is amazing.
than myself, but
the humility, I just love the humility of that.
Yeah, so I don't really I may end up being addressing somebody that is below me, but the point is not the age. The point is the quality that you bring to the public platform and then the fact that you're not hypocritical and the fact that you're not banding about lies. So people, when I want to speak, I speak with passion. And when I said I selected a leader, there are options 1, A, B, and C. And I selected B or I selected C. Challenge me anywhere in the north, in the south, in the east, in the west, and I will give you reasons why I selected that person. It has absolutely nothing to do with ethnicity, and we can set it down, and you just end up making a fool of yourself, because I will give you from 1 to 100 reasons why that person had an edge over the next person on my number 2 list. So anybody that will want to come and try to mentally bully me, I have fought bullies from my secondary school, even on behalf of my friends. And I know everything about bullies. I know their psychological engagements. I know that they are very weak people that want to portray themselves as they are very mentally strong. I understand
Nobody
all of these
bully
things.
you here, man.
But
Why
when
are you so
you're
pain?
playing
Why are you so
diplomacy,
pain? You so pain, man. Why are you
when
so
you're
pain?
no, I'm not paying at anything.
Why are you so
I'm
pain?
addressing
Calm
an
down,
issue.
man. Calm down.
It
Nobody
has
bully
nothing to
you
do
here.
with me. No, it's not me. I know the people I'm speaking for, and those people I'm sure they're glad. And the point is that anybody that thinks that they can box Uptown or blackmail Uptown into keeping quiet and into not exposing their hypocrisy, then the person is on a dead end, because it's never going to happen. Even if I started discussing, I started having conversations, I started learning and dining and whining with people 5 times my age, right from the age of 11 years. So I already know how the brain of elders work. So nobody can come and think they will come and chat, and maybe Uptown will now shut up and say, okay, let me know. You can't do that. That's just the point.
Do you know what? Do you know what we call that in Yoruba land? Ọmọdé tó bá fọmọ tó bá ọmọdé tó bá mọ ọwọ́ abágbàjẹ́ ọmọdé tó bá mọ.
I would like to know what. I wish someone is Yoruba at this point. I think it's doubt.
You know, it literally means a child that knows how to wash his hands will eat with the elders. That's what it means. Yes. Do you want to speak with
okay.
after that impassioned speech? Your commentaries on El Rufai will probably be an anticlimax, but let's hear from you.
My commentary on El Rufai, woman, it remains my commentary on El Rufai. And I'm going to repeat myself again. I think El Rufai is going to make a good minister of power. And I've been thinking, since the rumor of El Rufai joining this government, I've been thinking, knowing who El Rufai is, we have a personal experience with El Rufai. I don't want to talk about it in this platform. All these things that's coming out is coming out now. I'm just like, this is classic El Rufai. Come on, guys. But I know how my dad hates this man. I know my dad will not dare hear me saying that he will make a good minister for power. But I'm saying it because I am objective and I know he can do well in that ministry. But again, what is playing out in the politics is another thing altogether, which some of them have highlighted yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Some of the fillers I am getting is the fact he was one of the few ministers that they actually told the portfolio that he wanted to be given by the government. I heard he even went to go and organize his own team like 3 weeks ago. They start looking at the Siemens deal, and which I really think is really very fantastic. And before the last visit to the presidency, there was a visit he made before.
Hold on, Uptown. Apologies. Yeah. Anybody that concurs with Uptown's impassioned speech, click on the like button. Carry on, Uptown.
Okay, oh man, I like what you did there. Yeah, I second that. Please, anybody that concurs, please click on the like button. Thank you. So he set up his team ahead of time 3 weeks before he was even what is happening in the power sector with the Siemens deal. He was also the one that brought up the initiative of, hey, let's push in gas into the power sector, into the power ministry. Like, let's add gas there because gas is like the future of power. Yeah, that's where we are moving to. So maybe we'll put gas there and call it probably Ministry of Energy. I guess most of those things came from him and his team. Yeah. And I heard they were done. They even had to go and do presentation in the presidency. But I heard this second time, which is this last time where they went, that the presidency suddenly started arguing that, hey, this idea of making this thing energy, Ministry of Energy and all of that, it's not right, and gas, whatever it is. So it looked like something has gone down politically that is making the presidency change attitude towards El-Rufai. And this is according to the feel I got. Now, El-Rufai, even before the previous time he went there, that he actually told Tinubu about some people fighting his nomination to be minister. Yeah. And Tinubu said, okay, give me like 1 week to investigate this. So in the second time he went, he had to call, can I have a private meeting with you about the last thing you told me you're going to investigate this? And Tinubu didn't give it to him. Tinubu said, okay, you can schedule an appointment. So I guess all of those things were already giving El-Rufai a point that, okay, there's something playing out. Maybe before this thing get dated, let me just excuse myself for you guys.
One man,
And
this
all
guy
that,
can write.
which is
You
why,
can write
you know what, I'm going to leave.
You can write movie.
So,
Are you there?
no, I'm telling you the feel. See, allow me. I'm telling you the
Yes,
feelers I'm getting.
it's like you follow
You get what I'm
them.
saying?
Oh my god!
From my sources. And some of these things has been published as well. You get what I'm saying? And it's not. I'm not saying that I was in Asrock. This is some of the feelers I'm getting, and also from some of the published sources as well, which all of us can probably have access to. There's a Premium Times report, and there's a couple of reports as well that also came out this evening, last night rather, and all that. You piece them together, trying to make it. These are some of the fillers. Yeah, it could be anything, but the point is, for me, do I want El-Rufai to be power minister? I think I actually want him. As much as I really hate him, I don't like him. I have 1,000 reasons not to. But is it gonna? Do I want it in the power ministry? Yes. If he's not there, can we find someone else? Of course, yes. You get what I'm saying? Of course, yes. A lot of people can be in that ministry. You get what I'm saying? If El-Rufai is in that government, I don't think it's going to be against me or against anything concerning me. We know what he did in FCT. We are the first experience we had with him. We know what he did with FCT. I don't think he's going to be able to do that shenanigan in the power sector. So all he's going to do in power sector is going to benefit everybody across, no matter what region, across, no matter what religion, yeah? But whatever, if he's out of that space, it will only affect Tinubu's government or their nonsense 2027 politics or whatever they're doing, which is absolutely not my business. You see why I really don't care less. So I'm not even for or against, but I'm more for, because him being in the ministry will benefit me more than if he's not there. But if he's not there, it's absolutely not going to benefit me. It's probably, that one is 100% their politics and whatever it is they are doing. The Northerners are now saying, okay, the narrative is that Tinubu wanted to find the best hand. He found them from the southwest. So you want to just pick only weak people from the north, from the southeast, and other people, so that southwest people will shine more as ministers.
Well, what are you making of the? Sorry, hold on, Upton. What are you making of the picks from the southeast? Do you have their names, and but do you want to?
Yes, I have.
In a very, but don't go long. Just go short. Give us an appraisal of the picks from the southeast.
One man, let me even tell you the only reason why I was even interested at all in this ministerial issue. For me, I don't really care about ministerial positions and the regionalism that has to attach with it here. But the only reason why I care is that, of course, everybody knows that Tinubu is the second person on my list. And the only thing that kept him there is that one single idea that he can get the best team. That's the only thing that kept him there, number 2 on my list. But now that that is even questionable. That's why I'm even tempted to speak on that issue. You get what I'm saying? But then on what you asked me about ministers from Southeast, I'm disappointed, one man. And I'll tell the part of Kulata once again. These guys didn't vote for you, yeah? Good. So, not a good ground for politicking. So, that's where you should have explored technocrats. Yeah? Because, I mean, they're not going to vote for you anyway. So, that is an opportunity to get the Obidients, the Kwesilis, to get the Soludos, to get the Dorakonilis, you know, to get the brains, you know, whether they are in Nigeria now or whether you're going to source them from this diaspora and bring them back home, like will be brought back Oseloko Obaze from the UN. Source them, bring them. That's an opportunity. These guys, you're going to not need to play politics there. But giving me, what's this woman's name? And I've checked all their records. It's really very disappointing, the people we picked from Southeast. And again, looking at the qualities of people you chose to pick from a whole Anambra state.
Do you think it's setting them? Do you think it's Uptown? Do you think it's setting them up to fail?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I'm tempted to believe that. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't tell me, that Sowaju suddenly stop knowing how to identify talents. I don't think so. Even age cannot make you to stop knowing how to identify talent if you actually knew, which I believe he does. I mean, this guy brought Ambodi. I mean, you brought Sao. I mean, you brought Fashola. Come on. You know what I'm saying? So, coming to Anambra, even I have a short list that are miles ahead of this lady than the one from Imo. Come on. Or is it the one from Abia? The one from Abia they still even try small. But it's really disappointing. I just feel I'm tempted to believe some of the conspiracy theory, which I've seen a lot of people have expressed that. There's this video, one man, I wanted to send it to you, but network was disturbing me. There was this Northerner. You know this what's this there's this TV, there's this popular TV show that's being hosted by a Northerner.
It's not Brekete.
Is it Brekete?
Brekete, yes, Brekete family. Yeah. There's a video the guy made there in one of the shows where he was calling out Tinubu, where he says that Tinubu is setting up the North and the East to fail. And because of the quality of people who he chose to pick from the North, I mean, you go and pick Badari, you go to pick the failure from Zamfara and picked a lot of failures there, and then added just one Dr. Pat. And then you come to Southeast, you're picking people my friend called the girlfriend of governors. I mean, I think that's very bad, but I mean, it looks like it. You know, pick them and then put them there. I mean,
Is it not this state? Hold on now, Uptown.
Yeah.
Is it not this? Is it not these states? Are these states not invited? Are these states not invited to bring names forward? Are these not the names that the states submitted? The Southeast, surely they submitted the names, and then it just said, yeah.
No, one man. If it's just about states submitting the name, yeah, I don't think so. Tinubu has a Wale Edun. He has a lot of people from the Southwest. You get what I'm saying? That he knows these guys have capacity. Is it Soludo that submitted this lady's name? Absolutely not. You know what I'm saying?
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Soludo submitted that lady.
Yes.
He didn't.
If you are saying it's governor's girlfriend, maybe she's the
governor.
But you know that the one from Imo State is currently the commissioner for finance in Imo, and if you take a look of CV, she's a very, very smart lady. She finished as a medical student. I mean, she went to medical school, and after that, she joined banking industry, and then she rose to the top of in that bank. That is it not Zenith Bank? So some of these ladies that I think you guys are looking as nothing might come up to be the best of the best among the best. Maybe in some years to come. So I think we just have to. Well, we might not know them. They might not be popular. They might be names that are not known to Nigerian people, but they might be some of our best talent. Maybe after some years, in as a minister, maybe their performance will then reveal to us that yes, they have some super brain. So let's just be patient. I mean, those Akuluyi, Okweselese, nobody know them back then too. Even what do you call it, Mrs. The one in W2O. She is not known. Yes, she was working with World Bank, but nobody. She's not a familiar name to Nigerian. They brought them, and we are looking at Obasanjo brought a technocrat. They were not known, but they later came out to be to be one of our brightest. So let's just be patient and see what these people will turn out to be. They have appointed them. There's nothing we can do. They might have seen some things in them that we don't know, but let us see. Give them 1-2 years at least. Their impact in our nationhood will tell us that yes, if they have super brain to turn things around for for the country. So that's the way I see it, Uptown. And it's not the best to rubbish or condemn them that they are not good pigs and this and that. Let's just be patient and see what will happen. That's my take.
All right. Uptown, add this to it as well, but then bring it home in a short summary so that we can bring other voices in. Is there a conspiracy theory also wrapped around the fact that the nominees from the Southeast are women? Is there a conspiracy theory wrapped around that as well, Uptown? Uptown, the homie.
Sorry, what conspiracy theory are you talking about?
I'm not sure. There's so many conspiracy theories coming out of that space. I want to see because now he's now saying that I don't know.
Anybody peddling that is suggesting that maybe the women are inferior to men, therefore they don't have top quality to represent them. That would be the only suggestion, which does not make any logical sense. So
how does that not make a logical sense? Are women equal to men by your perception?
Okay, one man, you're on your own on that one. It's your platform. I will let you fall on that sword. I'm not.
Yeah, you're trying to set me up.
Was I cut out for?
woke. There is part of that. It's part of the. It's woke now. It's part of the woke.
Dupsy was anything against
You need the feminist on the platform to do gay against one man, and it's your point. So I would not say, but no, to say that because they have females from that part of the country, is some worship to because maybe scared of the male coming into his space and dominating. Therefore, it got females. Therefore, I'm not buying that. I do question the quality of some of these women. I've called some of them pancake rubbing, not of top quality in my opinion. But some of them are actually pretty good.
I think that's even a better description than I withdraw my own. Mine is not very good.
Yeah, because I was looking for like a Ngozi Kojuela, Kemi Adeosun, that kind of quality, but all this pancake rubbing is just not. I'm sorry. Some of them are just, I'm like, how did you even get the so just that's my only, but because they are female is not the reason why I'm opposing some of them. It's just the quality is not just what I was expecting from Tinubu's administration. So Uptown, sorry to cut you short. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I align with my brother that just spoke. I mean, pancake rubbing women, I think that's all I see. Apart from Betty, I personally like Betty. But that doesn't mean that she's what I was expecting. And anybody that is really, trust me, it's not really bad. Just that when you come into power with a certain kind of you campaign on something, yeah. The only thing that I was interested in the entire Tinubu narrative was just that ability to gather team. There was nothing else I could hold on to. I couldn't hold on to. He couldn't speak to me in communication. I couldn't relate. A lot of young people couldn't relate as well. So there was just that for me personally. And I know a lot of people don't even have one thing to hold on to. I'm holding on to that, which I also think is a very important thing. To be seeing this for me is really very shaky. I'm like, okay, what's going? Even though before the election, I had predicted, like I said yesterday, that with what I'm seeing, that if Tinubu does what can make him win this election, then he will reduce his ability to be able to gather the kind of team like he did in Lagos. And that's what is playing out. So we saw that very clearly. But then one man answered you already. The ladies from Southeast is disappointing. I checked their profiles that time. I have gone back a couple of days ago to go and check. Maybe I must have missed some part of it. I mean, and one man, you're talking about knowing. It's not about being popular or being known, yeah? People like Dora Kumili, before they came on board, they weren't popular, yeah. But if you go to the resume, you'll see. Nobody knew Soludo before he came on board. But if you went to Soludo's resume, you'll see all his escapades. You see countries, you see places, institutions, organizations, you see records and stuff like that, even before coming on board. So that's just the point we are making. And really, all of us want the country to work. If we don't want the country to work, I'll be praying for Tinubu to select only fools all across the entire region so that the administration will fail. In fact, I will recommend more salient nominees from Southeast that is going to destroy the entire government. You understand what I'm saying? But for us, we want if this administration will stand and judiciary pronounce this administration as our government, why wouldn't I want it to work? I want my dad's business to go. I want mom's business. I want my friend's business to be moving. I want the entertainment industry to boom. I would like us to organize O2 Arena in Lagos. I want countries to come and celebrate Afrobeat at the heart of Lagos.
Wait. You know what's shocking in Nigeria? You said O2. Yeah. You know that in the whole country, we don't have a single conference center that can host.
No, then we should put it on ground.
We don't have a single one in Nigeria.
National theater. You start functioning.
I mean, indoor arena, we don't have a single one that can get like O2 in Nigeria. We don't have.
We can put it on ground. If we put the dedication, we have the vision, we know that we have the soft power. That's the soft power that we have.
But is the national theater not under reconstruction now? I think the federal.
What is the capacity?
They ceded it to Lagos State.
They have already reconstructed it.
I'm missing the point, one man. The biggest one you have is owned by Coup Hotels, and it's only about 10,000 that it can occupy. So if you can't even host like a mega.
The biggest one in Lagos or in Nigeria?
That's the biggest in the whole country. The one owned by that hotel.
Yeah, it's actually that
is pathetic now.
But, yes, but the point is
indoor. Oh, that's just.
But we can move from that if we prioritize it. If we know that Afrobeat is one of the biggest exports we have, our soft power, Nollywood, we've gotten so many things wrong in this country, especially leadership and politics. But there's a lot we've gotten right. We've gotten arts and culture right. We've gotten music right. We've gotten Nollywood industry is the second largest movie industry in the entire world. We can capitalize on that. We can We can bring the world to Lagos instead of taking Lagos to the world. We can bring the world to Port Harcourt, to Abakaliki, to Cross River, to Abuja. You get what I'm saying? We could bring Beyonce's here, Jay-Z's here. We just have to create the right environment, and we have to interact. Also, the social engineering part is very important because a lot of Nigerians need to start having hope in the country again. You have to galvanize them. You have to live what you are speaking, not just say it. Let them see it from you that, hey, this is a guy that wants to set our future and the future of our kids on the right path. Nigerians are very resilient people. They are not too demanding. They just want to see it in you that you are willing to do differently from what they have experienced all through their 20 years or 25 years or 22 years that have been on earth. They just want to see that vibe, carry them along, do some of the things. They might hate you now, but they can't hate you forever. Social re-engineering. That's why I love people like Thomas Sankara. There are things you speak into people to bring out what they have. You get what I'm saying? Me as an entertainment guy, I know some things I can advise any government to do that can reshape our industry. And there's a lot of people that know far better than me.
You know, Uptown, you've still not sent us a sample of your work. You do music, but we've not heard you. So can you send it in?
Okay,
So at least.
So I am a songwriter turned artist here, and I'm currently working on my first EP. But then there is a lot of stuff.
You've released a single now. I'm aware you've released a single. Yeah.
Yes, I have. Well, yeah, the one on my page. Yeah, the one on my page. But one man again, there is a lot of some of your favorite songs that you enjoy in your private times that were actually written by myself, but I'm not allowed to. Especially in the public platform.
You are a ghostwriter now. Do you ghostwrite?
That's almost impossible because my favorite song is Osodio Wendy, and that's before your time. That's before your time. Osodio Wendy.
So I'm not talking about it's not. I don't literally mean like you. Yeah, of course I know.
I know.
You barely know who Burna Boy is. Come on, that's really fun. You really know. I think there's a guy that was mentioned here, one popular artist at some time last year, and you were wondering who is he. I'm like, wow, you don't know him, you know. But so when I speak to that space here, we organize events, we do these things, we do these PRs. Nigeria has one of the biggest potential we have is our people. At the moment we learn that we have to stop doing us against them politics. The moment we learn that these young people, whether they're in Kano, whether in Abuja, whether they're somewhere in Ekiti, somewhere
I beg your pardon. Repeat what you just said. We have to stop doing what?
Us versus them politics. That's what I call it.
Is that not what politics is? Do you understand what you just said?
No.
That is the very essence of politics. Us against them. Politics is about ideological chasm now. It's us against them. That is the definition.
No, let me throw light to what I mean by us versus them. I don't mean in the field of politicking. I mean in the field of governance. So the idea of politics is us versus them. Good, but now I'm not speaking to politics. I'm speaking to governance. So that's why I brought it. So probably what I mean. Let's not do us versus them governance. That's what I actually mean in that space here. So in governance is just to know that what we are is Nigerian. When we go out and we are loud in those countries and we do things, people don't say it's a Yoruba, Igbo, also that they say it's Nigerians. If we do good, it's Nigerians. If we do bad, it's Nigerians. And lately we've been doing far better things, far positive things than negative things. If you watch the reports, Nigerians are bagging first class across universities across the world, beating countries blue black in international competitions, be it on the secondary school level, be it on the university levels. We're doing far great things. You get what I'm saying? So this whatever government that is going to be in place here, after the last level of electioneering, which is the judiciary, is over, needs to understand that it is governance time. It is governance. And for me, I can only speak, maybe I'm not into agriculture and some of these other sectors. So maybe people there can speak up for that. I can speak for my generation, one, and then secondly, I can speak for my craft and the sector of which I cover. Yeah, and I can speak very passionately about it most times. You get what I'm saying? And that is why it gets me mad when people are unwilling to engage me on the in the topic of substance, the topic of substance of the discussion, yeah, for or against, and then go back to the fact that I come from Anambra or the fact that I come from Kwara or whatever. It gets me pissed off because I think we are way too backward in this country for people to be doing that and wasting the time of everybody, and wasting precious time. We are talking about the fact that there is a lot of goals waiting to be mined across Nigeria. There's a lot of talented artists that is better than Burna Boy and Wizkid, that are better than Davido. There is kind of incentives you can give to the industry. There's a way you can structure.
Have you got one but that is better than Sonia? You still not, for all of your Burna Boy, you still not discovered anybody
even the Sonia days and the Onyeka news and the late
actually,
and all these guys.
sorry. Let me ask you a question. If you had a free weekend, if you had a free Saturday, and some large-hearted person offers you 2 tickets to spend your Saturday night, 1 ticket to a Davido Burna Boy concert, and another ticket to a Sonia Day Oliver the Coke or concert, which one would you go to? Well, metaphorically speaking, yes.
Yeah, okay, understand. One man, in as much as it's idealistic for me to, but really, honestly, in the reality of it, come on, Davido is my man now. Come on, I'm a DMW guy now. 30 BG for life now.
Uptown. Do you know that right now in the world, right now on Netflix, in the whole world, they on their ranking right now, number 5 in the whole world in Netflix right now is a Yoruba movie called Jagu Jagu. That movie, I was blown away. I'm like, oh my god!
Should I go and watch it? Should I go and watch it?
One man.
It has a lot of weight.
One man, you need to watch it.
I'll text that to my wife now.
Like watching,
you need to watch it.
One man. That movie like watching. Imagine watching Abijawara in the 80s plus a mainframe production in the 90s plus cinematography of Kuna Lion combined. That's what the movie is. It's just I'm like, what the bloody hell is this? From the beginning to the end, you will be on the edge of your seat. Suspense was there. It was funny. It was witty. I mean, I'm like, what? Who wrote this script? Perfect. Like it was just like 9.5.
You know, the best movie that the last time I watched Netflix, actually, it was actually a series called King of Boys. It's one of the best things I've ever seen in my life. So fantastic. Yeah.
But one man, if you watch Dagu Jagu, that one even surpasses that one. And this is even pre-colonial times though. They went back. It's not like a modern Yoruba movie. It's like pre-colonial Yoruba, all those kind of stuff.
Like classic movie.
So if you enjoy Abijawara or Goroso, all those towards back in the 80s, you will love this movie. You would like, yeah. So it in the whole world, number 5 on Netflix. I'm like, what the hell?
Number 1 in Nigeria, number 4 in London,
4 in the UK, 1 in Egypt. I'm like, all this, all the Middle East, India, number one. I'm like, on Netflix, wow. And they have it in Portuguese, they have it in Spanish, just to tailor to their Yoruba people in the Caribbean and Brazil. They kind of know
which language do they use? Is it in English? In Yoruba. With subtitles.
Yeah, so you can change it to Spanish, Portuguese, French, or subtitles if you like. But the main dialogue is just. But the dialogue, one man for food show. I mean, I am a cinephile, by the way. I am a cinephile. I'm into movies. So I'm like, my God, somebody's actually.
All right. All right. What's the best movie you've seen? Just as an since you're a cinephile, as you just said, what's the best movie you've seen?
Everything, Abby. Everything.
Yeah, no, go American first. Okay. But then go everything.
I would say Shawshank.
I think one man needs some recommendation.
No, because I have mine. So give me 3, and I'll give you my 3.
I'll say,
and then I'll take that question to everybody as well.
I'll say the Shawshank Redemption. it's a classic. Saving Private Ryan, and my third I've always ruled about is Oleku is my number 3.
All right, my 3 is Edward Scissorhands, Johnny Depp, and then there's a Western movie called Tombstone, that's by Val Kilmer, and then there's an old movie called Play Misty for Me, which is Clint Eastwood. Those are my 3 favorite movies. My all-time favorite is Edward Scissorhands.
You mean Tombstone from 93, Abby?
Yes, Val Kilmer.
Oh, the one with Sam Elliott, right? And,
yes.
Okay.
You know, my favorite quote in movie of all time is from that movie. Do you know what it says? It's "I'm your Huckleberry." It just, if you watch that movie, then that phrase, it would imprint on your mind. "I'm your Huckleberry." It's just so great. You know, I'll probably go and watch it again. Yeah.
How it's produced. I'm so, like, you know, Cameron angle dialogue, but one man. Jagun, in my opinion, is what Nigerian movies should aspire to be. The writing, the suspense. When they revealed who was behind Agemo, and Agemo came out, and I mean, they even use CGI.
That's the killing part.
I'm
of
like,
the movie.
nobody knew it was going to be that girl. Like, no way it was her.
Don't kill it for us now. Don't kill it for us now.
I'm sorry. But
I promise you, one line you will come back here and comment on it.
You will like it. You will like it. It was good. Yeah.
All right. To move on to the next commentator, give us your top 3 uptown, and then we go on to the next commentator, which will be BT.
Woman, is a mixture of both local and foreign. For me, local, yeah, like my brother said, I've not seen the Kunla for Lion. I think I'm seeing it tomorrow. It might make it to my top 3. I don't know, but I have expectations on that. King of Boys, really, really one of the most impressive. And then the first part of Wedding Party, the first one, just the first one, not other sequels. And then Wakanda, definitely. Wakanda occupied a huge part of my life. The whole idea of Black Panther, the whole idea of if a black superhero is something I mean, I draw sci-fi stuff way back from primary school. I used to draw all those stuff. So I've always fantasized about a black superhero in my storybooks that I draw and all that. And then
all right, leaving Wakanda,
brother. So, yeah.
So sorry, Uptown. Leaving Wakanda to one side for one moment.
Yeah,
sure. Leaving Wakanda, okay. Who was your favorite comic book hero from the comic books?
My favorite really has always been Spider-Man. I've been a Spider-Man guy.
Okay.
Spider-Man boy. I've always been a Spider-Man boy. Yeah, growing up.
My favorite is a character called Silver Surfer. You wouldn't know it's Silver Surfer.
Man, that one is a servant now. The Galactus. I can choose the guy. The servant. Batman.
No, I just like it.
Everybody loves Batman, man. We hate Batman. Nobody.
No, nobody hates Batman, but
Silver Surfer.
For me, it was really sad.
He's a servant to Galactus now, so that's
all right. To you, Babati, speak to us.
Okay. Okay, to Rufai issue or just general?
However the mood takes you. You can start with Rufai or go to DJ or however the mood takes you.
Our brother just said, like right now, talking about entertainment. One man, do you know that it's a good mind? Like if I had money, if I had real cash, I will build a conference center in the Coup Atlantic. Because I know every weekend I'm going to make money. It's just actually the biggest one they have is, I think it's in Aba. It's the government that built it. I think it's about 11,000 capacity, not the one in Eco Hotels. So the one in Aba, I'm not sure of that place. It's about 10,000. If I can build like an O2 in Nigeria, forget concerts, even church, whatever, you will always feed that place of every weekend. It's gold mine. If you just invest in those kind of things, and in the movie industry, we should be making oil money kind of taxes on those kind of.
Babati, sorry, which structure in Nigeria church that has the largest capacity?
I think the one Right now is the Abuja, but by in next few months it's going to be Oyedepo and Songota.
What is the capacity? How many people capacity?
110,000 in yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it makes it sound like we don't have a structure that has such a large capacity in Nigeria. I mean,
No, I said conference center. That's for their own church.
well, yeah. If there's a need for it, trust me, somebody will build it like you, I guess.
Hold on. Would they allow Burna Boy to come and play in that church?
You'd be surprised. Are you kidding me?
In Canada, you're gonna have Burna
It's,
Boy in church.
in church they have comedians making jokes in churches.
That is, there's no way Burna Boy is gonna go host a conference center on Canada land. This is where I grew up. This is
It cannot happen.
Never. What are you talking about?
Wait, half-naked girls shaking booty.
Yeah, like what are you?
I'm sorry. What is Canaan Land? You said Canaan Land. What is that?
Canaan Land is an actual city by itself, owned by the church of Oyedepo. They have university, they have churches, they have schools, they have it's put like a holy.
Is that in Lagos?
It's in Songota. It's by yeah. It's a church building now.
City
no way
is
they're
that
going to host the conference.
Are you aware?
No.
Are you aware the capacity of NHS church? I think it's really quite big. Paul, like Pastor Paul NHS.
Yeah, but I'm saying that conference centers, those are church-owned buildings. They're not going to host.
Yeah, no, I know. I just want to know the capacity. That's just a side question.
No, the biggest is the Abuja one right now. The Dunamis, whatever it's called. Yeah, that's the one that holds the title right now. I'm saying cover indoor.
That's
yeah. Then, but
that's what I'm asking about.
Very soon, Oyedepo will surpass him in a few months when they are done with the arc in Songota. So they will take over. But the investment in that market will. I mean, you can make easy bank on that. Yeah.
Bro, imagine those kind of things happening in our entertainment industry. Those kind of structures are going up and all that. Imagine. This country, what we prioritize is just. I mean, Christianity is okay. I'm not saying. This even.
No, don't blame the country. See, if it is a need for it, people would invest in it. Trust me, because it can fit a capacity of 110,000 people. That's why they built it. Okay.
That is for it's like you are missing princes. It's like me saying that the Redeemed Church in conference, you know, they do up to 1 million sometimes for their Holy Ghost service back in the days. I don't know about now, but that is the open kind of tent kind of looking stuff. I will not say okay because Redeem now does that. Let me go and host a show with Audeboy. They are shaking my ass because they have a open door tent. No, that's not happen.
No, I'm actually talking about. I think NHS Church is like a real building that's covered, right, in Abuja, right?
Yeah, Dunamis Church.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. You know, maybe you should build a church that can do both and your entertainment and church also. And that's what I think.
You're missing. No, you.
I'm not missing anything. Listen, let me tell I'm not missing anything. I'm just trying to tell you that they can do so. I mean, I know you're trying to separate the church from people shaking their behind, but I'm saying that.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm saying that you know how the Dallas Mavericks in Dallas have a basketball center, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or Madison Square Garden, owned by private investors, but you can host a church service there if they have space for you. They don't mind that.
Mm-hmm.
But that it's got to be the reverse way. But it cannot be owned by the church. They're used the other way.
That's why I'm still laughing, but that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, you can't have like. But also
imagine that Imagine that the Oyedep was saying on Sunday, Jesus is here, and then next week we are seeing Burna Boy.
Like, come on.
Well, just like you said, the basketball arenas here, they do concerts, they do all kind of shows there, and they still do church gathering there too. So
we don't have the biggest basketball arena we have was the one that was built during the All African Games, if you remember, in Abuja, close to the stadium. That's the biggest basketball we have in the whole country. If I had money, do you know why I would put that conference center? Because where you put it also matters too. But it's very expensive. I would put it in Eco Atlantic. That is where you put it on that island. That is because that is the hub for all this Ololuwood whatever in Nigeria.
I mean,
Can I ask you?
what capacity you think?
I would do 30,000 indoor.
That's good. That's a good one.
Let me
30,000
ask you a
indoor. Yeah.
question.
Can I ask you?
Why
Did you see the American Ghost Talent with Josh Funny?
Oh, that guy is
appearance?
not. Is silly. That guy.
Are you
It was
aware?
actually cool,
Are you aware that that clip? Are you aware that that clip has given America's Got Talent one of the biggest engagements ever on social on social media?
They love Nigerian engagement, though. You know, you have a huge online.
We have people don't know that we have the numbers. So do you know that?
No, you
do you know
don't.
that?
No, there's no stats that back that up. He's just deferring. He's just deferring Nigeria. He's just deferring Nigerians that actually make that goes up. It's not like billion Nigeria.
Nigeria has a huge.
No, they don't. There's even
wait,
even the Twitter that you use. If you look at it, compared to the rest of the world, we're not even in top 10 or top 20.
No. Okay, one man. Let me ask one man. One man brought a report here.
Okay.
Sorry, please, excuse me. One man brought a report here some months back. One man, if you can remember, about P2B's parallel fact engagement being this is it the third largest in Twitter history after Elon Musk's engagement and one other one, then P2B third in the entire
and I'm
Twitter
not sure if it's
worldwide.
in history. Maybe it was in that day, on that day. Yeah.
You're not listening to what I said. I'm not saying that we don't have the numbers.
The engagement didn't happen that day.
No way.
It didn't happen that day, so it can't just be that day.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
So you can go back to the report. We have the numbers and we can use it to our own.
No.
That's
It's
why all the
actually people
television
outside
mention
Nigeria.
because they know we
The
will do
traffic,
the traffic.
most of those traffic is coming from people outside Nigeria. It's not people in Nigeria.
It's possible though.
It's the traffic of
No.
Nigerians outside.
I agree with you. So, no, my brother. When we
it's
say that we have
possible.
the numbers, we mean that contents that emanate from us not only generate large numbers in Nigeria, but large interest. That means a lot of people are interested in our content. So it's not part of it.
By the way,
so it's the interest
they
that
have
drives the
over
engagement.
40 million Nigerians on Twitter. I had to go look it up.
Yeah, but most of those,
There's a lot of
they're
African
actually
countries
outside Nigeria.
No. According to them, the ones in Nigeria, they have 40 million actually. In Nigeria, 40 million actually have a Twitter account.
Oh, yeah, are they active? Are they active? Because you have to look at that as well.
No, Nigeria, you will see Twitter.
No. You are missing the point here. It's not about happiness or sadness. I'm discussing engagement. So that's
engagement. That's what I meant. Like, is it active? Because you have to, for you to engage.
There was this there was a lot of you probably don't. But there was a time I used to only do voiceover things on my space because then I was for the fun of it. But I did this at that time. So this is if you look at it, it says internet users hit 111.6 million in Nigeria, a gold mine for opportunities. And I think I did it about 3 years ago.
Nigeria is not tapping into that one man.
Yes.
If you have penetration, the country should be benefiting. They've not found a way to tap into this gold mine.
But Ashagi is making 20 million every month. They are doing.
Who?
But Ashagi, yeah, he came out and he got an interview.
No. These are individual. I'm saying collectively.
If it's 20 million naira, then that's not a lot.
It's still a lot for the average Nigerian. I'm saying that
when you're in Nigeria.
Now look at Nigeria. Now we don't have a single movie studio in the whole country. They are building one now. I know
there's a Nigerian girl, a British Nigerian girl called Patricia Bright. She makes about maybe $250,000 a month, but in pounds that is in pounds.
Yeah. So
look at
the opportunity that provides if you have a movie studio, the kind of movie that you'll be producing will even draw everybody from Africa to want to come to Lagos. The same way people want to go to New York and California to Nollywood to go and you start seeing. As a matter of fact, one of the ways I can tell that Nigeria is growing, or what you can see, because now we still complaining about Igbos in Lagos, somebody in Lagos. When you start seeing more Africans move to Lagos, that is when you know you got something. Kenyans moving there. SA moving. You want
no, it's funny you should mention Kenyans because that's already happening. The Kenyans are already moving to
They're already
Lagos.
moving.
That
They're
is
already
good.
moving.
That is good.
Even South Africa.
That is
Even
good.
South Africa, they're already moving.
That is good for Nigerians. You want to see more of that. Ghanaians moving to Lagos, where it becomes like.
Ghanaians.
No, we don't want Ghanaians moving to Lagos.
No,
we want them
moving
moving out to Lagos.
You people again, don't begin this, but it's good for your.
Because that's what killed the movie industry. They say they don't want Nigerians to come and dominate the space, and since then the movie industry.
No, you will see dominate the space, but it's just the diversity give. Like, you know how people go to Nollywood. Remember what's the name of this guy that did the Zorro, that actor? What's his name? Banderas. When he first moved to America, he didn't speak any English. Now he moved to Nollywood, and look at that diversity. It opens the Nigerian market to other places. So you embrace those foreign content where you control.
One month. Yes, I've confirmed the Twitter engagement thing. It's of all times, actually, of all time. So it's not just for the year or the month or whatever it is. So we do have the capacity, and we have a gold mine. One man, you need to understand that we do have. I know what I'm talking about. I'm in the system. We have a gold mine, and the government needs to.
Can you tell him what we did in? By the way, on Spotify, Nigeria was up there for. They made a lot of money.
Talk about Spotify. Yeah, you heard about the Spotify news.
It was crazy. What Nigeria artists made on Spotify.
Was it not something billion that they said Nigeria? Was it 4 point something billion that they hit on Spotify? Yeah.
But like I said, it's not coming from just Nigerians.
No,
people that live in Nigeria.
We are not listening.
And also the Twitter.
We're talking about the supply. We're not talking about the demand.
Hold on. Those artists came from Nigeria. The interest they got. This is my issue with that money being made by Spotify. Why don't we have an African platform like Spotify that plays the same music that people can now
like Asians are doing?
Can we make that money?
They can't pay.
No, Nigeria do though. Nigeria does. They're not just like as popular as Spotify. That's
what I'm saying. That then let's help.
The problem is what not just okay.
No.
You know,
this one.
They have their own local, like
this one.
Do you know that a targeted investment in our tech industry can create a Mark Zuckerberg of Nigeria, can create an Elon of Nigeria, and we have the market for it. That's what we are talking about. So the government has to do that.
Now, when you make that person,
have to spread it across.
There's below us. When you make that person, how long before they steal him and take him to America? I have a friend that was in your country that made an app. I would not mention his name. You probably know him. He lives in Austin now.
The question you have to ask yourself is that
can I say something Nigeria? Based on what the number of Nigeria on Twitter? There's 4.23 million Nigerians that live in Nigeria on Twitter.
What are you saying, my friend?
Yes, we've just checked this. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, just check this website out.
What website?
I think that's too low.
Twitter themselves already gave us that information last year during the whole saga with Buhari's government and all that.
Even ordinary in Lagos, we have more than 10 million.
That number is not accurate. I'm sorry. 4 million is not an accurate number.
No.
But so the bigger point is that there are opportunities there. Even when you find this talent that Otam is talking about, how do you retain them in Nigeria to stay? Oftentimes you have all these brilliant minds, and next thing you know, they come to them.
You can. The question you have to ask yourself is: you have to check other countries. How was India able to do it? How was other countries able to do it? The question is: have we done it and it failed? No, we have not. That's the answer. We have not. So your friend that left because
I see why you just appoint your men now. I see why you appoint your men now.
That's why I'm happy about Bosun. That's why I'm really happy about Bosun. I mean, I said it last night.
He can't do anything. The guy you name cannot do anything.
Not so negative about what's going on.
Government has to intention. The government has to be intentional.
What did I do? I'm breaking.
No. Okay,
Baba still has the floor, by the way, so you can coordinate your interjection or take your floor. Yeah.
Do you guys know that location for Nigeria Silicon Valley that they are building in the east of Lagos, right?
Yaba, in Yaba.
No. That one is
no.
They are
In
building
Ekwe now.
It's in Ekwe, right?
Yeah, see, my man, we're moving too fast. I'm
No.
starting to.
Hold on. I'm discussing the possibilities. I'm not saying that they're there.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
discussing what I have seen so far.
Right.
I'm saying that this is my point. Even if you have the talent to fill up that space, they are going to leave the country if care is not taken, and that place might just be dormant, just empty. How do you retain? Do you bring those industries like, okay, Microsoft, we know you're going to take the people from us, so let's give you a space over there so you can retain these people and they can do whatever they're supposed to do in our country while still staying here as opposed to going to the US. Can you partner with those countries abroad where they come, they bring some of their things here and they retain those people? That is the only way I see. But
why do we think that's the way it's going to work? See,
I'm giving a suggestion.
Do you know the power of research and development? That's all we need. Once we can develop something, see, people will run to us that they need that idea, and that's where you can now like engage in transaction. That okay,
give me one. Wait, give me one. Can you give me one area that you think that if we focus our energy, that would draw people to us? Like just one tech area that you've thought about.
Okay, so as of right now, there's so many. So let me just give us an example. Electricity. Yeah. There's something called, like with electricity, there's so many ways that you can generate power now. So we have the geothermal. Geothermal is actually what I think that would be good. So geothermal, this is how it works. So you don't really, so if you build a house underneath below the earth surface, so below the earth surface there's water. Below that water there's another there's a way that they can generate electricity from there without. So there's different, if we can develop a technology that can do that, that will bring, because the thing is, solving problem is what will make us advance.
Okay. You have that tech now. Somebody came up with that idea. They have the licensing. They have that way nobody copies anywhere. Okay, they have this tech. How do you then expand that? What are policies that government have to put in place to help that person? Because it's not enough to just have an idea. There are many things that have to come in place from the government, from private enterprise. That's what I'm trying to understand.
So I think we had this probably previously. We have this conversation. So to be honest with you, we don't. If you have a technology like that, we don't need we don't need the policy. That
somebody has to. No. I'm saying somebody has to invest in you. You know how you have.
Yes.
Okay,
so
now
if you look at all the fintech, don't they have investors investing in them, even though there's no policy in place? They have. See, ideas bring people to you. When you have idea and you provide solution to it, people will jump. People want more money. They will jump on board. Then once that thing is established, when you have more people that, okay, for example, like the geothermal that I said, first you're gonna need like the steel and iron oil industry to come on board so you can develop metals that you need to develop that. That's number one. Also, you're also gonna need I don't know if Nigeria have copper or some things like that, because the brain of those machines, they have to develop with different copper. If we have all this uranium or this I forget the name they call them, different metal. So so in order for you to get those things going on to work, you need those different industry to come on board. So
that is why I mentioned government earlier.
No, we always depend. We don't need. Okay.
No. Let me explain why. Hold on. Let me explain why. The policy right now, all those metals you just mentioned, they are still under control of the federal government, right? So how do you offer those? Let's say what you're proposing, that person is in Ogun State, for instance. and that thing that he wants to use is in Oyo, for instance. I would rather have that government, that state control that thing and find a way to partner with that person than that person going to Abuja to go and lobby to get that thing for cheaper rate. Iron copper, whatever, because federal government still controls that space. So when I say policy, it's about how do you make it easier for private investors to get those things they need for their business, taking it away from federal government control of those mines, those earth and stuff like that. So when I say policy, it does matter. Well, because right now they are holding on to so much right now. You don't have enough private investment.
So that's what I'm saying. Like the reason why I'm saying, so let me try to go this route. Nigeria has like iron, oil, they have all those metals, for example. If someone wants to come in and invest in those land, basically you can, those that does cement, for example, the limestone, they had to purchase the land, they have to talk to the government what they're bringing to the table. It's the same way if someone just like I think Elon Musk, they were telling him that if you want lithium in Nigeria, he has to come and build something. He doesn't really have to speak to them. If he's willing to do those things, he can buy the land.
But that was a change of policy, though. Usually they come for the raw materials, not building something. That was just a change.
But that's what I'm saying. That they want to change policy. You don't need that because people that want to, so when the idea and the technology is in place, people want to move around there. So let me give you an example. See, the reason why a lot of people want to move to Silicon Valley is the fact that there's so many tech companies around, so people want to jack from those people that have brain that can help them with their own ideas. So once we already have someone that come up with those ideas, a lot of those industry, they want to jack up from those engineers and scientists or whatever. So they want to come to those vicinity.
I agree with you. Then they come with the money offer to invest in those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that I have seen Nigerians that came up with stuff. What you're talking about in different areas in tech. But because of that fund, part of the deal that they had to make was we will move you to America.
Give an example.
There's a guy in Austin here. I will not mention it. You probably know what I'm talking about. He created something like a payment, like he made a deal. They loved what he did, but he had to move to Austin, Texas. That was part of the deal, and he took the deal.
Okay, all right. So I'll give you.
No. What I'm asking is that how do you keep that person in Nigeria where he still keep what he does, but he stays in Nigeria supposed to move in here?
Okay, so the fintech, the reason why a lot of them had to like have register in the US is the fact that Nigeria does not have anything that they need. So I'll give you an example. Like the server that most of them will use is not available, so they have to use a server. They have to use a server in the US. So that would mean like they have to get a company here. A lot of the
Go ahead.
We don't have lights, so there's nobody actually hosts anything in Nigeria. And for you to do like a payment system like that, you need a host for your website, for your IP, for your own thing. Where when people make payment, you can store it. So you need that infrastructure. So we don't have that. So you have to understand that investor that's trying to invest into you have to make sure that if I put my money here, this thing is actually going to work. And in order to work, they will want to bring you to a reliable place.
Guys, hold on. We're getting somewhere here. We have the idea, we have the brain, we don't have the infrastructure to retain people. How, and I spoke about government policies, you didn't want to talk about, but how do we bring about fast track? Because we need to fast track this thing because the way the world is going. How can we build those infrastructure? Like, what can we do to?
So now, if let's say I have money I have a big money now. What I could do, that server, because majority of Nigerians now, a lot of server out there, I say server, they have website or majority of the government
or apps or whatever. Yeah,
majority of the government, they have they need server, something to host their website, their portal. What I can do as a person, that's why I said that policy is not really needed. Policy will come after once policy see that something great is going, so let me make it more easy for them. So what I can do now is this: I put a server in Nigeria. I was talking to someone that I know actually have a host in Nigeria, but this is how they're doing it. They get what is it? Solar panel. They have solar panel in their house. That's way like they can host for 24/7, where they have batteries they're saving, so they don't care about the grid anymore. They just create their own electricity. So that's what but it's going to cost more money because they have to worry about making sure that the power is going on 24/7. So that's what I'm saying. Like that infrastructure that those fintech they're missing or that they don't have is where I can come in and start hosting, building up service. So if I'm able to do that, then that one part of it is gone.
Right.
That problem is solved. So that's what I'm saying. That so another problem that they will have to solve is having like those the software engineers that will be available around to be able to update these things and software and everything. Right. And another problem is this when it comes to security, because server anybody can go into it. That infrastructure to be able to, we don't have anybody that can so like when you buy a computer, we have what they call them, the malware, there's so many of them that they will save they will safeguard your computer. You need that for server as well. So we don't have that in Nigeria. So once someone can build a facility for hosting, then people will start thinking that okay, so we have
don't they have one in they actually have 3. There's one coming up to Eco Atlantic. There's one that Lagos.
Yeah, there's a server, but you have to, Nigeria is big for you. That one thing cannot host everybody.
No. They have about 3 in Lagos that they were launching.
How many is 3? See what they host.
No. Hold on. Listen, because you keep jumping. I know what you're saying. I'm just telling you where we are, and you're telling me where we're supposed to be. So let's meet in the middle, so we can. I'm trying to solve a problem here.
So okay, let me chime in real quick. So everything regarding hosting whatever app or website, I mean, all these things are can be done remotely. So my point here is that, I mean, there's nothing you just mentioned right now that is not done anywhere around the world. Okay, so what would give Nigeria a competitive advantage to have these things in our country? Because many to be a host service provider, all you need to buy a server space from all these big providers, and you can host anybody from around the world. So is it faster to host in Nigeria or anywhere in the world? What is the benefit? That's the point here. What is the benefit of having all these things in Nigeria?
There's a lot of benefit. Like for example, you provide job. That's number 2, security purpose. You can never
so
see.
Good.
Wait,
Okay. Oh no, don't go. Oh no, hold on.
Can you hold on for Prince? Just hold on.
Hold on. So let's go back. So having said that, I like the job part. Now let's go back to what Babati said. Government needs to be involved. Okay, if you want to create jobs, if you want policies that's going to favor these investors, we need the government, because there's nothing unique about all these things that we're talking about. Absolutely nothing. But if you can create an environment that attracts investors to create jobs, that's what we should be talking about. That's where I see the benefit.
Okay, can you rebuttal?
Okay. So
you are against government. Hold on, you're against government policies, and you don't think it's that much impactful on bringing what you want. But he's saying that government policies needed. I agree with that. But why do you still think that we don't need government policies at all?
I'm not against government policies.
You mean after that comes in post?
Yeah, you need idea. You need to do something before when government sees what you're doing. So I will give you a great example. Like the fintech now. The government is seeing what's going on. There are a lot of Nigerians, like they create I forget their name, that they created, that they see what's going on. So now if they bring it to the Senate or the House of Assembly, that they want something towards that part of, or they want policy towards that, it's quick for the government because they already say it. So policy never comes before idea. You have to have like innovation going on, and people are seeing that. And the investor that you're talking about, I think that we really, if you see how like people like if you leave America, for example, if you see how like the investor things works, we don't really need like I believe in me starting something and people see how it's going and people will run towards it. So instead of you actually trying to run after people to invest, we have people in Nigeria that can invest. You have like those big guys that they're on Forbes. You can reach out to them. A lot of them, they're investors. They can invest in your stuff. And instead of us jumping into foreign first, and a lot of people that are Nigerians that live outside as well that need their money to work for them, will also send their money in for any technology that they see that would be prosperity with it. Like they would definitely invest in it. But what I'm just saying is, I don't think we need idea first, or we need policy first before idea. And he also mentioned something about create nothing that server there's nothing hard or
They can host
something
it somewhere
new
else.
about it.
We don't need to actually have a Nigerian owned.
Yeah, but yes, that's the security factor. So just like the past election now, that's a great example. Can you imagine US or government? Oh yeah, you work in the X sector. Do you have is all your don't you have a server in
Yeah, we
house
have our
wherever
own.
you work?
We
Exactly,
pay
for
money.
security purpose.
They have a whole IT department. Like,
Thank you. So
yeah.
why would Nigeria Nigeria government, I'm talking about now, be hosting in a foreign land instead of them having their own for security purpose?
No, you may have your own IT people. It doesn't mean that you host your own
Okay.
data.
For Prince, can you? He said for security purpose. Okay, so can you? I want you to how you address the security and also the thing of pride. If it's Nigerian owned, don't you feel kind of better about like you own it, like it's yours, as opposed to kind of renting the space? Just for
Well,
Nigerian.
absolutely. Of course, we talk about the infrastructure right here, and we know, for example, so it comes down to the cost of doing business. Now, you're going to have to spend, I don't know, you talk about solar panel to have power to run your servers that need to be 100% online all the time, zero latent. So all these things, you need an environment that has that infrastructure in place already. Of course, it'd be nice to be in Nigeria, but in terms of security. It would it be more secure to have a server in Nigeria or to have it in India or somewhere else where they have a really robust security architecture in place already?
Guys,
Okay.
you are my two tech guys tonight. But do you guys? How does the Equano? You heard about that Equano cable thing, right, from Europe to Africa? The one that docks.
That's how
Or the,
like internet
or the
work
fiber
everywhere. It's
optics?
fiber. That's how it works. Like they go through water. That's how you
because
connect to it.
you have security concerns. So how do
Yeah.
you feel about that? Like that coming up?
No. But that's how like there's a fiber that connects the continent of North America to Asia to Europe.
Right.
That's how when it comes to that. And there's also the satellite. So you remember you like in your house, I don't know what type of network that you have. Like you can either get a satellite TV or you can get a cable TV. That's the same thing. It's just that if you get a cable, that means you run through fiber. Or if you get a satellite dish, it means that it's getting it right from
So why do you think that? Okay, so you said there are reasons, security reasons you gave that.
Security.
Right.
Security is number one, and the pride that you have your own. Imagine that you imagine how less pricey it would be if the data that is hosting website is in Nigeria. It won't be that expensive compared to when you're hosting right from another country. And another thing that we have to understand how internet works, like wherever your stuff is being hosted. So when you search, so that's why you always look like when you search, a lot of things that you will be seeing will be very towards this country that you're because the IP that generated for your hosting is from one particular region.
Bias towards even marketing for goods and services.
Exactly. So
yeah.
So if you look at what example can I give? So if you look when the Twitter issue was in Nigeria and people had to like get what's the back thing that people get? I forget the name now. That they had to like use different IP that would direct them to different
VPN.
Yeah, VPN.
Not VPN, yeah.
Is VPN, so that would direct them to, so it's the same type of thing. So if we have stuff in Nigeria, so if people are putting content online and once they search, because your server is based there, a lot of stuff that come from Africa will populate first. So that's that's another thing, but it's not tough for us to do. We don't need policy.
Prince, he made a good point about that one. That was a good point, right, Prince? I think you have to agree on that one.
That we don't need policy?
No. It says about when somebody is hosting, they might tend to dictate or control how the direction of what you see or what as opposed to you owning your own. Then you can, because it affects businesses too in terms of what you search, what you see, as opposed to owning yours and you can control that space. You have to at least agree on that one.
Remy, you can come into the conversation as well, and Kumi and everybody else.
We just haven't not like limited to.
Yeah, it all depends. It all depends. If you're hosting a website, there's a way you can control the content that comes to your web page. That if you give advertising opportunity on your website, it's not always the case. Like if you talk about platform, okay, I know what it was talking about. For example, if I live in the US, go to Nigeria, and I'm trying to watch my YouTube, right? Of course, all the video suggestion changes to the area or the region that I'm watching. So I get other feeds from things I'm not used to. Okay, because that's a YouTube platform. The same thing will happen if you go Netflix or other platform as such. But to simply host a website or an app, it's now I have a web page that I'm hosting here. It's from, you probably know about it, Namecheap. It's a Russian web server. They have low cost hosting services. If there's nothing that shows up from Russia, of course, the only problem is that on the form, there's always this, what you call it, the spamming that comes from all around the world.
You don't have, okay, because this is one thing that I've also brought up too, that it bothers me, but I know the reality too. When we have all these opportunities in Nigeria and I see foreign names coming up to snatch this opportunity, invested. Is that we don't have enough Nigerians that want to invest, or do you just don't know where to put their money? Like, which one is it? Like, do we not have enough Nigerians that say, I want to invest in this cost-heavy sector, or it's just that we don't know where to put our money?
You'd be surprised. There's no sector in Nigeria that Nigerians are not already invested in. Name it. You talk about fintech right now. You talk about healthcare. There's every sector that Nigerians are doing something in. Absolutely. Now, to what degree or capacity is another thing. Yeah.
Prince, what do you understand by investment?
Not really.
No. I just, because
is that a trick question?
No.
Because
the way he talked about it, it seems like you would think. That's what I'm thinking. Because when you look at investment, for example, like, if I come up with an idea.
Oh, okay. Look quickly. When I say investment, I'm saying that Nigerians are already operating in that sector.
No.
Okay, let me clarify investment.
Let me explain investment
Go ahead.
the way I see it to you. So here's the thing. So let me say I'm coming up with what solution can I? Okay, so let me say I'm coming up with different version of Uber in Nigeria, for example. I already have my plan, my idea. Now I will now reach out to people that I know, investors. So investors might be like Otedola, people. They have their own company, but they have money they can invest into another company. Even before I bring my idea into public, or I could have studied my stuff, then I reach out to them and say, oh, see this brick thing that I'm bringing on is going to generate so. He's going to do this. I will pitch myself to them. and they're willing to put a bulk of
It's
money.
like
I'm not talking about stock.
wait,
I'm not talking
wait,
about stock.
let me put it this way for him. It's like you know that TV show Shark Tank?
Thank you.
Where you come up with an idea and you pitch that investment to billionaires and they will tell you and they will put their money. Yeah,
We don't have that
We don't have
platform.
enough sharks in Nigeria that want to put their money in
We
Nigeria.
don't even have platform to do that.
But you're a shark, Babati, and we know that Prince is a shark too. What have you invested in?
No. Okay, on the most question, let me give you an example. When I lived in Austin, Texas, there's this event called South by Southwest. That is where Twitter actually came from, by the way. Somebody discovered Twitter from there. Every year, it's a huge tech stuff. You just come up with the idea, and there's always some guy just watching you, seeing what you're doing, and they might just pour money into your idea if they believe in it.
Thank you, man.
Well, okay, so if you talk about venture capitalists or angel investors, I mean, we have different.
Sorry, Oriola, can we have 10 more likes, by the way? Anybody that's not clicked on like, please do that. The listeners, carry on, sorry.
Yeah, we have all kinds of investors. So you asked the question, what do I understand by investor? I think that was the question. So I'm not sure.
No, we get you. I'm saying that even at that level, do we have enough Nigerians, or must it always be foreigners coming in to invest?
Well,
ourselves to invest.
I don't know, but that's my point. That I can guarantee there are plenty of Nigerian investors. Also, it may not be as organized as Shark Tank, but we have big Nigeria, what you call it, big Nigeria, whatever show. We have Nigerian Idol, I believe, right? All these things. Where did it come from?
No. Let me say something. So, for example, if you look at China, for example, you know that Americans built that country. Like so for example, a lot of us here that work, we have maybe like 401k, you have your what's the other different thing, and we have some other people that actually
Roth IRA, okay.
So we have some other people that actually go to different financial establishments to invest their money, give them a bunch of money. It's like invest it for
in the mutual funds.
So those money is what they actually use to invest in idea. So if you look at like Apple, for example, they have their company, they have, what would I say, they have manufacturing third party in like China, whatever. They took all their company away from US to be able to do that. Those financial put the money from like people like me and you and invest it in those type of stuff. That's why it's like if you look like JP Morgan and all those, they like in trillions of money that they have, they took all of our money and used that to invest in ideas, invest in manufacturing, invest in different things, mining, a lot of stuff. That's what we're saying.
And that's the question I was asking.
We don't have that.
Do we have that in Nigeria? Because you can have all the ideas you want. Without funding, it's nothing. Somebody has to back you up with funds.
Well, the other day, Ted Dala was it, and Lumilu, the other his name, right? Were they not like in a tango about
who else? No. You know what? Who else do we have?
But that's a banking. They invest in a bank that's already established.
No, we're talking about investors. Okay, that's right. We're talking about investors. If it's established or not. See, the answer to the question, just like I said, I don't know. But I don't. But at the same time, I'm saying that I can guarantee, because we don't know, because I don't know. Rather, it doesn't mean they don't have investors in Nigeria. It may not be as organized as the ones you guys are describing.
They are not Nigerians.
Wait, if they do fintechs in Nigeria, if you look, that's why I'm scared, because a lot of those guys, they don't own those companies. Like they don't even own a lot bulk of it. A lot of them are owned by foreigners.
Because they invested in it. Well, how do you think it came about? Because they invested in it and they took a cut, 50-60%, maybe 80%.
But if we do have
to you, Prince.
Yes, so Babati is making a great point. If we do have something established to us and those infrastructure and in place, they won't be telling them that because when investor wants to put money in something and they have the
Okay,
mouth to talk.
hold
They
on.
will be
So you
able to
guys mentioned
control you.
you mentioned Shark Tank right earlier. Now tell me,
Shark Tank
see,
is nothing compared to
hold
big
on, but
investors.
hold on. Okay, well, tell me, when people go to Shark Tank, what apart from the funding itself, what else do they hope to get from those guys?
Let me tell you what they get.
Brain,
No.
the
Let me
experience.
no.
There you go. Uh-huh.
Wait. The exposure
Uh-huh.
on your brand. Remember, there was a guy that came and was selling some kind of dundu or whatever. They had
Mhm.
the Nigerian version. And that thing, the way he sold it was so good. It was it was making good money in the 5 million a year or whatever. The person that bought the idea, that bought shares from the company, was able to, because he knows all the supermarkets that
Mhm.
they can put those stuff in. So it
Yeah.
does for you.
So distribution,
Yes,
product
distribution.
placement,
Yes,
exposure,
exposure.
capacity,
Yeah.
experience. So when these Nigerian guys go to these people, also don't think they're stupid. They want all those benefit as well.
Prince, what I'm saying to you is, if I, for example, am able to build one of the infrastructure that is needed, because you have to remember, when it
Yeah.
comes to like stuff like that, the IP, the website name that they're using, one person is hosting those separate things. The data that will be coming into their website, another person is hosting there. If I'm able to establish something, which I just pitched to you guys, if I'm able, see, I can get Tesla. If you have there's a town in Australia, I believe. Tesla was able to power the entire thing, the entire town, and also have battery in place that if electricity is gone, the battery kicked in. If I think it's about 500 million or 200 million. If I'm able to put something like that and have electricity available for me to be able to host a lot of stuff in Nigeria, that problem of the website, the data saving, a lot of that problem is gone. Everybody will come to me, and I won't charge them like the foreigner will charge
Hey,
them.
do you believe that even a region, I'm talking about weather, it's also a constraint to hosting the servers? Do you
What
know
do you
that?
mean? There's power problem everywhere in the US. People still host. Like even your
No,
mobile.
well, hold on, hold on.
Do you know that
What I'm
MTN?
talking about, when you're talking about like large hosting services like
Yeah,
SAS
yeah.
service, um, SAS, like we call like
Like Amazon.
Netflix, like
Amazon have one.
Amazon, Netflix. Okay,
Google have one. Yeah.
okay.
Wait, Amazon is hosting Netflix, I believe. Maybe Netflix has their own now, but I know like when they first began, they were
They have their
hosting
own
with
now. No, they
yeah,
have their own now.
yeah, like Facebook has their own. If you're a big company, you need to have your own. Like you need to have your own hosting stuff. I mean,
Exactly.
have
So
their
my
own.
point. So people are trying to build data warehouses, service centers in places like Iceland. Why do you think they go for Iceland?
yeah. Wait. So for example, do you know that Microsoft and Google they have some of their data center underwater? Do you know?
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, see, they go into those cold places because it's data.
Uh-huh.
Computer need a lot of electricity to run. They don't need
And
the
it generates
parts.
a lot of heat, and also
Yeah,
to dissipate the heat that is generated, you
yeah.
need
So
a cooler.
what's wrong with if I have one in Nigeria? I
Then
mean,
you
what
So
do
fly.
you mean?
I'm just telling you the natural competitive advantage of go to such places. Now you have to look at your business plan. If is what you're trying to do is of
Are you
benefit,
saying we shouldn't have one? Because I don't understand your
I
point.
would never say that. I'm just
No,
trying to
no,
tell you that the
But do you
benefit.
know that it's not just
Wait.
website? Do you
Guys,
know it's not just website?
guys, wait.
Even the
Guys,
telephone.
wait. Hold on. Even if you have hot conditions, or there's always solution to any problem if you think it through. So
Sure, of course.
if you have enough tech guys there, they can figure out a way where you will still host it, even if you have the harshest conditions. You figure out a way to host it in your country. This is what I'm promoting. Let's promote
Baba T,
Nigerian
there's
brand.
data center in Arizona. It's hot. There's
God,
data
then
center
it's
in California. It's hot.
hot now.
So what do
150
you
degrees.
mean that we can
It is
and even
possible.
our
Yes.
mobile phone? Do you know that MTN and all the mobile telecommunication in Nigeria, their data center is not located in Nigeria? Do you know that?
That's terrible.
Of course, I'm not surprised.
If I'm able to create one, Glow, for example, Glow should be the biggest in Nigeria because it's the only homemade one.
So why is that though? Why?
Well, who are we going to blame? You don't have electricity.
No.
You don't have anything.
No. I'm asking. I don't know why they don't have. I don't know why they don't, because they're making so much money for.
Yeah, but who's going to host them? Can they put? There's no electricity. A lot of them, the server. What would I say? The communication. The telecommunication tower is. They're using this generator to do all of those things.
And this is where government comes in. Yeah, I know you don't want to hear government, and this
you
is where
don't
government comes
see.
in.
I think we depend too much.
No. Too much is. I'm with you. Too much, but somewhat. Even if they need to, government still has a role to play.
No, they don't, because electricity in Nigeria. Let me tell you something. Do you see? That's why I said the El Rufai stuff. Like
policies,
they're talking nonsense.
To help them. No. Hold on. Even if you say
see, Aurelia, you don't understand that the power, the power, and you look at Facebook doesn't need the government, Tesla doesn't need the government, but if you know the what government has done already for such companies, they don't have to need the government directly in America, but their benefit and existence, okay, it all depends on the government investment.
Listen, government assist them after those ideas already going on. When Facebook came in 2004, because I believe when I get into college, because it's only, if you guys remember, it's only for college to college. Like you just have friends. Then you became on space,
like Friendster back in the
MySpace.
days. Yeah,
MySpace was the one that is for everyone. And Facebook is more for like college kids and stuff. So if you remember, those ideas already going on before government now like, this idea is great, let's just help. Or
right.
they
can we do this way? Can we do this way? I know you're not pro-government. Can you tell us what the government role should be in your own opinion? That way, at least we know government. What should they? Okay, let's say they have the idea now. What should what should government's role be in helping them grow?
Okay.
Yeah,
it's simple. Government should have grants in place. If you have any idea or so let's say, for example, government can say in agriculture, anyone that is having like brilliant idea or anything like that, we have grants in place. In power sector, we have grant in place. So if I'm coming up with a new idea, I can write the government and tell them, this is what I'm doing. And government see my idea. So now they can give me money to continue with my idea to be able to become something good. So once the idea is good, then if government wants to have a policy to regulate it, it's okay. Because ideas, because you don't know where idea might go, you can't have policy first before idea. You can have policy for, let's have grants or money in place that if someone is creating innovation in let's say fintech, this money will go to that, and whatever they need, regulation will be in place that, okay, government, this regulation is for any new innovation. If they want new space, government is available to give them a space for them to work.
So like that place, like that one in Lagos, they can just help that place grow and give grants for people coming up.
So, yeah, well, say apart from grants, say 1 second. So government, government is always needed one way or another, right? For example, Microsoft, before it became really big, do you know how much Bill Gates sold to the U.S. government? How much millions, perhaps billions of dollars in contract that they had? Tesla, do you know how many billions of dollars or millions of dollars that Elon Musk got from the U.S. government?
Prince, Tesla is in place first. Tesla is already.
Sometimes
the idea is there. We already have Tesla. The 2 doors. We already have that going before government start helping to be able to make affordable cars. Microsoft, you already created Doc Office, right? The Doc. That's the only thing he created. That's already there. Then government sees that in order for them to the idea to keep going and becoming big, Now they start helping. Policy will, because you don't know the idea that I have. Why would policy go before my idea?
Okay. Can we? Because I had to pull up an article about the role of government in tech, so just so that we can start this conversation. And one thing that I found out was, I think Nigeria. I'm sure you guys will appreciate this, and you can speak to it more. Is the role of government in developing strong intellectual property framework, which I think Nigeria does not have. That if you say idea, if I don't think we have a very strong intellectual property protection for innovation in that country.
Yeah,
so I think, go ahead, sir.
That's what I meant by saying that government can have a regulation in place like grants. So protection of intellectual property, they can also have it so nobody can replicate it. So government can have those things in place. But when it comes to idea itself, they can't regulate that because they don't know how big or how small the idea will be. But if they put some things in place that, okay, if you let's say manufacturing, for example, which I believe this guy already said is in place, where if I want, anybody can now, like our resources, anybody can go there and try to work with the government and meaning like get land. Like they said, the policy in place now to be able to do all this manufacturing is, I mean, like natural resources. That's what I meant. So government can just put some things in place, but they don't know how big the idea will be. So just having those, I agree with that.
Let me ask Prince. They said government can also encourage international cooperation among. So if you have like your small tech company, it is government's role to help you find like a partner, like someone that can help you, so they can facilitate that kind of international cooperation. So how do you think Nigerian government can help those Yaba folks that are pulling money? Because I believe that they put close to $1 billion in like last year for investment or opportunities for that. So how can government help increase international cooperation?
See, $1 billion from from Nigerian government or where? Where did the $1 billion come from?
From investors, foreigners, for investors.
Okay, so in Nigeria's case, a good one actually that I think would work very well is the consularship, whereby the consulars, they don't get paid, but nonetheless they represent the government officially. Such people, right, are working with our Nigerian embassies overseas, can help promote Nigeria's tech. And this is almost like free money, so to speak, because these consulars, they officially they represent the government, but they don't get paid. They don't get paid for it. And you can have such people from different sector working for the Nigerian government. The embassy, across the world, whatever they showcase, whatever events that they have, can also help promote. Places like America, I'm not sure about Australia, perhaps also in England, they always have this international trade organizations almost in every cities across the United States. That is a place. Those would be the places to target, to promote Nigeria and what Nigeria has to offer.
Are you there? I think you will love this one. I want you to click on this
one. Wait, can I talk?
Is Oriade there or Oriola?
Oriola, sorry.
You're not even correcting him. Or are you renaming yourself Oriola?
I can't see anybody's name one man. You have the
no. It's fair enough, but he's not telling you that it's Oriola. That's what I was look at that.
Wait, a lot of people has messed up that name, so I really don't care.
Go ahead.
Hey, Baba T.
Yeah.
Hey, let me just. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. But something caught my attention. Look, I think our business model, our business sense is whack. Look, I came back from Miami not quite long ago. I was trying to watch some of the videos that I took at the beaches. That beach compared to what we have in Nigeria. I mean, I don't know how come it's a public beach. You only rent the those chairs and all that. But they have a lot of. I'm watching the video now, like I'm like, man, I got a lot of pretty women, with those the bikinis and stuff like that. Why can't we have a business model like that? Man, I just rewatching the video. I was like, man, we have a whack businesses in Nigeria, especially
because because the customer service is a key part of any company of any investment. You must invest.
But this one's is a public beach. Anybody can just take a walk down to the beach. Nobody, you're not paying anything, except you want to rent, you want to buy some stuff from vendors. That's when you make payment. But in Nigeria, you go to the public beaches, you see those. It is not even up to standard. You guys were talking about business and how government can partner with private intellectuals,
government's role in tech.
Yeah, and I was kind of like, I was watching the video while all that was going. I was like, damn, why can't we have something like this being replicated in Nigeria? When you have women always dressing with the long pants to the beach. You know what? Never mind. I'll enjoy my video. You guys keep talking.
But can you go ahead, or can you?
Yeah. So what I don't like is the fact that when we depend so much on foreign investment when it comes to like an idea that we have.
I agree with you on that one. That bothers me too. That bothers me too.
Because if everybody remember well, if you remember, Amazon was created 1992, Google 97. They're just for the people in the US before they start branching out and requesting doing stuff outside. We don't need investment from outside first. We need people in there first. That's where I think that we're making mistakes. And me, myself, I just believe that if we can, because I look at these guys, a lot of things that were created, they not, I don't want to I think that we make ourselves bigger than what we actually are.
We know that's okay. Let's just go to that point. I'm sure you brought that up because it was.
Sorry, I have a question for you guys.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to budget.
No, go ahead.
Everyone. From my experience in China, they have a lot of technological hub in which I call, to me, shared office. And this shared office are rented to people at a subsidized rate. You have your table, you have everything. They also have an internet connection. And I do not see this kind of hub in Nigeria, even the so-called Lagos. They have
Yaba and Lekki, I believe. I actually know people.
No, I'm not talking about. If you talk about Lekki, that is a sort of eyebrow area. What I'm just trying to say is that at least in Shanghai, for example, that kind of hub or shared office, there are more than 20 in a 24 million population. There are more than 20 offices where you can share it, and you can even rent the office for 1 month, set up your own company or whatever.
Sorry, those offices, are they privately owned or was it provided by the government?
No, it's private owned.
Thank you.
That's the point I'm making. Okay, I get you.
Just made one of my points.
I am looking at that from that angle. If we have that kind of shared office all over the federation, you don't need a big office. You only need one room, and in that room, all the comfort for you.
Remy, 1 second before one second before I say thank you. Could you tell us about? Could you tell us about the government role in business in China?
Yeah, I think what the government did was very simple. They encouraged the private investor to build such offices, and then
no. Can you define the word encourage? Can you break it down? Encourage.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is that the government encourage private people to build such offices. Maybe they also give them a kind of soft loan with a very low interest
incentive. Yeah,
there you go.
For these young people, because they target a lot of graduate or anybody that is tech savvy, they give them soft loan, repayable in 5 years with 0 interest. I repeat, 0 interest.
Wow, that's huge.
And you can see the competition in China in terms of developing apps, in terms of developing whatever you want to do. An average.
Is that the reason stuff they build doesn't last long?
I
think what you are talking about is that you listed a lot of Western media in which they castigate the country a lot, that the building does not last long, infrastructure does not. It's all. I'm sorry for my language. I think
it is true. It's like wicked. It doesn't last long.
Adewale is totally untrue.
Remy, hold on.
No, that's true, Remy. Though.
Guys, hold on. Let me just because this is
that.
How do you confirm that? Can you tell me how do you confirm the building does not?
That is not true.
Some of the those items being brought to America, American has to apply the international standard for them to be able to. You can't tell me that what is being shipped
that is the mistake you guys always do. You know,
can't tell me what is. See, people that even travel to China, they are being approached. To let them know that, look, is this what you wanted or this is what you want? And then
because they add different grades for all products. It's nothing new. If you want good quality, you can get it.
But it devalued.
There's the American standard for
respond to that in 1 minute.
Guys, wait, the American standard for a product. So don't look at it from that perspective of what you get in America.
Why should it?
Because that is what you get.
So let me break it down for you.
Maybe go ahead.
Actually, what the Chinese manufacturer always do is very simple. When you bring your whatever you want to do to them, and they will put a lot of prices on the board. This is the quality, top quality number one. This is how much you are going to pay. If you want the lowest quality, this is how much you are going to pay. So that is the leverage they have. So most Nigerians or something like that, I'm talking about manufacturing.
Do you know it's a crime to produce substandard product in America?
This is not a substandard.
Wait, can I?
I'm just telling you.
Can I chip in?
Wait.
It's a cheaper version of, not substandard. A cheaper version of.
Where's the crime? Where's the crime? Crime where?
It is a crime.
Explain, please.
Hold on. Before you explain, I think Babati wants Remy to land.
Yeah, let them land first. You can then reply, Remy.
Okay, so they give a soft loan.
I'd like to chip in too.
Yeah, they give a soft loan to most of these tech-savvy young guys. And when you look at China, most of these big technology companies like Tencent, that they produce WeChat and the rest, these are all formed by young people under the age of 40. And before, in 2 or 3 years, they are billionaire. I'm not talking about millionaire, billionaire in terms of dollars. So they have a lot of them. And they kept on recruiting young people and give them incentive. And this kind of people also, because when you look at their workforce, they pick a lot of people from the university, like top university, like let's say UI. They will go to their engineering department or software or whatever department. They pick you up from there. Nigerians don't have that kind of system anymore. Maybe during the time of, I don't know, one man, maybe they have that kind of system, poaching potential candidate from the university. They also do that. But what I found fascinating is because I rent an office, I also have a small company there. The money I pay for the office, if I calculate it into dollar per month, is just below $20. And in that office, I have my table, I have 2 sets of chairs, I have a cabinet, and internet also comes with it 24/7. And of course, they have electricity. So with that, I only need my laptop and bingo, I'm ready to go. And the company also have, this rented apartment also have a small space where you can hold a meeting and a table and a chair, and they also have a projector. It's all included in this money I've paid. So if I want to have a meeting with some selected investor, I don't need to look for a boardroom or wherever to have them. They'll just come to this office and they will sit down there. They can also serve you tea. I think tea is free, but if you want coffee, you can also pay for it. So it's like a good setup office where you don't need, just working with your laptop and bingo, you are ready to go. I think these are the things that Nigeria should be looking forward to. But of course, we should also work on our electricity. So Adewale, you mentioned about inferior. What I want to say is that when you deal with Chinese, of course, just like we do with Nigeria, I mean, one-to-one business people, this kind of thing can happen. But if you want to get something very more better, you can go through Alibaba or madeinchina.com. These are a verified website that you can report this vendor to them, and they will handle it. They don't play with that one. But when you go to China, you have this is the kind of what I want, and they will give you 3 or 4 versions of it, and they will also quote the price for you. The prices are not so big in differences, but of course they will like if you buy. The more you buy in large quantity, the more you have the power to negotiate the power down. So that's how it works.
Yeah,
so I know in China that most quality products are being produced in China and shipped to the Western world. And in the Chinese market, we all know we have a heterogeneous market. If you go to some shopping mall, you know that this is a second-rated shopping mall. So what you buy there is quite different from the top-rated shopping mall. So you know your bargaining power. I mean, the money you have in your hand. If you think you have enough money, you go to the top-rated shopping mall where you can find 100% quality, and they can also give you a warranty or whatever on that one. But if you want something cheaper, then you know where to go. So they have different market where you can get something. You can even get a T-shirt as low as 50 cents. So they have all of this, but the quality cannot be compared to probably the one you buy in Zara, H&M, and the rest. And they also have all these top brands like Chanel, Gucci. Come on, I think you guys should just visit the country, and then you'll be wowed that, oh my God, what you are hearing on TV or listening to is totally different from
Can you let Diwali can you reply our reply him?
What is the question? I forgot.
Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Something is tickling me. I don't want to come in today, but no. My problem is my scope of work changed. That is why you guys are not seeing me often. But this discussion you are discussing, I have a contribution. If you don't mind, in 3 minutes, then I will dash out.
So my question to Babati and Oriola.
Yes.
No, hold on. Before you ask the question, Thomas is saying he only has 3 minutes, so allow him that window. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, one man. This is my area of specialization about products from China, specifically phones. I'm an engineer, electrical engineer, and then I was an engine engineer. Then I delved into phone repairings, sold, whether back in Nigeria. What I discovered from China, when I was speaking to some Chinese engineer, they said China can produce the best phone in the world. But I asked them, why do you guys normally send bad phones to Nigeria? What the engineer told me was some of our brothers from one side of the country, I don't want to mention name, they will come to, let me finish now. Yeah, they will come to China, they will tell them, please produce a phone. Maybe you can go for 3 months, 6 months, thereabouts. We want cheap, so we can go and sell it in a big amount in Nigeria. But China they don't have any choice. They produce for them, they bring it back to Nigeria. Before you know it, 3 months, the phone starts hurting, then the phone blew up or stopped working. So I think you guys should know, China is producing phone for UK, producing phone for US, producing good phone for other countries. Because if you come with your specification and they will give you the price. So don't limit China at all. Their product is fantastic. Is what you want, is what you get. Oh, thank you. Somebody can push back at me. I know this for fact.
What you say?
Let me
respond to him.
Knockout China.
Let me respond to him. What he said is a fact, right?
Wow.
You get what you pay for. That's the market principle.
But he's blaming your people now.
Hold on. That's okay. It's a myopic view, but there's some facts in what he's saying, some truths. Unfortunately for him, though, in the United States, Chinese products are known to be inferior products, right? Now, could they make something? Probably, but they're not known to have the craftsmanship of the German or the precision of the Japanese, things like that.
That's
The
not
ruggedness.
true.
Hold on. A lot of people here have a lot of you have a lot of bad attitude of interjecting and interrupting somebody who's making a point.
What do you mean? You just
That's
hit that,
the
man.
point that's superior to the one you were gonna replace it
Who
with.
cares how you feel?
So let me land by saying.
Hold on. We've had 7 hours 43 minutes of elegant conversation. Conversation.
I don't know what it is. When I come in, it just goes to
It
hell.
goes down the drain from there. You show up, it goes down the drain, man.
The second law of thermodynamics come into play.
Oh my
Entropy
God.
begins to go
man.
down
Come on,
with
man.
time, right? So you've been here 3, 4, 5 hours, so it's gonna deteriorate with time. That's just part of this law of nature.
Hold on now.
Is it just a coincidence that time is usually when you pop in?
That's what I'm saying. Because I come in late. One man, I come in late. By the time I get here, it's deteriorating. It has nothing to do with me.
Not true.
Right now, I'm going to a Yoruba party. See, I'm dressed in my Yoruba attire. I'm going to Universal Studios. There's a big party there. I'm gonna jam with my Yoruba friends. We'll have a good time. Now, if you're still here, I'm gonna dial in from there, right? And show you how we get along. You guys, you gotta keep up.
Are you going to go there and hammer them down like you try to hammer down that Sierra Leonean guy that is now run away because of you?
No, the Sierra Leone guy is a good guy. I like him. He's got a lot of class, but he's woefully unprepared for a discussion, the caliber we have at one man.
All right, to the conversation. To the conversation.
One man, can I say something? One man, please.
You just came in now. Let Pansat understand it.
No, I wanted to debunk what Thomas said.
My brother,
I heard what Thomas said. I wanted to debunk it.
Yeah,
I'm
gonna hand it to you. Just hold on. I'm gonna address Thomas, my brother Thomas, who is in Australia. God. Thomas, please, let's be friends. Let's not keep this going much longer. Let's be friends here. Let's make one man win tomorrow to be pumping. When Sierra Leoneans get here, they have respect for us. So no more epic discussions from tonight. I'm gonna give you a break. So hopefully, one man, I'm holding you responsible for some of these things. Try to do the right thing. All right. Good night, y'all. I'll be listening as I'm driving to Universal Studios. If you're still here, I'll dial in.
All right. I was going to let me. Is trying to do the right thing. Is that trying to do the egotic thing? Is that is there a but
no, actually it's the opposite. If somebody wants to talk about Chinese products being inferior, right, and also make a larger point, they could make better products, but they don't, right? So if you want to make that point, that is a cogent point. So you dilute your entire presentation by talking about Southeast, right? I mean, it's a joke. Sometimes you joke with that.
No. That was an anecdote that senior engineer from.
Can I just put more light into what Thomas just said, so that you guys can have, so that you guys can have what he is trying to say. I'm not really totally supportive.
You get the point he's making. It's not an example.
There is a state. There's a province. There's a province in China. They call it Guangdong. And in that Guangdong, the capital city is Guangzhou. In that city, anything you are looking for in this world, you will find it there. In that city, they also have Shenzhen. Shenzhen is the #1 technological city of China. That is the place where they are assembling and producing.
Like our Silicon Valley here in the United States, yeah.
Yeah, if you might call it that. Apart from Silicon Valley, they also have a lot of factory around that assets that produce both telecommunication equipment and also mobile phone and its allied product. When you go to Guangzhou, you will see that predominantly of people that are Nigerian traders or like that, about 70 to 85% of them are from the Southeast. And what he said is totally true. When you want to buy phone, the Chinese manufacturer, because they have some small some factory that is so small that they will ask you, can you give us your specification? And when you give us your specification and you tell them exactly what you want, and they will tell you this is the price that go for it. So
right.
when
Let
you
me
look
let
at
me
like
let me let
let
me
me
say
finish,
this.
let me
Remy,
finish,
Can I come
finish.
Remy,
in?
Remy,
Can I
hold
come
on.
in?
Let me finish. Let me
Joe,
finish.
Hold
Let
on.
me finish.
Hold on. Joe, I'm going to set you to the back if you don't let people speak. Not you, Remy, but Joe. He will just
Yeah,
turn up and
it's
say, can
Remy.
I take
Let me
over
One man, you
finish.
should
speaking?
be admonishing Remy
I
to let
am not.
somebody.
No. You know, yeah, Remy had the floor when you came in. He only yielded to
And
you
I
to
was
have
just
an discussion.
interjecting with
Yeah.
what he said, though. He tried to
So let
correct.
me just finish. Let me finish. I am
You
not
will
trying to
never
say
finish. You
I
will never
will. I
finish. You know
will.
that.
1 minute. Just calm down. You make your
Never
party
finish.
fun, okay, and have fun. Calm down, please. So what I'm just trying to say is that it is not the fault of any businessman or trader because
Actually, Babati had the floor, no Remy, but I carry on. Yeah.
okay, quickly I'll finish. Because when you buy, for example, you buy Chinese product to Nigeria, do you think an average Nigerian that cannot produce, that don't have more than that's maybe 20, 30 or 40,000 to spend on phone, and he has a phone from China, a new one, like under 10,000 naira? Of course, he or she will go for that one.
Okay.
Nobody is condemning anybody.
Exactly. Okay, no
That
need
is
for my
a business
interjection. You're
angle.
right.
So,
That's true.
that's a business. You can ask
Right.
any of your brothers.
Wait.
I know them. There are plenty of them in that city doing their business there.
That's
it's
right.
a business angle when you go to that one.
It's
So
the
you
market.
can't blame
It's the
Chinese for
market. It's
for
you
the
get
Wait,
what
can
you
I
pay
add?
for in China. You get what you pay for.
That's what
I've been
That's what I
trying
said.
to come in. You can't come in now before me. Can I go?
Go, please.
You go, man. I'll say my goodbye. I will talk to you guys later.
All right.
Bye bye,
So-
one man. Bye.
All right, cheers, Pansat.
So I heard what you guys said, but I don't think that's how it really works. So basically, every sectors they have their what you call standards. So for example, the United States, like let's say phone, for example, they have like the manufacturing guideline, they have the standard as well. They have different standard that regulate that sector. Meaning that if you have to manufacture something, that manufacturing guideline already tell you what type of stuff you need. So just like if you want to buy, let's say
Okay,
cereal,
I'll come right after you guys. Sorry.
so just like cereal, for example, you see the ingredient. So that ingredient will tell you some of the stuff that's required for you to have any product that will come in, because they still have to do quality check to make sure that you follow the quality guideline. So countries usually have that, and there's something called ISO, International Standard Organization. Like they have their own as well. So some countries just follow the ISO, which is the international standard. So I think like Nigeria, I don't think we really have one. So they follow that. I
We
think Europe
do.
has
We
their
never
own.
adhere to it. We do
So
have.
US has their
Every
own as
country
well.
that is exporting must have that. Must be
No,
able to.
not every country. Depends. So Nigeria doesn't really. I don't think we have. They follow the international guideline, just like every single thing that you do, you follow UN. So, but that's another day. But so when it comes to phone, the reason why like a lot of stuff that come to the US is always different. Just like if you look, cost for example, the cost that comes to US is different, really different from the cars that German produce, because they have their own standard as well of what need to be the car need to be like, and what can come to their country. So when companies in the United States, they want something from China, whatever company they have in China has to follow that standard. So that's why like the quality is always different. So I think to what he's saying that I believe that if Nigeria actually follow the ISO, or they have Nigeria own standard, that people that goes to China and say anything, that would happen, because at the custom they have to check these things to make sure that it met the guideline. So that's what I think. I don't think you going to them and telling them no. It doesn't work that way.
Okay,
There's a standard
let,
you have
let,
to follow.
let me chime in real quick. So everything that Remy said was absolutely correct. And to you, Aurelia, what you said also is not incorrect. But you got to keep in mind, you don't have absolute knowledge, and your knowledge is not as broad as what Remy is talking about.
What
If
do
you know
you
what I'm
mean,
saying.
my guy? See, I'm an engineer first. I'm into like designing stuff, so I know how this thing works. Because when you learn about this thing, so please, because the way you're saying it, what he said, that's not how it works when it comes to when it comes to company like they design they follow
standard for every single thing that they do. And that country is being created that standard. So just like the phone that we use in the United States is not the same
Okay,
as
let me
the phone
continue.
they use in Europe.
Let me continue.
Let me land. It's not the same thing. It's not the same type of phone they use in Europe, for example. If you look at England, the stuff that in our phone might not be. It's not even the same as what they have because they have different guidelines that they have to follow. So don't tell me what I said was wrong because you don't know. That's why if in companies like you will see it, like there's CGMP, that's manufacturing guideline for different things. When it comes to pharmaceutical, when it comes to engineering products, that's one. There's also international standard, which is
Okay, I think
so don't
that's
tell
enough.
me I'm wrong what I said. You
Well,
don't know it, but don't just say
if you were paying attention, just like other people were, I didn't say you were wrong. I said Remy is absolutely right. Just like you two, you're not wrong. You're
no.
not wrong in what you said.
What he said is wrong because it's not that way.
So how can you be debating? See, isn't
It's
that
only
just
right because
that's like counterintuitive? How can you be arguing about something you know nothing about? That's what I'm
I
saying.
just told you something I know about, and I just figured.
Again, what you said is what. No, no. Okay, you hold on. I think you should be. Let me
Just
comment
go
right now.
online and look this
No, no, no. What
stuff
you
because
said.
you don't know
What
what you're
you said.
saying.
You
Okay,
don't know
that's
what
fine.
you're saying.
Hold on. Do you know this American series called Frasier?
No.
Has anybody watched that?
I think I've
Yeah?
heard about it. Frasier.
Yeah.
Oh, Frasier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Comedy
When I
show.
listen,
Yeah.
when I listen to you and Oriola, it's like listening to Niles and Frasier. Going back and forth. Carry on.
Yeah. Again, what you said, Ariella, is not incorrect. It's not incorrect. I said that means you're right. So you have limitation in what you said also, and what Remy said also is right. That's sometimes we go back and forth and arguing, but both sides are right. But there's limitation to what you're saying. If you're working for a company in America, of course they have specification for design, and
That's not what I said. That's what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm saying. The government has a guideline for everything. It's not even about the manufacturer here. It's the government have something in place, like quality standard. There's quality standard. There's manufacturing standard for every
okay,
single thing.
that is fine. Okay, if the government has a standard or not.
No. Prince, wait. Like, let's give a car example. Like some cars made in China don't even have airbags. America demands that as part of their standards.
Well, it never used to be the standard. Okay, it never used to be the standard. But over time, they made certain features of vehicles, this is product as standard. Okay, I know about that.
But that was for American cars. That's like,
sorry, gentlemen. Joe wanted to come in, but I stopped him. So let him in at some point. But carry on. But let him in. Yeah, at some point. Yeah.
No, go ahead, guys. I was just gonna come back to a point, but you can go ahead until you kind of threw off. I think you guys threw us off with the pass at entrance. It kind of threw me off a little bit. So I was having my nerdy moment on the one man show. Hardly happens, but we are back to what we are.
Right. Well, yeah, quickly. So
back to Ijagboro.
Hey, thank you.
If the government has standard or the company has standard, that is fine. But it is not the same everywhere around the world. You can go to China and go talk to a manufacturer of a phone or whatever component that you want and tell them your specs, and they can design it accordingly. So for you to be adamant that no, there's no other way to do it, it shows lack of broader view of a lot of things. They do so in China, and China can produce quality products just like everywhere around the world. Okay, you can have things, quality products or quality service, depending on the features or the attributes of what you want to buy or what you want to pay for. Okay.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing anything you said. When it comes, so here's the thing. People that go, so for example, Apple phone is, they already have the design. They already have the design.
We're not talking about Apple phone. We're not talking about Apple phone. We're not talking about it. No. We'd have to go that far. That's what I'm talking about. You're right in what you're saying, but you have limited knowledge. You got to accept that.
No. Because what you're saying is, okay, so if I go to China to design a phone, what do you mean? That means I don't have my design already. That's what you're saying. And if I go there to design it, that means, so basically I need them to create something for me. So if Nigeria actually have a standard in place, which I believe like all internet, because I believe that Nigeria also, like, they're part of ISO. They already have a guideline for any product that will come into your country. So when it comes to manufacturing or quality, they already have that standard. So whatever I'm want to produce and bring back to my country has to meet those standards, irrespective of what it is. That's where you are not getting it.
No, that is fine. That's the way you understand it.
No,
But
that's how it is. What are you talking about? You
so
don't know these things. You lack knowledge in this perspective. Like, you really do lack knowledge that to understand that every single thing, every single product that you eat in this life, there's a standard that you have to follow. Just like you have FDA when it comes to like science, anything scientific or any medical stuff. Just like you have FDA, like before I put anything of myself that is designed in market, it has to go through clinical trial or any other trial. And if it doesn't pass the
okay,
standard,
and we
then I
have that
can't
and
use
they
it.
have that in Nigeria, right?
Well, but no, if they have this, what do we call the thing in Nigeria? He has to pass what they have in Nigeria. I forget the name.
Okay, forget about what you're saying. Again, forget
They
about what
do
you're saying.
have it in Nigeria, by the way. They have standardization in
But see,
Nigeria.
that's not the point. So you make it sound like even this, even them, even in America, you make it sound like every damn product that comes through the ports, they meet all the standards set forth by whatever agency
No.
in charge.
Unless you buy stuff online. So listen, if you buy stuff through eBay or you buy to basically those market that they're listed on eBay or Amazon,
The bottom line, the
they're
bottom line
China,
is that,
and they
hold on, the
should have.
bottom line is that you can go
Wait.
to China. No, hold on, you can go to China and request to have a phone built for you based on the price point. That's
Why
what
would you
the
even
regular.
do that? It doesn't even make sense.
But
Why
they
would
do
you
that. You
go
can
there?
see this is the problem you have. Of course they do that. If they don't do that, it just told you how
I'm
it's
not
done.
saying that they don't listen.
Okay, what's the
I
argument
said,
then?
why would you even do that? That's what I'm saying.
Because supply price point. The cheaper you can get it manufactured or made, the higher you can sell it for. I mean, just simple stuff.
Prince, wait. But here's the point. Even if you can get a cheaper phone, you got to understand that it still has to work with what the American network wants on their network.
No. We're talking about from China to Nigeria. It's got nothing to do with America. Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
That's what.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're part of ISO though. We're part. Whatever they're doing illegally. That's a crime.
It's not a crime. It's not a crime. It's not a crime.
Illegally, because
how would you say it's a crime when we don't even know? If you're saying it's a crime for using a certain material in making the phone, then I can understand that. But trying to design a phone with less features or less quality material is not a crime.
Prince, wait. You have security features in phones. Every country has the standard of what you should have as minimum. So I'm saying that even though it's cheap, does it meet the requirement of Nigeria? You don't even have a requirement in that country that it's going to.
Thank you. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I doubt it. If we're not talking about standard here.
Yes, it's about,
I doubt if you miss the standard or not.
Why would you not follow your country guideline?
What country guideline? Can you pull up the country guideline for how to design a phone in China?
Nigeria is part of ISO though. So we follow that guideline.
Yeah. Come in, Joe. I did say earlier that you got. I was just posting you up and to get Pansat out of the way.
Yeah. Thank you, one man. Hello, panelists. What I want to say is this. You see, I came in because I was just listening. I was listening at the background, and I'm hearing it. And what you guys are saying is quite interesting. But I wanted to debunk what Thomas said. Thomas is always coming like that. He comes in. What Thomas said was that, a set of people go to China and buy. Let me tell you, when I came to China, you see, China has grades. Like they have grades for all countries. I live in Guangzhou. When I came to Guangzhou, the first time I came to Guangzhou, there's this market they call Haiyin. They sell fairly used fairly used products there, cameras, televisions, fridges, and that is where most Africans, because let's say an iPhone in China now, iPhone 14 Pro Max is around 9,000 to 10,000 something. Convert it to Nigeria, how many people can afford it in Nigeria? So what these people, like, if you go to that Hayin, that market, you will find iPhone 13 Pro Max. Maybe the old people come, buy new one, come there and resell, like sell their old phones. Those are old phones. But when I came to China, they were doing this, what they call copy. They copy these phones, like most of the phones are old there. They're just second new phones. They recouple them, they sell them, and that is where Nigerians come to buy. So if Thomas, what I'm trying to say here, if you bring a phone, it's not like China. China produces good products. And like, for example, Huawei is a Chinese brand. Huawei, you cannot come and say you want to copy Huawei. If you copy Huawei here, you're going to jail. They have Vivo, they have Xiaomi, they have a lot. They have more than 8 brands of phones here. They don't copy, you can't copy that. You can't copy it. You can only just, even reducing the standard, you cannot reduce the standard. You understand? It's just the standard. Maybe American, they have American version, they have European version, they have for African markets too. So when Thomas came here and said, oh, no, Thomas doesn't know anything about Chinese market at all. He doesn't know what happens in Chinese market. Yes, I know some of our people go there, bring down the quality. And why do they do that? If the quality is of the standard they want, like the one they want, you can't sell it in Nigeria. I'm a businessman. For example, if I come to China, I buy maybe a handbag for ladies. If I buy, because they have copy for Gucci, every product has a copy here. But it's not like it's not good products, but it's just like, it's not just, they copy the name, the branded name, and the quality is not that bad too.
Yeah, that's correct what you said. That's correct.
When you bring it to Nigeria, Gucci copied bags in Nigeria, you cannot sell it. It's around 100 and something, 200 and something thousand naira. Nobody is going to buy it. Likewise, Americans come here too, get Gucci bag and copy it. They copy Gucci bags here. They take it there. Maybe they sell it at the rate of like $400, $500, or $600, or even $1,000. While Gucci bag is more than $3,000. So this is how the market operates. It's not because of somebody wants to come and no. You have to go according to the market. If the market was there in Nigeria, people would not be copying products here. You'll be getting good quality down in Nigeria.
Here's the problem that I have. Here's the problem that I have with what you're saying. There's a standard that they follow for anything, even bags. Those bags that you're saying, because they're not up to standard, that they need to, just like Americans that you're saying, those are second hand, but they probably don't go through the right channel. They like illegally, because if they get caught selling those products,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right.
So there's a guideline for everything. What I'm saying is this: if you go to China and buy less product that is not even up to standard and bring it to Nigeria follow ISO. That means you're illegally doing those things. You can get caught and go to jail for that. So you say, I get what you're saying, because when you start doing such things, they now like relate those products to like Africa get the lowest products, American get like the highest product. There's a guideline for every single thing.
No, the thing,
and
my brother, it's about the purchasing power.
We don't
Nigerians don't have that strong purchasing power.
No. There's a guideline. It doesn't care. We don't care about the purchasing power. There are people in Nigeria that can buy those products for what it is, and they're doing so. So there's no need to bring fake product that's less standard, and people can get killed because we don't know what material, because they're using less. They're using material that's not up to standard to manufacture those products.
Excuse me. What you don't understand? What you don't understand?
What do you mean?
Here in China, excuse me. Here in China, you see, here in China, there are markets where you go to in China. The citizens of China use, even like, for example, Nike. There are fake Nikes in China.
We know. They sell it online as well.
The people of China use these products too.
We don't care if China
the quality is that bad. The quality
we
is
don't care
also
if
okay.
China uses it. It's illegal. They're copying somebody's work. They're illegally copying somebody's work.
Guys, wait. It's like, let me give an example of healthcare now. In America here, they have standards in healthcare. So you can go, you can't say I'm going to go to China because it's cheaper. You still have to meet requirements. Do you know why? Because if you go get it for cheap and something wrong happens and they sue your ass in America, nobody will give the care because you went to China and got it for cheap.
Thank you.
So they have standards that you have to meet for your own country, for your own sector of every economy has regulations. Safety comes first.
Well, yeah, safety comes first. But if you okay, there's one thing to copy iPhone and a counterfeit iPhone and it become illegal. There's another thing to manufacture your own phones. Okay, it's not illegal. There are so many phone brands in China, and they can manufacture those phones to whatever specification that they want. Depending on the quality, and it's not illegal. Nobody's going to catch it if they don't break in any standard.
Nobody's saying that. No. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that okay, if you make that phone, it then depends on where you want to use that phone. If where you're taking that phone, if they have rules there, you cannot then use that phone there. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
well,
thank
that's
you.
That's why
They
we're
have
talking.
to follow the standard in Nigeria, and the
That's
standard in
why we're
Nigeria
talking. That's why
allow
we're talking about. Do you know the standard they have in Nigeria for products?
We follow ISO. I keep telling you that international standard. That's what we follow. Just like you follow UN on all the standards that they have.
The outcome, all those products get into Nigeria
illegally because they bribe the customs. That's what it is. That's why.
And if they didn't bribe the customer, how would the customer know at the point of entry the quality of those products?
Won't they know the international standard? Won't they know the regulation?
they know international standard regulation.
Are you saying Nigeria doesn't?
They didn't even keep it real. It even, I don't think. Anyways, you don't know
That's
what you're
the thing.
talking
We
about.
always belittle ourselves. I believe they know it. They unwittingly.
Well, I can guarantee you also. I can guarantee you also at the port of entry in Houston or wherever in America, those custom officers don't know the quality of all this damn product coming in.
No, there is. See, there's a sector that actually deals with counterfeits. That when you're coming in, they follow those quality guidelines to make sure that you meet the standard. That's the thing. See, I know these things that they actually do. Like FDA, like they follow everybody. Like they have different things that they follow. Like they know these things. So
hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, so if you work in engineering, you also know that ROHS. You know what ROHS is?
I don't know what that is. What is that?
Okay, it's also a more stricter standard for the European Union. Okay, even
but I don't know what that is, but I just told you that European has theirs, United States has this, and this international standard. So depend on what they want to follow. Some people follow the international standard.
Some American products would not make it into part of European Union because they don't qualify under the ROHS guidelines.
Yes, right.
Okay. So when you're talking, like, I don't know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. We're talking about from China to Nigeria, and we're talking about the standard of product.
It's still the same thing because you have to follow the guideline before you. So, like the product that they make in United States is made just for the United States. If the company want to make it for Europe, now they have to make sure they follow the standard for Europe in order to bring their product.
Okay. What's the standard? What's the standard for Nigerian products? What's the standard?
I just told you now. There's something called ISO. I believe it's International Organization, or so. That's just look that up, and you look for different sectors. We follow.
I understand what you're trying to say. I understand. But the thing is this, you have to consider the purchasing power of the people. That's what you should understand.
No, that's in economy or the market like Nigeria, just like Joe said, you have to, the price point is very important. Okay, it's very important to get this product into Nigeria. You can't say, oh yeah, 1,000 people can buy iPhone in Nigeria, therefore we should follow the standard to importing iPhone into Nigeria. No, it doesn't work that way.
With people like you, Nigeria will not go anywhere because
people like you so insensitive to the needs of the people. Nigeria will not go anywhere.
Can I interject a little bit?
That's the problem, because we refuse to see. We don't have to. I'm sorry, you go after me, please. We don't have to follow the international standard.
No, because what you're talking is devoid of reality. No, hold on. Your talking point is devoid of reality of the people. You just talk about the standard and standard. Okay, like everybody can meet the standard.
Wait, just listen to me. Just listen to me. We don't really have to follow the ISO. We can create our own standard that will meet our own needs. Just like US create
exactly to your point, and that's what the importers are doing for Nigeria.
No. Because at the moment Nigeria is following ISO, and we should go with that. That's what I'm saying to you. We are now following.
But Oriola, you must know one thing, that not all the factory or manufacturing outfit can have. It's not easy to get that ISO certification. It is only those established factory or company that have that certification. What they do, what I know, what they do is that you can come. The government of China, what they do is that they group this kind of company. You can also produce without no ISO certification, but then they have an agency that can help you export your product. And they also help you to maybe in terms of branding or whatever, they help you.
Wait, that's why in the US they don't sell Chinese products. They only sell the product that American people made.
That is American telling them this is the kind of product we want.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So products in China is not being sold there.
Try to understand. America is not Nigeria, and America does not. And Nigeria does not have the purchasing power. Compared to America.
Then we can create our own standard, man.
Hold on 1 second, Oriola. Hold on 1 second. Let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. You can carry on your conversation, but you are going to take it backstage. I'm going to shut down the stream, and then you can still carry on talking. But before I do that, let me acknowledge the superstars that have come in. Only 2 people. Ayo, of course, traditionally, and then Ayo again, Ayo again, and Ayo again. The person that really opened up that space, and Ayo again, but that space, the first mover, Prince Daddy. So thank you to the 2 of them. Tomorrow, everybody come with your wallet. So we leave it there. We reconvene for tomorrow.
I was going to ask, maybe one day, I'm trying to host a show, Africa's Journey from independence to liberation on your show. It's just going through the real struggle for real liberation, not just independence. We got independent, but not liberation from the West. So maybe one of these days I'm going to host a program on your show, just for 2 or 3 hours.
You should, because I'm trying so desperately to deviate from Tinubu is a thief, Peter Obi is a yam head, so we can only yes, I want to move it away from there. So, but when you are ready, I will bring Kaizo. You've met Kaizo, haven't you? You met him on Nigeria's. I'll bring him on.
I've engaged with some Africans. It's kind of opened my space because we don't really understand. I think for some reason, one man, to be honest with you, we've had it easy. I mean, we're still under control of the West, but we've had it easy compared to all these African countries. I mean, they are really making them dry compared to what we're going through. So I want to discuss from independence to liberation in terms of liberation, political liberation, cultural liberation, economic liberation.
Is that from a Nigerian? Is that from a Nigerian prism or the wider African experience?
The wider African experience, because
we should extend it. Excuse me, sorry. We should extend it beyond. We should extend it even beyond slavery. Just like go further than that. Like we should just extend it back before slavery, because What colonialism has done to Africans is this: Africans do not know their history. Africans thought their ancestors never achieved anything. So Africans are looking at their history from that lens of the European narrative, and which is bad. We must go beyond the slavery, colonialism. We must go. What did our ancestors do before slavery? What were they doing? How were they living? What civilization did they build? Who built the Egypt civilization? are the Arabs, the builders of that civilization, or are the black people the builders of that? Is where then we can start educating our people. Our people can now have the true sense of their history and start arguing very well. Not all the things started in the Bible. Our story is not in the Bible. Our story never started in the Bible.
Joe, because you're even going deeper than I wanted to go. I was just going to start from that pre-colonial, like
open it up, Babati, and then if he has any legs, then we can layer it in the way that
at least we know. The idea is that when you have it structured from independence to liberation, like we all got independence allegedly, but we're not truly independent. We're never really liberated. So at least we have this common goal target that we are focusing. That we're not all over the place. We have a starting point and we know where we're going. So we start to dive into political liberation. How were we politically captured? Why didn't Nkrumah? Why was he killed? Like, why was Awolowo never the Nigeria's president? The influence of the East because he embraced socialism. All those kind of things come into play when we discuss all these things. So a more in-depth conversation, breaking it down from where the problem started from and how we can then learn from those experiences, come together as African people and really fight for liberation together from the West.
Can I add something? I think you're gonna need more than 2 hours for that.
Yeah, that's a lot, man.
Yeah. No. The 2 hours will be to open it up as a talking. It could well be something that it will revisit. It's not going to be a one-off session, I suspect. It's something that depending on how it goes. Yeah.
And I also want to add that I believe this should be, instead of widening it open, I think it should be like narrow, because I believe when you wide it open, I hope you can get somewhere with that topic because it's wider. Like you're talking about 54 countries in Africa.
Let me put it this way, so you can chime in. So I say Africa's road to liberation, and say from independence to liberation, right? Then we now say, okay, political liberation, even cultural liberation. Then we dive into religion like struggle because we've been brainwashed with religion. So we can take it by each section where we break it down and focus on politics today, economics tomorrow, culture. That way we can narrow it down. Then we get input from different countries how they were impacted by that, whatever influenced them in their own country. They can bring it into play. You can have Cameroon coming. Everybody can chime in. Then we can just see commonalities and differences. We can have that conversation based on that particular section of the wider reach. Then towards the end, maybe towards a week-long session, towards the end, we can then come together and just collect everything together and have a wider discussion. But the first 2 hours will be very brief sessions where we just target these specific areas.
All right, brilliant. So put it together. When you're ready, just let me know. And by the way, just off the back of what Babati said, the platform is an open, because I have the thought that the platform belongs to all of us. So if you have a particular subject matter that you're especially passionate about, just like Babati, just inform the platform, and we'll open the space for you to give it flesh. So
all right, can I say something?
Just so long as you don't come into my main slot where it is my nine. So all right,
I also think that based on topic we have tonight, which I think we should finish maybe at the backstage.
I was enjoying our tech talk.
You
messed it up.
That one.
Yeah, no, you can carry on, but I've been at it for 8.5 hours. So
so what I'm thinking is we should have investors. Like, I think the point that you initially made that if I build like a arena in Lagos, or you can build an arena around Nigeria. That's thing. If we have 10 people on the table, if you have between 8,000 to 10,000, you can put in. You can build that. I would like if we have another discussion about that. We can be investor too. A lot of people that are talking here. You can be investor. We can invest in something.
You know what my idea was once upon a time, but I didn't really want to push it because I don't like to push money at people too.
I know.
At people too much.
I know.
I had the thought that we as a platform, we could adopt a person not necessarily a child, but a person, and then scale them up about five rungs up whatever ladder they are. So let's say, for instance, some random woman or man that just has like a stall at the roadside, we can scale her up into like an actual shop in a shopping space. And then that would be a progression of not only herself, but hopefully her whatever little nuclear family that she has. So I had that thought, but I didn't want to push it because that would be pushing money at people, and you know how messy that can get. But
all right,
just
woman, just give me time to put my stuff together, and then I'll get back. I still have your email and phone number. I'll reach out and we can set it up.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, so it's an excellent idea. This is the direction of travel that I've always had in mind for the platform. A more nuanced conversation, not necessarily binary yes or no, but
Agbado every day.
Yeah, no. Let's eat a while for a change. Let's eat a while for a change. Enough Agbado. So good night, everybody. But stay there where you are.
Yeah, Baba T, let's finish backstage. That's
yeah.